In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, on Guixu Island, an uninhabited island in the first half of the Grand Line, a sound of trees snapping echoed through the forest. A wild boar as large as a truck was fleeing in panic, its two huge tusks snapping the obstructing trees in half as it charged. Suddenly a flash of silver light passed by, and the charging boar crashed to the ground, a line of blood slowly appearing between its head and neck. "Damn guys, we got another one. This porker can feed us for half a month," a black-haired young man muttered to himself as he skillfully cut off the boar's hind leg with the sword in his hand. "When will this life come to an end? I'll really turn into a savage," Lin Yu thought. Half a year earlier, Lin Yu, an ordinary college student in the 21st century, had been lying in his dormitory, scrolling short videos. Believe it or not, Roger's laughter before his death was because he completed a tourist quest. Believe it or not, Luffy will become the mountain bandit king in the future. What kind of geniuses are these? Lin Yu was browsing the comments and marveling at the netizens' talent. Suddenly a discussion caught his eye. If you could travel to the world of One Piece, what would you most want to do? As an old fan who had grown up watching One Piece, Lin Yu couldn't help thinking. The answer was obvious: become the world's greatest swordsman, travel the world, and maybe save a few misguided girls along the way. Why did Lin Yu want to be a swordsman? Because it was cool. Just after typing his reply, Lin Yu smelled something burning. He turned over and saw his power bank looking a little angry. Bang. A 9 yuan 1000 mAh power bank really does explode with a bang. That was Lin Yu's last thought. When he woke up, he found himself on this island, completely naked, looking like a child. Where the hell did this bring me? Is this still our country? Lin Yu rubbed his throbbing head and looked around. He was now in a dense forest surrounded by towering trees and many strange plants he couldn't name. Hey system, are you there? Lin Yu tried calling out in his mind. Ding. The Supreme Sword Immortal system has been activated successfully. Detected that the host is currently in the world of One Piece. World matching error. Unbinding in progress. Unbinding successful. Wishing the host happiness every day. This indeed, Mother Earth would not mistreat any child wandering far from home, Lin Yu thought. Hearing that, Lin Yu jumped up immediately. System, you bastard. At least leave me some compensation before you run away. Considering the host's situation, a compensation gift pack has been sent to your portable space. Please check it. Open the gift pack, Lin Yu said in his mind. Obtain Guixu, one of the 12 supreme great blades forged from deep sea, core meteorite steel fused with 1,000-year sea stone essence, and the dragon bone of an ancient giant sea king. It has a remarkable suppressive effect on devil fruit users. If damaged in battle, it can be restored by nourishing it with armament haki. It was the sword of an ancient sea king. Obtained Heaven Slashing Sword Art, a top-level cultivation technique from the original cultivation world. At its peak, one finger can slash the heavens. Obtained Monster Physique top-grade comprehension and the 3 colors of haki. Obtained a portable space of 1,000 cubic meters. System, I admit I was a bit too loud just now. I don't blame you anymore. Goodbye. The squeaky will gets the grease. Lin Yu took Guixu out of the portable space and examined it carefully. The blade was long and narrow, jet black in color with flowing azure patterns. The guard was polished from the spine bone of an ancient giant sea king, presenting a desolate bone-white hue. Damn, so cool. Lin Yu couldn't resist playing with Guixu. After a while, he sensed the heaven-slashing sword art in his mind. There were no fancy moves, only the ultimate swiftness and slash. With his top-grade comprehension, an abstruse sword intent exploded in his mind. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Yu swung Guixu horizontally. There was no earth-shaking sound, just a flash of silver light, and the forest in front collapsed. Among them were giant ancient trees. Several people could hardly embrace their cuts, as smooth as mirrors. What a domineering sword art. What a fast blade. Can I already launch flying slashes? Lin Yu looked at the Guixu in his hand, unable to help marveling. Then Lin Yu turned his attention to another compensation from the system, the 3 colors of haki. The famous Conqueror's haki teacher and supernova collector Kaido once said, only haki can transcend all things. Lin Yu sank his consciousness deep into his mind and felt carefully. His perception slowly expanded, and every stir of wind or grass within hundreds of meters could not escape him. Then he took a deep breath and tried to pour power into his right arm. With a low, dull thud, his entire right arm was instantly covered in a deep black luster, like obsidian radiating a heart-stopping pressure. Lin Yu raised his hand and struck a nearby rock with his haki-coated fist. With a crack, the rock was easily pierced like tofu crumbling into rubble. My observation and armament haki are still at an early stage. There's a lot of room for improvement. Lin Yu shook his right hand. Next was the real highlight, Conqueror's haki. A terrifying force erupted from his body, dark purple lightning crackling around him and sweeping outward. The animals in the surrounding forest fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and even birds in the sky dropped straight down. Not bad. Now I have a certain ability to protect myself in this One Piece world. Lin Yu thought, the first priority is to figure out where I am and what year it is in the Sea Circle calendar. He put Guixu back into the space and began exploring the island. The exploration lasted half a year. Coming back to the present, Lin Yu was roasting a boar leg over a fire, leaning against the belly of a black bear as huge as a hill. Perhaps because of his monster physique, Lin Yu's appetite had become enormous. Fortunately, the island lacked many things, but it had plenty of delicious beasts. During those 6 months, Lin Yu had also tried many strange fruits in the forest. Fortunately, his physique was tough, otherwise he would have long been dead. When will this end? Half a year, and not a single passerby. Bear one, tell me, when can I leave this place? Lin Yu tore at the boar leg and patted the black bear behind him. Over the past half year, he had built a raft, tried swimming away directly, but either a storm would overturn him or he would inexplicably swim back. In the end, he simply gave up. This black bear had been subdued by Lin Yu's gentle methods. When bored, he could talk to it. Besides, sleeping on its belly was very comfortable. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Lin Yu threw down the boar leg and jumped to his feet. Meanwhile, on the sea not far from Guixu Island, a ship was rapidly approaching the isle. Aboard, a silver-haired maiden urged anxiously, "Sir, hurry up. We need to outrun that octopus behind us." "Miss, this is already our top speed," the middle-aged man replied helplessly. Watching the Sea King octopus draw ever closer, the girl was on the verge of tears. The sailors kept firing cannons at it, trying to slow it down, but all their efforts were futile. When the ship was still 100 meters from shore, one of the octopus's tentacles latched onto the stern, yanking the vessel to a halt. The colossal creature surged out of the water, its 100-meter-tall silhouette blotting out the sun. "Wah! I shouldn't have snuck out. Don't eat me. I don't have much meat," the girl sobbed, curling up in a corner. The octopus raised its tentacle, poised to strike. A figure shot through the air and landed atop the mast. Before the crew could react, the newcomer rested his hand on the blade at his waist, and a flash of silver light streaked across the sky. The ferocious Sea King paused, a thin line of blood appearing across its body. Its massive frame toppled into the sea, blue blood slowly blooming through the water. The newcomer was none other than Lin Yu. The crew stared in stunned silence. 100-meter Sea King slain with a single stroke. Lin Yu sheathed his blade and leaped down from the mast. Sir was the first to recover, hurrying forward with a respectful bow. "Sir, thank you for saving our lives. We are from the Via Trading Company, and this is our young Miss Lia." The girl who had been hiding in the corner rushed over, lifted her skirt, and gave a slight bow. "Thank you for saving us, sir. I am Lia of the Via Trading Company. May I ask your name, sir?" Lia raised her head to study Lin Yu. His tall, straight figure, sharp features, neat black hair flowing freely in the wind, and a blade at his hip. Apart from looking a bit like a wild man, he was undeniably handsome. "Just call me Lin Yu. I'm not that old anyway. By the way, do you have a cook aboard?" Lin Yu waved his hand. Sarah understood immediately and gave orders. "Quickly prepare a lavish feast, and include the Sea King that Lin Yu just slew." Lia blushed and tentatively asked, "Lin Yu Guixu. Can I call you that?" "Sure," he replied. Seeing such a lovely silver-haired girl was a true delight for Lin Yu, who hadn't laid eyes on another human in a long time. "Lin Yu Guixu, the food will take a while. How about you take a bath and change into some clean clothes first?" Lia suggested. Lin Yu glanced at his Tarzan-style outfit. "Sounds good." Lia eagerly led him to the ship's bathroom. After a refreshing wash, Lin Yu stepped out wearing only a towel and nearly collided with Lia. Lia caught sight of his muscular frame and perfectly defined 8-pack abs, and her face flushed crimson. She shoved the clothes in her arms into his hands, then covered her eyes in a fluster. "Lin Yu Guixu, I brought you these clothes." Lin Yu acknowledged her and swiftly dressed, surprised to find they fit perfectly. Peeking through her fingers, Lia saw he was already clothed and lowered her hands with a slight trace of disappointment. "Lin Yu Guixu, dinner is ready. Let me take you there." In the dining hall, the table was laden with delicacies. Even the octopus he had slain had been transformed into a towering mountain of takoyaki. Seeing Lin Yu arrive, Sarah quickly escorted him to the seat of honor. "Lin Yu, sir, our ship's facilities are limited. I hope this humble meal will suffice." "No worries, this is already more than enough," Lin Yu said, waving his hand. Gazing at the feast, Lin Yu couldn't help recalling the past 6 months on the island. Though food had never been scarce, all he could make was plain roasted meat with no seasonings. His mouth had long since grown tired of the blandness. His appetite whetted, Lin Yu grabbed a meat leg and tore into it, speaking between mouthfuls. "So how did you people end up drifting all the way out here and get chased by that octopus?" Sarah refilled Lin Yu's juice. "We were on our return voyage after delivering goods when a storm hit and blew us off course. The anchor accidentally slipped loose and struck that octopus, and it's been chasing us ever since." "How tough luck." "Exactly. If it weren't for you, Lin Yu Guixu, Lia would have been eaten by that filthy octopus." Lia propped her chin on her hand, gazing at him. "Lin Yu, sir, if I may ask, why were you stranded on that island?" "It's a long story. I was fighting a Sea King over a kilometer long when it sneak attacked me, a young lad like me. I let my guard down, got knocked flying, and ended up here. 6 months, just like that." Lin Yu invented on the spot. "Lin Yu, sir, why not sail back with us? Once we reach our destination, our company will reward you handsomely in gratitude for saving our lives." That was exactly what Lin Yu had been waiting to hear. "Money doesn't matter to me. I'm a man who likes to see things through. I accept. Yay? Now I can go back with Lin Yu Guixu, and I won't have to be afraid of pirates or Sea Kings anymore." Lia jumped up in excitement. After a satisfying meal, Lin Yu retired to the room Sarah had prepared and laid down on the bed. Finally, he could leave this godforsaken place. From Sayre he had learned it was now Sea Circle calendar year 1498, and the world government had recently announced the capture of the pirate King Roger. The execution was scheduled for next month. As a transmigrator, he simply had to go witness the spectacle. He was currently in the first half of the Grand Line. To reach Lobe Town in the East Blue, he'd need to cross the Calm Belt. Maybe he should borrow a marine warship, Lin Yu mused. Over these 6 months his mastery of the Zhan Tian sword art had advanced to a new level thanks to his extraordinary comprehension. His training in the 3 forms of Haki hadn't fallen behind either. In particular, his command of Conqueror's Haki was already brushing against the threshold of Conqueror's Haki infusion. Lin Yu admitted to himself that he still lagged behind the world's top powerhouses, but he was young. Give him a few more years of training, and we'd see who was bullying whom. Meanwhile, in her cabin, Lia buried her face in her pillow. Thinking back to the moment Lin Yu saved her, her legs began kicking playfully on the bed. Yes, sir. We're already on our way back, Sayre reported into a den mushy. You say this Lin Yu truly looks only around 10 years old, a voice came from the snail. Sir, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Lin Yu looks about the same age as the young miss, and he cut down that Sea King with a single slash. The den mushy fell silent for a moment. Sir, do you think he can help us? Sir, I believe he can. And the young miss seems rather fond of him. Early the next morning, still underway. Lin Yu was on the deck doing push-ups 999899991000. As soon as he finished, Lin Yu rose to his feet, and a clean towel was held out to him. Turning, he saw Lia smiling at him. Brother Lin Yu, why don't you wipe your sweat? Lin Yu took the towel and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. He clenched his fists, sensing the power surging within his body. As expected of the monster physique. I wonder how it compares to Charlotte Lean's steel balloon. From now on, enemies will get a blade the moment we meet. And even if they block it, this old man still knows a thing or two about fist and footwork. Lin Yu gathered his thoughts and thanked Lia. Lia, how much longer until we arrive? Let me think. About 5 more days, and we'll reach Zidala Island. Lia looked up thoughtfully. What does your Weiya Chamber of Commerce mainly deal in? Lin Yu asked curiously. This chamber had never appeared in the original story. It was probably not very big, or perhaps it disappeared later for some reason. Our Weiya Chamber mainly deals in rare minerals and maritime shipping. We're quite well known throughout the first half of the Grand Line. Lia said excitedly. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. Oh, Lia, can your chamber get hold of devil fruits? Devil fruits? Those are really expensive. Even the cheapest one costs nearly 100 million berries. We do get them occasionally. Oh, and the 2 captains of our chamber's guard have both eaten devil fruits. Hearing this, Lin Yu became interested. Oh, what fruits did they eat? I don't know exactly. One can turn into a giant rhino, and the other can turn into a leopard. They're really strong. The one who turns into a leopard, it couldn't be the cat fruit model leopard, right? Isn't that what Rob Lucci would eat in the future? Except he seems to have eaten the bear heart leopard gall model. A Yonko's right-hand man is also worth killing. Lin Yu unconsciously recited a quote from Brother Jinxing. Brother Lin Yu, what are you saying? Lia didn't hear you clearly. Lia lifted her head, a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. Lin Yu couldn't resist ruffling Lia's hair. It's nothing. Come on, let's go eat. After 5 days of sailing, the ship had more and more cargo, and more people. There was no other reason some clueless pirate crews always liked to sail up alongside them. When Lin Yu saw bounties delivered to his doorstep, he was happy to take them. He swept a burst of Conqueror's Haki over them, and occasionally gave someone a finishing cut. Those with bounties were tied up on deck. The other small fry pirates, except for a few left on their ships to steer, were thrown directly into the sea. Lin Yu looked at the treasure ransacked from several pirate crews and couldn't help grinning. Good heavens, we're rich. After carefully checking the spoils, Lin Yu found nearly 100 million berries. He also found a small wooden box under the bed in one pirate captain's room, and inside it lay a devil fruit. He picked up the devil fruit and studied it closely. It was pear-shaped, dark green, all over its surface covered with door panel-like ridges with a spiral stem on top. Lin Yu had a vague guess about the fruit's power. It might be the door fruit that Blueno ate. When he remembered how in the original story Blueno had used this god-tier fruit for odd jobs and getaways, Lin Yu couldn't help getting annoyed. During his fight with Luffy, he didn't use the fruit's power to outmaneuver him. Instead, he used Iron Body to tank the hits. It was literally Defense 1, Confidence 999. But he couldn't confirm it yet. He'd wait until he got his hands on a devil fruit encyclopedia. Ahead, the outline of an island gradually came into view on the sea's horizon. Zidala Island, the dock. Workers were moving cargo when someone raised his head toward the sea. Pirates are coming. So many pirate ships. Notify the Marines. The dock immediately erupted in chaos. Standing at the bow, Lin Yu looked out and couldn't help remarking the residents of Zidala Island are really hospitable. By the time the ship docked, the residents had already fled home. Lin Yu jumped off first, stretched, and said, "Huh? Where are all the islanders?" From the dock entrance came the sound of dense footsteps. A large group of Marines holding rifles ran over quickly, led by an officer. The Marines raised their rifles into defensive positions. The man leading them looked at Lin Yu. "This is Marine Branch 125 stationed on Zidala Island. You pirate ahead, drop your weapons and surrender, or we'll be forced to take military action." Lin Yu looked left and right, then pointed at himself. "Me? Coming pirate, your pirate ships have sailed right in, and you still won't admit it. The Marine officer in charge was about to order his men to open fire when he saw the way Lin Yu was acting. Don Uncle Damon. Brother Lin Yu is a good person. Leah, who had just stepped off the ship, shouted anxiously. After Leah explained, Damon hastily ordered the soldiers to lower their rifles and gave a slight bow. My sincere apologies, Sir Lin Yu. We mistook you for a pirate. I am Marine Captain Damon stationed on Zidala Island. It's fine. It's your duty after all. Lin Yu waved his hand indifferently. Thank you for understanding. Once we escort those pirates back to the branch and verify their bounties, we'll immediately deliver the reward money to you. Money doesn't matter. What matters is maintaining peace at sea. Just send the bounties to the Weiya Chamber of Commerce. Very well. Thank you again for your contribution to the cause of justice. After the commotion ended, Lin Yu followed Leah and the others into the island. Along the way, he was like a curious child full of interest in the exotic fruits and specialty snacks sold by the roadside. Seeing things in the manga never compared to the impact of experiencing them in person. Drinking in the island's customs and atmosphere, Lin Yu felt utterly at ease. When they passed a garishly lit storefront, two graceful beauties standing at the entrance noticed Lin Yu's handsome face and sturdy build and couldn't help calling out, "Handsome, why not come in and have some fun?" How could Lin Yu resist such temptation? He was about to step inside. Leah beside him grabbed him with a swift hand. Brother Lin Yu, that kind of place is full of bad women. Come back with Leah. Father and the rest are getting anxious. Unable to argue with the girl, Lin Yu could only silently memorize the place. Following Leah, he soon arrived before a luxurious grand manor. The guards at the main gate saw Leah and hurriedly bowed. Welcome home, miss. Inside the estate, there was first a wide, open lawn and neat rows of all kinds of flowers lined the path. Lin Yu marveled at the sight. He never expected Leah to be such a little rich girl, he thought. They reached the manor's front entrance, and two people came out. One was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes, the other wore a suit, but followed behind like a servant. The moment Leah saw him, she ran and flung herself into the man's arms. Father. What? Leah thought she'd never see you again. The middle-aged man crouched down and affectionately ruffled Leah's hair. See if you dare sneak onto the ship again. The man then stood up and looked at Lin Yu. You must be Lord Lin Yu. I am Leah's father, Oda Vaya. Thank you so much for saving Leah and the people of our merchant guild. It was merely a simple act, Mr. Vaya. Please come in, Lord Lin Yu. I have already prepared a grand banquet for you. Vaya nodded to the butler behind him, who immediately went inside to make arrangements. Under Via's invitation, Lin Yu made his way to the dining hall. The dining table was already laden with all kinds of delicacies and fruits. Vaya took the seat of honor and invited Lin Yu to sit at his right hand. No sooner had Lin Yu sat down than he began to feast ravenously. As his body grew stronger, his appetite had become ever more enormous. It seemed that the strong of the pirate world were all bottomless pits with otherworldly stomachs. Vaya began to size up Lin Yu. He had neat black hair and looked only around 10 years old, yet he was already close to 1.9 meters tall. Could this seemingly lazy youth truly cleave a sea king in a single sword stroke? While Vaya was still doubtful, Leah had already moved her seat beside Lin Yu and kept placing dishes in front of him. Brother Lin Yu, try this. This sea king meat was shipped all the way from Water 7. And this honey-brewed sweet wine is a specialty of Alabasta. Lin Yu refused nothing. Having long craved the delicacies of the pirate world, he could only think, eating like this is truly a wonderful thing. Seeing this, Vaya gave another order below. Tell the cooks to keep making food until Lord Lin Yu is fully satisfied. Wine went around 3 times, and the flavors of countless dishes were savored. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, belly distended, before him a mountain of empty plates. He patted his stomach, applied a slight bit of force, and it soon returned to its original shape. Beside him, Leah marveled, while Vaya was too astonished to speak, for Lin Yu had consumed in a single meal what their estate would normally use in a week. Mr. Vaya, thank you for your hospitality. This is the most satisfying meal I've had in half a year, Lin Yu said with a burp. Haha, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Lord Lin Yu. Vaya answered with a smile. Men, bring it out. Several guards came in carrying 5 large suitcases. The table had already been cleared by the maids. The 5 suitcases were laid before Lin Yu and opened all at once. What met his eyes was a mountain of berries. Lord Lin Yu, here is 100 million berries as compensation for rescuing Leah and escorting them back. Oh, this is too generous. Lin Yu honestly pulled the cases a little closer. Please, Lord Lin Yu, you must accept it. That's right, Brother Lin Yu, just take it. You did save Leah after all. Ahem, well then I'll reluctantly accept it. If you ever run into any trouble, feel free to let me know, Lin Yu said with a smile. Seeing that Lin Yu had accepted, Vaya sighed with relief, and then spoke with a troubled expression. Lord Lin Yu, the Vaya Merchant Guild really has run into a bit of trouble lately. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, Mr. Vaya, please speak freely. As you may know, our Vaya Merchant Guild mainly deals in the business of rare minerals. Recently, our Vaya Merchant Guild has been targeted by Joker in the black market. He wants me to sell the Vaya Merchant Guild to him at an extremely low price, or else he'll resort to force. Daffy should have monopolized the black industry chain of the North Blue by now. If he had set his sights on the Vaya Merchant Guild, it was probably because making weapons required minerals. Lin Yu thought, that's just his style. Lord Lin Yu, you know Joker. I know of him, but he doesn't know me. Most of our merchant guild's recent ships have been attacked by pirates. According to people in the black market, Joker seems to have connections with the celestial dragons. Lord Lin Yu, if you can help us get through this crisis, I am willing to give you 20 of the guild's shares. Vi knew very well that without enough strength to back it up on the sea, the wealth in one's hands would become a death warrant. His opponent was Joker, who monopolized the underground black market's arms and human trafficking and had ties to the celestial dragons. With the power at his disposal, he could crush Vi easily. This young man before him, young in years but extraordinary in strength, was his best hope right now. Dafi's underground criminal empire was evidently already expanding toward the Grand Line. It happened to be the perfect timing to go see Roger's execution. The heavenly Guixu. I wonder if he can withstand a single sword stroke of mine. Mr. Vi, I accept. Lin Yu agreed readily. Thank you for accepting my request. But before that, could you perhaps demonstrate a little of your strength? Vi spoke in a probing tone. Mr. Vi, do you not trust me? No, it's just that the one we're up against is that Joker. I wouldn't want Lord Lin Yu to be hurt because of overconfidence. Lin Yu understood. After all, one would be staking their life and property on a stranger. How about this? I heard from Leah that your guild's guard has 2 devil fruit users. They should be your strongest hands, right? Yes, Lord Lin Yu. Find a place and have them come fight me. The group walked out of the estate and arrived at a wide stretch of grassland. Before long, 2 guards rushed over. Allow me to introduce you. This is our guild's honored guest, Lin Yu. Lord Lin Yu, these are our guild guard, Captain Noel and Vice Captain Nodin. Lin Yu looked at their similar faces. Are these 2 brothers? At Via's signal, Noel spoke first. Yes, Lord Lin Yu. Nodin and I are twin brothers. All right, both of you activate your martial souls and come at me together. I mean, use your devil fruit transformations. Noel saw Vi nod at him, then led Nodin to stand opposite Lin Yu and assumed a fighting stance. Noel let out a great roar as his clothes were torn apart by bulging muscles, his bones cracked with loud snaps, and his height suddenly shot up to over 2 meters. Fine golden leopard spots rapidly spread from his neck all the way down his body. His human hands stretched and broadened, his nails turning into pitch-black sharp beast claws. His features twisted and reshaped rapidly, brow bones protruding, sharp leopard ears piercing through his scalp. Beside him, Nodin also activated his fruit power. His skeleton expanded wildly outward, stretching his frame and abruptly raising his height by several feet. Thick, grayish-brown hide quickly crawled over his entire body. Layer upon layer of heavy keratin covered his shoulders, back, chest, and limbs, while a thick spiral rhinoceros horn jutted from the center of his forehead. Sensing the ferocious wild aura radiating from the 2 men, Lin Yu, who was seeing Zoan-type devil fruit users transform for the first time, felt mostly curiosity. Watch out, Lord Lin Yu. In this form, Nodin and I can't control our strength very well. The moment he finished speaking, Noel shot forward like a yellow lightning bolt, swiftly appeared behind Lin Yu and lashed out with a claw. Meanwhile, Nodin charged forward from the front with the crushing momentum of trampling everything in his path. Facing the fierce assault of the 2, Lin Yu remained utterly calm. A violent burst of air suddenly erupted around him as dark violet thunderbolts expanded savagely outward with world-shaking momentum. The ground beneath his feet began to crack apart. Caught in the shockwave, the 2 Noor brothers were blasted backward, then slammed heavily into the earth, frothing at the mouth and forced out of their transformation. Even Leah and her father, watching from afar, felt that world-destroying pressure. Their robes were sent billowing by the raging purple thunderclap. Brother Lin Yu, incredible. Leah cheered at Lin Yu. In Wei Ya's heart, enormous waves were already churning. This pressure, this power, it's conqueror's hockey. Wei Ya, a knowledgeable man, knew exactly what this meant. In these seas it awakened only in those with the qualities of a king, 1 in a million. And those who had awakened conqueror's hockey all went on to become supreme powers of the sea. Staring at the kingly aura on the young man before him, Wei Ya even felt an impulse to kneel and submit. The future seas would surely have a place for him. At the thought, Wei Ya hurried forward. Lord Lin Yu, after sensing your overwhelming power, the Wei Ya Chamber of Commerce wishes to place itself under your command. Wei Ya knew that on this sea where the strong preyed upon the weak, only absolute power could control one's own fate. If the Wei Ya Chamber could board such a mighty ship, it would never have to move cautiously again. Its future would be incalculable. Hearing this, Lin Yu could not help but think much more highly of Wei Ya. Having come to this pirate world to live carefree and pleased, Lin Yu knew money was essential. Beyond that, he needed power of his own. Accepting the Wei Ya Chamber's loyalty was a deal that could only profit. Mr. Wei Ya, I accept your proposal. From now on, the Wei Ya Chamber is under my protection. That's splendid. The Wei Ya Chamber will now support your every action, Lord Chairman. Wei Ya was overjoyed. It's better if you remain as chairman. I'm not suited for those matters. If any blind fool tries to do anything to the chamber, just inform me. I'll make them regret ever being born. A cruel smile crossed Lin Yu's face as he turned and walked back inside. Leah followed behind him like a little tail. Brother Lin Yu, the move you used earlier was so cool. Can you teach it to me? The group returned to the living room of the manor. The 2 Noir brothers lay sprawled on the grass. As soon as he was back in the living room, Wei Ya blurted out, Lord Lin Yu, how exactly do you plan to deal with Joker? Roger's execution was going to be quite a lively affair, Lin Yu mused. I have my own plan. First prepare a ship for me, and make sure to include a navigator and a cook. Where would Lord Lin Yu like to go? Rogue Town. But my lord, we're currently in the first half of the Grand Line. To reach Rogue Town in the East Blue quickly we'd have to cross the calm belt. Don't worry, I have a way. Wei Ya quickly gave the order, and before long a large ship was made ready. Lin Yu recalled that less than 2 weeks remained before Roger's execution. He was eager to meet the Pirate King from the original tale and witness that legendary scene. After supplies were loaded, Lin Yu hurried aboard and waved goodbye to Leah. Leah, I'll teach you the sword when I get back. Leah lifted her head, straining to keep her tears from falling. Brother Lin Yu, I'll wait for you. Lin Yu set off on his journey to Rogue Town. The navigator on board was none other than his old acquaintance Sire, who was holding the eternal pose pointing to Rogue Town. Lord Lin Yu, how are we supposed to cross the calm belt? There are many sea kings in the calm belt, and there's no wind at all. Our ship wouldn't move an inch. Sea kings are exactly what I need. Just keep sailing. Remembering Lin Yu's terrifying strength, Sire said no more. After several days they finally reached the waters at the edge of the calm belt. Lin Yu spread his observation hockey to the limit, and at last found his target, launching a slash into the sea. The previously calm water abruptly caved downward, and a massive shadow swelled rapidly beneath the surface. With a deafening boom, a colossal sea ox several hundred meters long burst through the sea, its mountain-sized body surging skyward amid towering waves. Its thick, curved horns gleamed with a dull sheen, the signature golden nose ring on its snout, and its mottled blue-gray hide drenched in cascading seawater. A savage, overbearing pressure rushed at them. Isn't this Moo Moo? Seeing the sight, Lin Yu could not help remembering that sea ox from the original story. The sea ox stared at Lin Yu and let out a roar that made the air hum. The ship instantly burst into chaos. Only Sire, in knowing Lin Yu's strength, remained comparatively calm, yet his hands upon the helm were faintly sweating. Lin Yu raised his eyes slightly and released his conqueror's hockey with a bang. The violent pressure locked onto the giant beast in an instant. Its enormous frame trembled, its huge head dropped, and it lay docilely atop the sea. Lin Yu jumped onto its massive head, and while stroking it kept releasing frightening pressure. That's a good boy. Do me a small favor, okay? The sea ox gave a wrong nod. Lin Yu ordered the crew to tie the prepared ropes to its head. Good. From now on your name is Moo Moo. Swim steadily. I don't like being rocked when I sleep. Moo. Moo. Lin Yu returned to the deck, lay down on a sun lounger, drank the apple juice a maid had brought, and watched the dumbfounded crew. Why are you all standing there frozen? See, now we have propulsion in the calm belt. And isn't this Sea King quite gentle? After a day of sailing, Lin Yu passed through the calm belt and reached the East Blue. Sire, if we sail by ourselves, how much longer to Rogue Town? About 5 days, Lord Lin Yu. Thinking that only 3 days were left before Roger's execution, Lin Yu, who had originally planned to release Moo Moo after crossing the calm belt, could only squeeze a little more work out of the beast. You agree, don't you, Moo Moo? Moo. Moo Moo, good. Then let's go. Thus a fantastic sight appeared in the East Blue. Someone saw a giant sea ox pulling a ship at immense speed. In the end, thanks to Moo Moo's selfless dedication, Lin Yu reached Rogue Town just before Roger's execution. The spectacle of the giant sea ox towing the ship caused quite a stir, and Lin Yu sensed several gazes cast at him from inside Rogue Town. It seemed quite a crowd had gathered. Lin Yu could hardly wait to meet them. Moo Moo, go play on your own for now. If you dare run away, you know my methods. Lin Yu smiled and raised his fist. Moo. East Blue Rogue Town. This is the birthplace of the Pirate King Roger, the very starting point of the tale, and today his life would likewise meet its end here. Lin Yu entered Rogue Town alone. Drawn by word of Roger's execution, pirates, marines, agents, and reporters from every corner of the world had converged upon the town. Time soon reached noon. The crowd in the execution square grew denser and denser, and the marines held the masses at bay from the scaffold, maintaining a tense order. As the moment of the execution neared, Lin Yu caught sight of some familiar silhouettes. Moria, clad in Gothic black, was not yet the pirate world's #1 shut-in. Right now, he was brimming with ambition to become the next Pirate King. In Lin Yu's eyes it seemed like hubris, yet Moria was unquestionably devoted to his comrades. After Kaido had given him a lesson, he might be someone worth approaching. In the distance a man draped in a green cape, Monkey D. Dragon. At this time his face had not yet borne the mark of Garp's supreme great slipper. Dracul Mihawk, the future strongest swordsman in the world, sensed Lin Yu's gaze and studied him with those hawk-like eyes. Catching sight of the Guixu at Lin Yu's waist, his eyes brimmed with unconcealed fighting spirit. Can't I even get a single glimpse, Hawkeye-chan? How stingy. In the alley nearby, Doflamingo, dressed in his flamingo regalia and wearing his signature flame-shaped red sunglasses, wore a contemptuous grin. Still laughing at? I've come to collect you. At this, the young Doflamingo gave an involuntary shiver as though he had been targeted by someone. Also present in the square was Smoker, the future chain smoker, who was still just a little brat. Red hair straw hat upon his head could not help but weep. Buggy the clown, the future true owner of the Luck Luck fruit. And Lin Yu noticed a figure that struck him as somewhat familiar. Slicked back hair and overcoat draped over his shoulders, a cigar clamped between his lips. These traits pointed unmistakably to Crocodile, the man who could go 50-50 with anyone. But when Lin Yu looked at the voluptuous, icily gorgeous woman in the distance, he thought she was the very image of a mafia queen. Then it dawned on him. So that was it. That crocodile fellow really had gone to Ivankov for that kind of operation. An uproar rose from the distant crowd. Through his observation hockey Lin, you could clearly sense a presence that made his heart pound with dread. The measured sound of footsteps came from afar, drawing every eye in the crowd. 2 guards led the way with drawn swords, and a figure in a red captain's coat, hands bound in shackles, slowly emerged. His strides were steady and forceful, and his face carried a smile, as if what was approaching was anything but death. Roger ascended the high platform step by step. Below, the straw-hatted and red-nosed figures had long since dissolved into rivers of tears. Roger reached the summit of the execution platform and looked down upon the crowd with a smile. All those below, whether the unruly pirate rookies or the ambitious schemers of the age, seeing that Roger still wore a smile as death loomed, felt themselves subdued by his overbearing spirit. In reverent silence, they bid farewell to the final journey of this extraordinary man. Even Lin Yu felt a thunderous shock. Seeing it with one's own eyes was far more stirring than any account could ever be. Some say it was a single phrase from Roger that opened the great pirate era, dragging countless common folk into its wake. Others claim that Roger preserved the embers of truth, planting through his own death the seeds of revolt against unjust rule, a hero who guided the new epic. In Lin Yu's view, the pirate king Roger had spent his life in pursuit of freedom in its purest form. Having learned the truth of this world, and foreseeing precisely the consequences of his actions, he still resolutely went through with it, trading his life for the possibility of the entire world searching for truth and chasing after freedom. He bore the infamy of a corrupted age and illuminated the path of truth with his own life. A pirate king beyond any doubt. On the high platform, Roger seemed to sense something and turned his gaze toward Lin Yu, smiling even more broadly. Roger sat cross-legged upon the high platform like a conquering king. Just as the execution was about to commence, the true founder of the great pirate era, that man finally shouted out those words, "Pirate King. Where did you hide all the treasure you gathered? It's in the Grand Line, isn't it? You've definitely got it. That legendary great treasure, the one and only supreme treasure, One Piece. You are forbidden to speak without permission." One of the execution guards bellowed, yet he could not hold back Roger's final testament. Roger burst into wanton laughter, his mighty voice sweeping across the square. Relayed by the den mushy below the scaffold, it thundered across the seas. All over the world, numberless people stood transfixed before broadcast screens. "You want my treasure? If you want it, you may have it all. Go and search. I have left everything in that very place." As the 2 long swords pierced through Roger's body, the pirate king's life at last drew its final curtain. Yet no one below paid any attention to the form run through by the blades. The entire square lapsed into a brief stillness. The whole world went crazy. People everywhere flung their arms up and roared, greed and zeal burning in their eyes. The square was engulfed by a torrent of cries to set sail. Lobetown Square seethed with noise. At the shore, some had already boarded small boats and set out for the open sea. The great pirate era, an age belonging to everyone, had officially begun. The sky was overcast with black clouds, as if the world itself grieved for Roger's passing. Fine raindrops pattered down from above. A new era is truly coming, Lin Yu could not help but sigh. Beneath the platform, Shanks pressed his straw hat low, weeping silently. Moria, Hawkeye, Doflamingo, and the others began to quietly slip away. As Lin Yu left, the square cell was already waiting at the street corner. "Lord Lin Yu, the supplies have been purchased. Where shall we go from here?" "No rush. I'll first go teach a clown a lesson. You all return to the ship and wait for me." "Understood, Lord Lin Yu." Just as he was about to set out in search of Doflamingo, someone blocked Lin Yu's path. The newcomer wore an open short coat of wine-red fabric with floral patterns. A small cross dagger pendant hung from his neck, and his gilded hawk-like eyes were sharp and narrow. It was none other than Hawkeye Mihawk. He still looked quite young in this era. Though he had yet to become the world's greatest swordsman, his fame had already spread throughout the new world. Mihawk spoke first. "I am Mihawk. I sense that you too are a tremendously strong swordsman. How about a duel?" Lin Yu looked at Mihawk, who reminded him of the Zorro of the future, and answered with a smile, "Mihawk, is it? I'll remember you. My name is Lin Yu, but I have something to handle at the moment. If you want to fight, you may wait for me aboard the Weiyao Merchant Association's ship at the dock. I'll be glad to oblige at any time." The instant the words left his mouth, Lin Yu leaped up and vanished from Mihawk's sight. "Lin Yu, I'll remember you." Meanwhile, in the coastal waters of Lobetown, Doflamingo had already returned to his ship. Treble, with snot trailing from his nose, sidled up and asked Nene Daffy how was it. "Merely the remnants of a bygone era. The future belongs to me," Doflamingo said disdainfully. "By the way, have we dealt with that merchant guild in the Grand Line? That mineral channel is of great use to us." "Nene, not yet. They simply don't know what's good for them. Fufufu, then just wipe them out." Doflamingo let out a wild, unbridled laugh. "Who exactly do you intend to wipe out, little Daffy?" A mocking voice echoed from the bow of the ship. Doflamingo and his men abruptly turned around, only to see a black-haired youth with a sword standing at the bow, appearing as if out of nowhere. "Who are you, brat? Tired of living? Virgo, standing beside Doflamingo, spoke first. Who I am doesn't matter. All you need to remember is that the Guixu Trading Company is under my protection now. Lin Yu jumped onto the deck. Arrogant. Die brat. Diamante thrust his rapier at Lin Yu's face. His figure dashed forward, his western sword moving so fast only a blur was visible. Impossible. Diamante cried out in terror, for his full-powered thrust had been effortlessly caught between two fingers of the youth before him. Even Doflamingo's eyes behind his sunglasses widened slightly. Your sword is too slow, Lin Yu replied with a yawn, a hint of mockery in his tone. Before Diamante could react, Lin Yu turned deftly and delivered a powerful side kick that slammed heavily into his chest and abdomen. With a dull thud, Diamante was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He crashed through the deck railing and landed heavily in the distant sea. Fufufu, you've got some skill, brat. How about joining the Don Quixote family? Then I'll let bygones be bygones regarding your assault on my family. Doflamingo walked over to Lin Yu with a smile. Someone who could take down Diamante so easily must be quite strong. Treble stepped forward to chime in. Nana, young man, follow Daffy. He possesses the qualities of a king. Sorry, but you're not qualified for that. As for that kingly quality you mentioned, I seem to have it too, and it's far stronger than yours. In an instant, an overbearing aura erupted from Lin Yu and shot into the sky, filling the air with dark purple lightning. Around him, ordinary crew members collapsed one after another, and even the officers were pressed to the ground by the force. What a joke. This aura. Doflamingo, the strongest of the Don Quixote family, and also a user of Conqueror's Haki, was struggling to keep himself upright. His pupils trembled behind his sunglasses. All traces of his former arrogance vanished from his face. Grinding his silver teeth, he stared at the youth in disbelief. When had he ever provoked someone like this? Lin Yu walked up to Doflamingo, looking down at him as he knelt on one knee under the pressure of Conqueror's Haki. You haven't answered my question yet. Who do you want to destroy, little Daffy? Don't get too cocky, you bastard. Doflamingo, who had never suffered such humiliation, roared with veins bulging on his forehead. A similarly awe-inspiring aura burst forth violently. Rings of black-red lightning crackling like spiderwebs from the clash of Conqueror's Haki scattered outward. Compared with Lin Yu's, Doflamingo's Haki seemed more immature. Where Lin Yu's Haki was pure royal might, Doflamingo's seethed with brutality and arrogance. Seizing the moment when their Haki collided, Doflamingo subtly curled his fingers and shot several slender, yet razor-sharp five-color strings from his fingertips aimed straight at Lin Yu's throat. Lin Yu did not dodge. He calmly watched Doflamingo making his sudden move. Die. I am the future king. No one can defeat me. A bloodthirsty, cruel glint appeared in Doflamingo's eyes, as if he could already see the head of the man before him flying off. What's going on? Why doesn't it feel like cutting into flesh as usual? An irrepressible sense of shock surfaced on Doflamingo's face. He saw that Lin Yu's neck had suddenly been covered with a layer of black armament Haki, and his threads could not advance an inch. Lin Yu reached out, grabbed the threads around his neck, and clenched them in his hand. With a slight exertion, crack, crack, crack. The supposedly sturdy threads were crushed like noodles. In that moment of Doflamingo's daze, a huge jet-black hand glowing with red veins shot out. An irresistible force seized Doflamingo's neck in a vice-like grip, and Lin Yu lifted him off the ground with one hand. This scene shook Doflamingo's arrogant heart to its core. At that moment, the overbearing aura on Lin Yu intensified abruptly. Dark purple lightning, even denser than before, filled the sky. Streaks of purple thunderbolts like divine punishment clashed and scraped against one another, causing the surrounding sea to churn violently. Doflamingo's Haki was now crushed into submission. What a joke. How can the gap be this huge? Streams of blood flowed from the corners of Doflamingo's mouth, dripping from his chin onto the deck. He gritted his teeth hard, refusing to yield before this overwhelming Haki. Do you feel the gap between us now, little Daffy? Lin Yu wore a smile on his face. But that smile seemed somewhat sinister in Doflamingo's eyes. It was the first time Lin Yu had recently unleashed his full Haki without reservation. Feeling the intensity of his Haki, he knew there would be no shortage of opportunities in the future to cure people of their kingly addiction. Doflamingo, still gritting his teeth in desperate resistance, ultimately tilted his head to the side and passed out completely. Thus Doflamingo was defeated. Lin Yu casually tossed Doflamingo onto the deck and walked over to Treble, Virgo, and the others who were pressed to the ground. The officers were staring in terror as the figure wreathed in dark purple lightning approached them. Treble, with tears and snot streaming down his face, spoke, Sir, we know we were wrong. Everything the Don Quixote family possesses now is yours for the taking. Just please spare Daffy. With a look of disgust, Lin Yu stepped away from Treble. If you'd been like this from the start, I wouldn't have been forced to reason with you. I'm not interested in Doflamingo's life, but since you attacked me, you'll have to pay a price. You have 1 month to hand over 500 million berries and all the devil fruits in your possession. Don't try any tricks. You know what I'm capable of. Yes, sir. I guarantee that within a month, no, within 2 weeks, the items will be delivered to you. Treble hurriedly knelt on the ground and answered. Once you've assembled everything, deliver it to the Guixu Trading Company on Zidala Island. You know the consequences of not sending it. Lin Yu retracted his Conqueror's Haki and waved his hand. Alright, see you next time. Don't entertain improper thoughts. After Lin Yu left, Treble got up checking on Doflamingo's condition while ordering Virgo to fish Diamante out of the sea. When Doflamingo woke up, he opened his blood-stained mouth and laughed heartily. Fufufu, we really picked a fight with someone we shouldn't have. Prepare everything he asked for. The Weiya Trading Company. Interesting. It seems this era is destined to be anything but peaceful. Lin Yu had already returned to the ship where Mihawk had been waiting. I felt that, Haki. You are strong. Then do you still dare to fight me? In a duel of swords, I'm confident I won't lose to anyone. Lin Yu and Hawkeye disembarked and made their way to the coast. The clamor of Roger's execution still echoed through the streets and alleys. All that lay on the shore were withered weeds and jagged rocks. Hawkeye Mihawk stood on the beach, his voluminous black cloak trailing to the ground. The supreme grade black blade Yuru rested slantwise on his shoulder, the gilded cruciform hilt gleaming with cold light. Lin Yu stood not far in front of him, Guixu slung casually at his waist. Mihawk broke the silence first, not using Conqueror's haki. Wasn't this a duel of swordsmanship? The two exchanged a smile. Mihawk brought Yoru down, resting its point on the ground, and stood it before him. Lin Yu also drew Guixu and held it across his chest. Mihawk raised the black blade, his sword intent slowly rising around him. The wild weeds across the wasteland were pressed flat by the invisible pressure. In a flash, Mihawk surged forward. Without further probing, Yoru swept out in a horizontal slash. A pale cyan sword chi screamed toward Lin Yu, who lifted his blade to block. Clang! The violent collision split the rocks along the shore. Two formidable sword intents crashed head-on, cracking the earth into spiderweb-like fissures, and a wild gale swirled around them. Mihawk's attacks continued undiminished. Wielding Yoru with both hands, he unleashed a stream of rapid, sharp, economical slashes. Lin Yu stayed calm, spinning Guixu in his hand to deflect them all. Seeing that close combat gave him no advantage, Mihawk bounded backward to create distance and sent several pale cyan sword chi tearing through the air toward Lin Yu. Retaliating in kind, Lin Yu slashed out a silver sword chi with Guixu. The two collided in a thunderous burst. The air was suddenly still, then a deafening impact rang out. The ground was carved into a ravine dozens of meters deep. The massive clash drew a crowd, and more than one sharp-eyed onlooker noticed. Isn't that Hawkeye Mihawk so famous in the New World lately? They say he's already cut down several pirate swordsmen with bounties over 100 million. Who's that man opposite him? He's actually holding his own against Hawkeye Mihawk. The chatter around them went on, but it did not affect the two fighters in the least. Excellent swordsmanship, Lin Yu said in admiration. Not bad yourself. Now it's my turn. With the words still hanging in the air, Lin Yu vanished. Alarms blared in Mihawk's mind, and he unleashed his observation haki to the utmost, twisting sideways as he brought Yoru behind him to parry. The strike was narrowly deflected, the blade wind grazed past Mihawk's shoulder and blasted a gash into the ground, startling the surrounding crowd into stepping back. The two clashed once more, blade light weaving a tangled net through the air as cyan and silver sword chi exploded against one another. The jagged rocks on the beach had long been ground to dust, which swept across the scene with the sea breeze. Under Lin Yu's fierce offensive, Mihawk's defense was gradually broken through, and he took wounds. After 100 exchanges, both halted at the same time and faced each other, blades held ready. Mihawk's breath was slightly ragged. Meeting Lin Yu's eyes, he spoke first. Let the next strike decide this. Give me everything you have. Lin Yu's expression grew serious. Very well. Both surged with all their might. Yoru wrapped itself in layer after layer of armament haki, as Lin Yu gripped Guixu, unleashing his sky-splitting sword intent to the fullest. This slash is called sky-splitting. Black blade flash. Guixu and Yoru collided headlong with dreadful force, and the impact shook the entire coast. Turbid waves thick with sand and mud swept outward. The onlookers screamed and stumbled backward. One person fell onto the rubble and pointed at the sky in horror. The sky has split open. All eyes followed his finger. The clouds above had been torn into a savage rift by that collision. At the point where their blades met, the air trembled violently and let out a piercing shriek like glass about to shatter. Lin Yu's and Mihawk's robes snapped in the fierce currents. The ground beneath their feet first dented into a perfect circular pit, then exploded apart. The coast within 100 meters was sheared off by 2 meters, and seawater poured in. I lost. Mihawk's voice came a little hoarse. His shoulder was soaked in blood, and he sank to the ground. Lin Yu sheathed his blade, his white robes stained with a little dust. You still held back on that slash. Mihawk knew the blade had shifted at the last moment. Otherwise his shoulder would not have been the worst of it. All right. It's not like we're mortal enemies. Besides, if I lost you, I'd be missing a fine future rival. Lin Yu walked up and extended his hand to Mihawk. A worthy future rival. Mihawk stared at Lin Yu's outstretched hand, his hawk-like eyes shimmering with complicated emotions. Mihawk moved. He did not take Lin Yu's hand. Instead, he pressed Yoru into the sand beside him and slowly pushed himself upright, both hands braced on the hilt. Blood dripped down his arm, staining dark red blotches into the sand, but his spine remained straight as a ramrod. He raised his blood-soaked right hand, the broad palm hanging in the air for an instant before grasping Lin Yu's hand firmly. I will grow stronger. Mihawk stared into Lin Yu's eyes, his voice resolute. Next time you won't need to shift that slash. Lin Yu grinned, shook Mihawk's hand vigorously, and said, I'll be waiting. Releasing the hand, Mihawk bent down and pulled Yoru out of the sand. The motion pulled at his wounded shoulder, and his brow twitched almost imperceptibly. He lifted the blade back to his shoulder. Blood trickled down the gilded cruciform hilt and dripped onto the ground. He turned to face the sea. The small boat had already come silently ashore at some point. After 2 steps, he stopped, tilted his head, and cast a look at Guixu at Lin Yu's waist. He spoke just one sentence, that move of yours deserves the name sky-splitting. Without another word, he stepped lightly aboard the boat. Only when the little boat became a black, fading into the sea's gleam, did Lin Yu finally look away. He looked down at his still outstretched hand. Mihawk's blood had dried across his palm, leaving patches of brown. He wiped his palm casually with his sleeve and turned to head back. The crowd parted for him automatically, and as he passed, one bold soul dared to ask, May I ask your name, sir? And what was that sword move called? Lin Yu. Sky-splitting. Only those words hung in the air. The next day's newspaper was the only thing that lingered in memory. Under the front-page account of Roger's execution was a line, Hawkeye Mihawk defeated at the hands of the sky-splitting swordsman Lin Yu. Far away on Zidala Island, Leah excitedly showed the newspaper to Weya. Father, look. Brother Lin Yu is amazing. New World Wano country. Sky-splitting. Quite the claim. Kaido took a hard gulp of liquor, rivulets spilling over his fangs, a battle-hungry gleam blazing in his eyes. So that brat Mihawk lost. Interesting. I want to see whether his blade can split my dragon scales. In the seas of Wangwa, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was stuffing an entire island cake in her mouth, while a trembling maid handed her the newspaper the newsboy had just brought. She chewed a couple of times, cheeks puffed, then stopped abruptly. Her glossy lips stretched into an exaggerated grin. Sky-splitting swordsman. Huh. Mama loves talented swordsmen. On the deck of the Moby Dick Whitebeard, Edward Newgate read the paper and laughed heartily. A new era is coming. Time for the young folk to rise. In the office of Fleet Admiral Kong at Marine Headquarters, Marineford Vice Admiral Tru slapped the newspaper onto the desk and adjusted her glasses. Another swordsman stirring up trouble. Newcomers are emerging faster and faster. Garp sat leisurely on the sofa, crunching on rice crackers, and mumbled indistinctly, sky-splitting. Arrogant enough, I like it. Sengoku shot him a glare, then fixed his eyes on the name, Lin Yu, in the paper, his brows sinking low. The sea breeze flipped the newspaper pages. Beneath the line, Hawkeye Mihawk defeated by sky-splitting swordsman Lin Yu, a line of small print was printed, probably added casually by some editor. The tide of the era is about to turn. Lin Yu returned to the ship, and Sire and the others wore faces full of fervor. Lord Lin Yu, that was Hawkeye Mihawk. You actually defeated someone of that caliber. The maid beside them had stars shining in her eyes. Lin Yu reclined in a deck chair and waved a hand. The Joker matter is settled. Notify Weya that someone will come by in a few days to deliver some goods. Yes, Lord Lin Yu. Where do we head next? Find me an island with a Shimatsuki village on it. That's where we're going next. Lin Yu lay there pondering what lay ahead. This trip to Shimatsuki village was to gauge the strength of Shimatsuki Koshiro, suspected in the original story to be a great swordsman. At this time, Kumina was probably not yet born, so he could also remind them to be wary of that supreme great blade. Sire immediately arranged for people to enter Lode Town to inquire about Shimatsuki village, and soon learned its location. Sire set sail. Next stop, Shimatsuki village. Yes, Lord Lin Yu. The next morning, Lin Yu exercised on the deck as usual. A news bird flew overhead. Lin Yu stood up, waved, and bought a newspaper for 50 berries. Beneath the headline about Roger's execution, his battle with Hawkeye Mihawk was also reported, with a striking photo of their final clash. That Morgans really has people everywhere, Lin Yu thought. Heaven-slashing sword master. I like it. The voyage had been uneventful, perhaps thanks to the Moo pulling the ship, and no foolhardy fools came their way. Ever since experiencing the speed of a sea king pulling the ship, Lin Yu had grown unaccustomed to slow sailboats. Shimatsuki village sat on an unremarkable island in the east blue. At the village entrance, 2 old banyan trees stood with gnarled intertwined roots. As Lin Yu walked along the village path, several boys carrying bamboo swords came running out. One of them nearly bumped into him, quickly bowed his head to apologize, then glanced curiously at the Guixu at Lin Yu's waist. Hello, could I ask you something? Lin Yu said hastily. The boy looked at Lin Yu, who was only a few years older than himself, and was smiling warmly. What is it, brother? I'm a wandering swordsman. I heard that Koshiro of the Ishin Dojo in Shimatsuki village is quite skilled, so I've come to visit. You're looking for my master. Are you here to learn swordsmanship too? My master's swordsmanship is amazing. Sort of. Little brother, could you show me the way? No problem. It's not far, just follow me. Then thanks. Lin Yu followed the boy and soon arrived at the entrance of a dojo. The door was half open and the wooden floor gleamed with the warm luster of years of polishing. I'll go get my master. Wait here. Before Lin Yu could answer, the boy dashed into the dojo like the wind. Soon a man wearing round glasses and plain kimono appeared at the entrance. Master Koshiro, Lin Yu spoke first. Koshiro looked at Lin Yu and smiled gently. A guest from afar? Please come in and sit. The tea was coarse, its steam curling upward. The two sat facing each other at a low table in a corner of the dojo with a dish of roasted beans between them. You must be Lin Yu, the heaven-slashing sword master. Koshiro took a sip of tea. That is me. Lin Yu hadn't expected to be recognized at a glance. You didn't come here just for a cup of tea, I imagine. Koshiro glanced at the Guixu at Lin Yu's waist. That's a fine blade. What is it called? Guixu. A fine name. Are you here to spar with me? I'm only the master of a small dojo. I doubt I have the skill for that. That may not be true. The surname Shimatsuki is hardly ordinary. Koshiro's pupils trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. It seems you know quite a bit. It looks like this battle is unavoidable. This place is too small. Shall we go somewhere else? I was thinking the same thing. The two figures vanished from where they stood and reappeared at the peak of the hill behind the dojo. The wind on the peak was much stronger than at the foot of the hill. Their robes flapped audibly in the wind. Beneath their feet was a blue-gray rocky summit, and a few stunted pines dotted the surroundings. Koshiro raised the Wado Ikemanji in his hand. The blade made no sound as it left the sheath. The sword was pure white with a gentle luster flowing along its edge, as if it had become one with Koshiro. Lin Yu slowly drew Guixu its tip, pointing toward the ground. Please, Koshiro said. Before the word faded, Lin Yu moved. Guixu slashed down diagonally with the sound of tearing air. This strike held nothing back. He wanted to see just how skilled this Shimatsuki swordsman truly was. Koshiro turned sideways, the Wado Ikemanji rotating close to his wrist. It slipped past the back of Guixu by a hair's breadth, and with a slight tilt of the blade, he redirected Lin Yu's force into empty air. Lin Yu shifted his footwork and delivered a horizontal slash from a sideways stance. This time it was faster. Guixu turned into a silver arc sweeping across with the aura of cutting through all things. Where the blade passed, loose rocks on the ground silently split into two, the cuts smooth as mirrors. Koshiro retreated half a step and raised the Wado Ikemanji vertically to block. At the moment the blades clashed, there was no tremendous noise, only a soft ting like porcelain bowls touching. Both of them sank an inch into the ground, and cracks burst across the rocky summit, spreading outward. A fine blade, Koshiro said, looking at Guixu through his lenses, his voice still gentle. Its momentum is formidable, as if it would split everything before it. Lin Yu didn't answer. Guixu lashed out 3 consecutive slashes, each fiercer than the last. The blade light wove a silver net in the twilight, enveloping Koshiro entirely. But Koshiro remained where he was, deflecting all 3 slashes with subtle shifts of his body and turns of his wrist. The trajectory of Wado Ikemanji was round and smooth as taiji. Every move deflected force, borrowed momentum, and guided the flow. Lin Yu frowned slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a fighting style. His blade felt as if it were slashing into the sea, never reaching the bottom. My turn. Koshiro suddenly spoke. He stepped forward. The step was light, but Lin Yu's observation haki blared an alarm. Wado Ikemanji slashed upward from below with incredible speed. All one could see was a flash of white. Lin Yu pressed Guixu down to block. The blades clashed again, and this time he truly felt an endless stream of force surging from Wado Ikemanji, layer upon layer like the tide, numbing his grip. Such powerful soft force, Lin Yu thought in alarm. He hastily leaped backward to create distance, gripped the hilt of Guixu with both hands, and took a deep breath. The heaven-slashing sword intent surged again, and a terrifying aura coiled around him. Master received this strike. The silver light of Guixu blazed brighter. He swung his sword, and in that moment it seemed the only thing in heaven and earth was that arc of silver-white light, hurtling toward Koshiro with devastating world-smashing momentum. Koshiro stood his ground without retreating. He gripped Wado Ikemanji with both hands, held the blade across his chest, and closed his eyes. The white light flowed rapidly along the edge. He opened his eyes and thrust. Wado Ikemanji shot out to meet Guixu's slash. No flashy movement, just the simplest straight thrust. White light burst from the tip of the blade, transforming into an extremely thin white line in the air. That line precisely pierced the weakest point of the heaven-slashing sword intent. Boom. Dust exploded across the mountaintop with pine needles and shattered rocks spraying into the air. The dust settled. They stood but a few paces apart, Lin Yu's Guixu hovering above Koshiro's head, the blade's edge already grazing the stray hairs on his forehead. A fraction more, and it would draw blood. Meanwhile, Koshiro's Wado Ikemanji rested half an inch from Lin Yu's throat, its white gleam still lingering, leaving a faint trace in the air. Both stopped at the same instant. Lin Yu gazed at Koshiro, who stood close, and saw that the eyes behind those glasses remained calm and composed. Suddenly he burst into laughter and sheathed his blade. Excellent. Shimatsuki Koshiro, truly worthy of your reputation. Koshiro too slowly returned Wado Ikemanji to its sheath, the blade letting out a clear, crisp ring. He adjusted his glasses, a few strands of hair sliced off by Guixu drifting down in the breeze. He glanced at them and smiled. The sky-cleaving sword hero lives up to his name as well. The two exchanged smiles, standing shoulder to shoulder on the cliff's edge, the distant clouds scattered and torn by the sword aura from earlier, hanging ragged along the horizon. Gazing at the unsettled clouds, Koshiro spoke softly. Your understanding of the sword has already forged its own path. You deserve the name Sky Cleaver. But Guixu's edge is too fierce. From time to time you should learn to leave 3/10 of a margin. Lin Yu fell silent for a moment, then nodded. I've learned. Lin Yu had sensed that his grasp of the sky-cleaving sword technique had reached a bottleneck, yet through this battle with Koshiro, he discovered a vital spark within the man's swordplay, a sudden revelation that cleared his mind. The sky-cleaving sword intent around Lin Yu surged skyward. Unlike its former acute sharpness that severed everything in its path, this time it seemed to contain something deeper. Sensing this sword intent from the side, Koshiro was startled inwardly. This young man's comprehension is terrifying. In the future, sees the name Sky Cleaver will raise great waves. Koshiro marveled. Lin Yu withdrew his sword intent, his heart filled with joy. He felt that if he fought Koshiro again, he was confident of victory. As if reading his thoughts, Koshiro said, Ahem, it's getting late. Why not stay for a simple meal? Lin Yu touched the hilt of Guixu, looked down at the warm lamplight of the dojo below, and answered, all right. When the two returned to the dojo, a gentle woman was already waiting at the entrance. She wore a light blue apron, her lower belly slightly rounded. You're back? Dinner is ready. She spoke softly to Koshiro, then turned to Lin Yu. You must be a guest of my husband. Please come in. Koshiro hurried forward to support her. Why did you come out? The wind outside is strong. He introduced her. This is my wife, Oina. Hello, sister-in-law, Lin Yu greeted. This should be Kuina's mother. She passed away soon after giving birth to Kuna, if you remembered correctly. They entered the side hall of the dojo, where a low table was already set with home-style dishes: soy-braised fish, chilled wasabi, leaves, a plate of pickled radish, and steaming miso soup. Nothing but simple fare. I hope you don't mind. How could I? This has its own charm. The three sat down around the table, and Oina served rice to the two men. Koshiro raised his bowl and said, please eat, then fell silent, leisurely picking up food with his chopsticks. Lin Yu didn't stand on ceremony either. After a couple of bites, his gaze fell on Oina's rounded belly. He hesitated, then asked, sister-in-law, how many months along are you? Oina gently touched her belly, her eyes beaming with warmth. Almost 5 months. Congratulations. Lin Yu set down his bowl, his expression serious. Koshiro will have an heir. This is truly joyous news. Koshiro chewed on a piece of fish, a smile tugging at his lips, his silent acknowledgement. Oina refilled his soup bowl and whispered, I hope it's a boy. My husband has always wanted a son to inherit the dojo. Lin Yu's chopsticks paused midair. He glanced at Koshiro, then at Oina's expectant face, and suddenly remembered Kuina from the original story. That remarkably gifted girl who had dreamed of becoming the world's greatest swordsman since childhood had all her dreams crushed by her father's words. A girl's natural strength is no match for a boy's. She can never become a great swordsman. She trained with desperate intensity until the year she fell down those stairs and her life came to an abrupt end. Lin Yu swallowed the rice in his mouth and asked quietly, sister-in-law, I'm just thinking out loud. What if it's a girl? Oina was stunned for a moment, then laughed. A girl is just as good, sweet and obedient, no need to brandish swords and train like a boy would. She glanced at Koshiro as she spoke. It's just that my husband might be a little disappointed. Koshiro put down his chopsticks, pushed up his glasses, his tone calm, yet resolute. If it's a girl will have her own path. The way of the sword is too heavy. The road is too hard for a girl to walk. Better that she live a safe and peaceful life. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. His mind raced. It wouldn't be wise to flatly contradict Koshiro. After all, this was a family matter, but he couldn't help thinking of that girl who would later stand in the dojo, swinging her sword without end. He raised his head, faced Koshiro, and said with earnestness, I have a different view on that. Koshiro looked up, his gaze behind the lenses, a silent inquiry. I believe that in this world there has never been a path only a boy can walk and a girl cannot. Lin Yu tapped the rim of his bowl with his chopsticks as he spoke unhurriedly. Physical strength is something that can be trained later. And talent. It doesn't discriminate between men and women. Look at the renowned female powerhouses on the sea today. Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates, the Empress of the Kuja Pirates, who has always been a woman, and Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Marines. As Oina listened, her soup ladle paused for a moment, the warmth in her smile deepening. Unconsciously, she glanced at Koshiro. Koshiro took a sip of tea, silent for a few breaths, then said slowly, what you say is true, but this world. The world will change. Lin Yu interrupted, his voice soft, but unyielding. Earlier on the cliff you told me the blade must leave 3/10 of a margin. But a margin isn't a retreat. It's the space that gives people a choice. If your wife gives birth to a daughter, whether she loves sewing or swords, that's her own affair. But if she wants to pick up a sword, you should at least give her the opportunity to do so. Don't you agree? The dojo fell quiet for a while. The chirping of insects outside the wooden eaves drifted in clearly, and the evening wind rustled the paper doors with a faint whispering sound. Oina was the first to break the silence, ladling Lin Yu some soup. Let's not talk about this anymore. The child hasn't even been born yet. Let them choose their own path when the time comes. Koshiro lowered his head, looking at the tea in his bowl, and for a long while said nothing. I've taken your words to heart, he finally said, his voice quieter now. If it truly is a daughter, at the very least, let her choose for herself. Let's make a pact then. If you do have a daughter and she shows an interest in the sword, how about taking her as my disciple? Koshiro stared intently into Lin Yu's eyes, as if trying to see something beneath the surface. Only after a long moment did he speak. You. My child isn't even born yet, and you're already scheming. But then, as if struck by another thought, he added, it's settled then. Should it truly turn out as you say? Ha ha ha, great. It's a deal. Sister-in-law, you'll be our witness, so no one can go back on their word. Oina laughed and agreed. The dinner drew to a close amidst shared laughter and warmth. After the meal, Lin Yu accepted Koshiro's invitation and spent the night at the Ishin dojo. When Lin Yu rose the next morning, Koshiro was already instructing his disciples in the training yard. Catching sight of Lin Yu approaching, Koshiro offered a gentle smile and asked, leaving already? I'll come back often. I'd be delighted. Koshiro and Ao Yaina escorted Lin Yu to the entrance of the dojo. Before departing, Lin Yu recalled that Ao Yaina might one day die due to childbirth complications, so he remarked gravely, sister-in-law, you must be prudent during childbirth, take good care of your health, and be sure to send for a doctor. All right, I'll remember that. Lin Yu departed from the dojo. Sayer and the others had already anchored the ship offshore. Lord Lin Yu, where are we headed now? Lin Yu weighed the thought. The main plot was still far off. The core protagonist would not even be born for several more years. Let's go back to Zidala Island. Nothing pressing remains. With Mu's aid, after more than a week of voyage, the party returned safely to Zidala Island. No sooner had he stepped into the Via Merchant Guild than Lia dashed out and threw herself into his arms. Brother Lin Yu, you finally come back. I missed you so much. Lin Yu stroked Lia's silky silver hair and answered with a smile, see, I've returned. Didn't you still want me to teach you swordsmanship? I saw in the newspaper that you beat that Hawkeye fellow. You're incredible. The two entered the house, jesting with each other. Via, who had been waiting on the sofa for some time, said at the sight of Lin Yu, Lord Lin Yu, what a brilliant move. How about Joker? Lin Yu settled onto the sofa as well. They've stopped assaulting our merchant vessels, and even came in person to apologize, bearing a fortune in belly and 3 devil fruits. At that, Via bade someone to bring up the belly and the devil fruits, each housed in a wooden casket. Via then presented a pamphlet to Lin Yu. It turned out to be a devil fruit encyclopedia. Lin Yu flipped through it impatiently, finally locating the desired entry under the paramecia category. Illustrated, there was a fruit of pear-shaped dark green form, its surface traced with door panel patterns and crowned with a spiral calyx. Fruit name door fruit. Type paramecia. Power, any object touched by the user can be transformed into a door regardless of its material or shape. It can open passages into a verdant alternate space, enabling spatial jumps and emergency evasions. It can also produce doors on a person's body to execute tactical severance or restrict movement, leaving no trace upon closing. If one were to ask Lin Yu to name the most egregiously wasted god-tier fruit, it would unquestionably be this one. The door fruit was a true spatial treasure, making both combat and escape laughably easy. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yu turned to the 3 devil fruits sent by Doflamingo. Cross-referencing the encyclopedia, he quickly discerned their origins. They were the paramecia type flutter fruit and the zoan type bird fruit model peregrine falcon. But when his gaze fell on the final fruit, even Lin Yu grew animated. So that fellow Doflamingo had already acquired this fruit by now. The final fruit gleamed gold, its skin covered with deep brown spiral whorls, and its silhouette was a gourd narrowing upward. The paramecia class gold fruit. He recalled that in the original story, Tesoro would later seize this fruit, build the world's greatest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro, and wield 20 of the world's wealth. For the time being, however, Tesoro was probably still toiling away in the slave market, desperately scraping together a ransom for Stella. Still, he was a man of talent and could be turned to Lin Yu's service. Via, the guild needs capital for its expansion. Take these 500 million belly. By the by, how many men are currently in the caravan guard? Around 200. Not nearly enough. Expand their ranks further, and mind you, recruit individuals of virtue. I shall personally train the guards from now on. Lin Yu knew full well that on the open sea strength reigned supreme. Though he was prepared to consume the door fruit, the guild could not depend on him to resolve every crisis that arose. It had to command a force of its own. Yes, Lord Lin Yu. That evening, Lin Yu retired to his chambers, produced the door fruit from his portable dimension, studied it closely, and then resolutely bit into it. Ugh! It was an aggressive, overwhelming stench of rancid fish and putrid sourness. The flavor was akin to a ragged shoe insole sunbaked for over 60 days and furred with green mold, simmered in a septic tank that had fermented for 2 entire weeks, then blended with the blackening entrails of rotting fish and caustic industrial oil. In any event, only those who had eaten such a fruit could truly comprehend the taste. No lie, this thing is worse than crap. Lin Yu grimaced. Even so, recalling the assortment of rumors online about consuming devil fruits, he steeled himself and swallowed the remainder of the fruit. Another spell of ugh seized him. It took a long rest and many cups of water for rinsing before Lin Yu barely endured past that flavor. The moment Lin Yu consumed the door fruit, a bizarre energy surged through him, as if liquid life were forging through his veins, dispersing to merge with his every fiber. He perceived the air itself, and innumerable doors seemed to swing open before him. He lifted his hand, and drew a slender line across empty air. Space rippled, and a jade-green aperture of light materialized before Lin Yu. Warily he stepped through into the space beyond where the outside world was dimly visible. With his observation haki at its fullest, he felt utterly severed from the exterior, merely void. Gauging his own stamina consumption, while exercising the fruit's power, Lin Yu estimated he could remain hidden here for a full week without emerging. Lin Yu exited the space and swept his hand. The light door behind him dissipated instantly. The original story claimed the door fruit did not support long-distance use, but Lin Yu judged that to be nothing more than Bueno's lack of strength and inadequate mastery of the fruit. One also did not have to wave a hand to open a door. Lin Yu focused his mind and attempted to manifest a door through sheer intent. After a long while he sensed a tremor in space and strove to echo it with the strange energy within him. Through countless attempts he finally grasped that elusive spark, and a green light door truly appeared before him. As his thoughts flickered, the door morphed into all manner of shapes and sizes. His imagination fully ignited. Lin Yu began experimenting with opening two doors, simultaneously linking the two apertures through the alternate dimension. Thus in combat he would merely need to open these paired doors and return the enemy's attacks in full. In an offensive he could suddenly slip through a light door, appear behind his opponent, and savor a perfect backstab. The alternate space could likewise serve as storage, dwarfing his portable dimension in capacity, if not in safety. Yet it was perfectly suitable for temporary stockpiling, a veritable godsend for looting and fleeing. Lin Yu discovered that he could affix marks to places he had visited or to specific objects. On the next attempt he could directly sense the space around the mark and arrive there in an instant. This was in truth an otherworldly flying Raijin technique. Absent a mark, any location within the perceptive range of his observation haki was still within reach. It rather seemed the 8 gates technique was also about opening gates. 3 months later, in the conference room on Zidala Island. I have gathered you all here today to announce something. I intend to establish an organization called Dawn. The Wei Chamber of Commerce will henceforth be renamed the Dawn Chamber of Commerce and serve as Dawn's commercial division. Those in favor. Those opposed. Everyone below raised their hands in favor. Excellent. Dawn will not only have a commercial division, but also defense research and many other divisions. Lin Yu had arrived in the pirate world and had finally figured out exactly what he wanted to do. In this world filled with oppression, injustice, and buried truth, if he wanted true freedom and wanted to protect everyone around him from harm, he had to hold power in his own hands. He wanted the power in his hands to influence the entire sea, the world government, the celestial dragons. If he ever encountered them, he would simply cut them down. Dawn represented light, and Lin Yu believed that one day the name Dawn would resound across the sea. After the meeting, Wei came to Lin Yu. Lord Lin Yu, what was Dawn established for? Lin Yu did not answer. Instead, he asked Wei, do you think the sea is free right now? Free. You know of the celestial dragons, but do you know what the world government is desperately trying to hide? The pirate world today has no freedom. The truth is covered up, and anyone who tries to uncover it will be mercilessly erased. The celestial dragons style themselves descendants of the gods, enjoying the offerings of the entire world, yet treating human lives as if they were worthless weeds. This world is too rotten. I want true freedom, and I want the power to take full control of my own fate. Do you understand? Wei was already too stunned to speak, staring at Lin Yu. Wei, build Dawn with me, so that no one can ever casually decide our fate. Very well. From that moment on, Dawn was officially established. Lin Yu stepped into the light gate and appeared at the training ground in the blink of an eye. The guards on the field were training with immense fervor, and Nuor and Nuo Ding were no exception. Lin Yu deeply understood how important observation haki and armament haki were, so drawing upon the experience gained in his past life, he focused on strengthening their physiques, and then gradually guided them until they could gain a preliminary command of both colors of haki. Under Lin Yu's special care, Nuor and Nuo Ding had both gradually become able to sense the 2 colors of haki, and he was sure that before long they would be able to use them at a basic level. Nearby, Leah was also wearing a white training uniform and practicing with a wooden sword. When she saw Lin Yu arrive at the training ground, she ran over excitedly. Brother Lin Yu, Leah is so clumsy. I still can't execute the sword form smoothly. What surprised Lin Yu was that he had originally thought Li Ya's request to learn swordsmanship from him was only a fleeting whim. Unexpectedly, she had kept at it. Yet her talent in swordsmanship was, to be honest, hard to put into words. Leah, why do you insist on learning the sword from me? Lin Yu spoke gently. Because Leah wants to be able to help Brother Lin Yu. Leah blushed and said with her head lowered, have you ever thought that even without learning the sword you could still help me? I heard from your father that you are quite interested in medicine. If Leah becomes a great doctor, I will never have to worry about getting hurt in the future. Really, Brother Lin Yu? Of course. Leah is so clever, you will definitely become a great doctor in the future. Then it's settled. Leah will work hard. Leah ran out of the training ground excitedly, and Lin Yu could not help smiling at her departing figure. In this world of One Piece where people matured early, Lin Yu could naturally see what Leah felt for him. But Leah was still just a 12-year-old girl. Lin Yu himself was only in his teens, and despite already being nearly 1.9 meters tall in this world where everyone was so towering, he seemed to have simply grown a little earlier than most. After these months of getting along, Lin Yu had grown fond of the lively and lovely girl before him, but everything was still too early. Snapping back to the present, new hour came before Lin Yu. Lord Lin Yu, the guard has already been expanded to over 1,000 members. Every recruit was carefully selected. Because the pay and benefits are excellent, there has never been a shortage of applicants. But now we have run into a problem. Oh, what problem? It's the royal family of the Kingdom of Zidala. They fear that our guard is becoming too large and might threaten them, so they have ordered us to stop expanding. Otherwise, they will report us to the world government, claiming we intend to rebel. Don't worry. Leave it to me. You keep expanding, and I'll go have a proper talk with them. With that, Lin Yu vanished into the light gate behind him. At the center of Zidala Island, Lin Yu stood in front of the royal palace. He had really forgotten that this kingdom existed. The guards at the gate spotted Lin Yu and barked, "Who are you? Unrelated persons, leave at once." Lin Yu released Conqueror's Haki, and the guards collapsed all at once. He swaggered into the palace. Conqueror's Haki was truly useful for clearing out small fry. He encountered several more waves of guards, and without exception all of them were knocked unconscious to the ground by Lin Yu's Conqueror's Haki. Inside the royal palace's banquet hall, music and dancing were in full swing. At the head seat sat a fat middle-aged man with women on both sides. Huh, are those lowborn wretches of the Wei Chamber of Commerce trying to rebel by raising so many guards? The fat middle-aged man laughed, his hands continuing to roam over the songstress in his arms. Father, the Wei Chamber of Commerce is nothing to worry about. We have 20,000 troops. The equally fat first prince below gave a lewd smile. This gives us the perfect excuse to make that old fool of the Wei Chamber of Commerce marry his daughter to me. Then the Wei Chamber of Commerce will be ours for the taking. Huh, that's my son. Perfect timing too. We still haven't gathered the heavenly tribute. That won't do, father. When our ancestor raised his army, it was the Wei Chamber of Commerce that funded him. Below, the second prince, who wore glasses, spoke up timidly. Slap, slap. The sound of 2 crisp slaps rang out. The second prince, who had been standing just now, was slapped to the floor. What are you to lecture me on what to do? In the Kingdom of Zidala, no one defies me. Guards, take this unfilial son away. 2 guards dragged the second prince out of the banquet hall. Under his observation, Haki, Lin Yu knew everything that had happened. He had originally intended to negotiate properly, but since they had harbored such intentions, it was time for this king to be replaced. Lin Yu came to the second prince and extended his hand. What is your name? The second prince looked at the unfamiliar Lin Yu cautiously. Who are you? Who I am is not important. What matters is whether you want to be king. Me king? Forget it. My mother is merely a maid in the palace. I have no influence and no background. Are you truly content watching this country being ruined by your father and brother like this? Lin Yu's words seemed to carry a strange power, making the second prince recall his own suffering in the palace and remember how the kingdom under endless exploitation was gradually decaying. Of course I do. I dream of changing all of it. Very well, young man. Tell me your name. Aote. The doors to the banquet hall were kicked open violently. Lin Yu strode in with his hands in his pockets, an arrogant swagger in his step, with Orte close behind. Yo, everyone's here, Lin Yu said with a smile. The crowd in the banquet hall turned to look at him. The king on the main seat demanded sternly, who are you? Do you want to die for breaking into the royal palace? I do want to die, but I want you all dead first. How dare you? Guards, kill him. The guards in the banquet hall assembled and raised their rifles at Lin Yu. He stood there with his hands still in his pockets, and with a mere thought, a ring-shaped green portal appeared before him, absorbing every incoming bullet. At the same time, an identical portal opened behind the guards, and the bullets blasted out from within, dropping half of them instantly. After months of developing his fruit ability, Lin Yu could now skillfully open portals with his will. He could also open multiple portals at once and link them together, turning the enemy's attacks against themselves, a touch of the Sorcerer Supreme about it. Seeing the scene before him, the king immediately realized he's a devil fruit user. Send in the Night Order, cut him down with blades. Lin Yu watched the spectacle with great interest, eager to toy with them a little longer. The eldest prince spotted Orte behind Lin Yu and shouted, pointing at him. Orte, are you committing treason by bringing a man like this in? Orte gathered his courage and stepped forward. The kingdom of Satira should not be held in your hands. This country needs someone to change it. Soon soldiers in heavy armor swarmed into the banquet hall holding long blades as they encircled Lin Yu and Orte. Seeing this, the king laughed heartily. My royal Night Order numbers 500 men, and its commander is a devil fruit user too. He'll chop you into mincemeat. Sobel, go on, cut his head off. A tall, imposing man stepped out from among the guards, battle blade in hand, and approached Lin Yu. Beside him, Orte couldn't help but warn, be careful. Commander Sobel ate the Inu Nomi wolf form. He's formidable after transforming. Oh, interesting. Lin Yu turned his gaze to Sobel. Sweat was pouring down Sobel's brow. He had thought Lin Yu looked familiar from the moment he walked in, and now he finally remembered. This was the heaven-slashing swordsman Lin Yu, the man who had defeated Hawkeye Myok. Sobel had once been the vice-captain of a pirate crew. His captain was a master swordsman with a bounty over 100 million. He would never forget the day that man with hawk-like eyes cut the captain down with a single swing, and then another swing split the ship in two. Sobel had been lucky enough to survive, so he decided to use his strength to secure a post in some kingdom and live a comfortable life from then on. Never did he expect that in less than 6 months on the job, he would run into a figure like this. If he attacked, he would die. A few million berry a month. Why risk his life for that? With that thought, Sobel made his decision at once. He let out a fierce roar, and as for a burst from his body, his ears stretched tall, and pointy claws tore through his fingers. The muscles in his limbs bulged, and his spine arched. He had taken the form of a wolf. Well done, Sobel. Go on, tear him apart. Lin Yu actually enjoyed watching them transform. It felt like watching a movie. Just as he was about to make his move, Sobel slowly raised his long blade, but pointed it at the king. You tyrant! You have filled the citizens of Satira with grievances. I have long harbored rebellious thoughts, only lamenting that I had never found a worthy lord. Today Lord Lin Yu has come, and this is exactly what I have been waiting for. Watching Sobel's sudden show, Lin Yu could only say the man had found himself a wider road. The king on the dais flew into a rage. Sobel, you dare betray me. The rest of you attack. Whoever kills them will be the next knight commander with a reward of 10 million berry. The soldiers who had been hesitating after seeing their commander switch sides all raised their weapons at the lure of money. Sobel walked over to Lin Yu, wiping tears that were not there. Lord Lin Yu, and your majesty, Orte, you go on ahead. Don't worry about me. Everything I do is for the sake of changing this country. Orte's eyes had reddened. Commander Sobel, I never imagined you were like this. All those days of indulgence and pleasure were clearly just a disguise. You are truly the pillar of this nation. Your majesty, Sobel. Watching the two before him, nearly ready to kiss each other, Lin Yu let out an exasperated cough. The knights charged forward. Lin Yu's aura erupted violently, dark purple thunder surging outward. The soldiers collapsed like dominoes, foaming at the mouth. Everyone else in the banquet hall was forced to their knees by the overwhelming pressure. On the dais, the king and the eldest prince even stained themselves with an unknown liquid. Orte and Sobel were untouched under Lin Yu's precise control, yet they could still feel that domineering aura that looked down upon the world. Sobel cried out in excitement. This is Conqueror's hockey. Such overwhelming Conqueror's hockey. Even Shinjo of the Happo Navy couldn't compare. I hit the jackpot betting on him. As long as I cling to this powerful ride, I'll marry a beautiful noble lady, become an army commander, and live the high life. This is no dream. Sobel had already begun fantasizing about the future. Lin Yu vanished and reappeared before the king and the eldest prince. Wrinkling his nose in disgust and covering it, he kicked both of them into the center of the banquet hall. Sobel, send them to the mines. From now on, Orte is the king. Anyone for it, or against it. Lin Yu swept his eyes across the hall as his Conqueror's hockey surged forth even more brazenly. The ministers hurriedly declared, we support Lord Orte's ascension to the throne. The king on the ground shouted furiously, you can't do this to me. I am the king of a kingdom that belongs to the world government. I am under its protection. You cannot treat me like this. Isn't it just that you and your eldest son have willingly abdicated in favor of Orte? Am I right? Yes, yes, yes. Lord Orte is the rightful heir. The ministers all chimed in. All right, it's settled then. Issue a nationwide announcement at once saying that the old king and the eldest prince died from excessive indulgence, and the second prince Orte succeeds to the throne by right of succession. That very day, the kingdom of Satira issued the announcement declaring Orte the new king. In the royal study, Orte stood respectfully beside Lin Yu. Orte, you should know that I can put you on this throne, and I can just as easily put someone else on it. I understand, Lord Lin Yu. The kingdom of Satira will forever remain loyal to you, loyal to Dawnbreak. Good that you understand. No need to pay the tribute to the celestial dragons. Wherever Dawnbreak stands, we have no need for the world government's protection. Yes, Lord Lin Yu. Orte replied, his eyes burning with fervor as he gazed at Lin Yu. Glancing at Sobel, who was eager to prove himself, Lin Yu said, you will continue to assist Orte. Cleanse every rotten element within the kingdom of Satira. If you perform well, I promise you a place in Dawnbreak. I won't let you down, Lord Lin Yu. In the kitchen of a restaurant on the Sabaody archipelago, Guild Tesoro finished washing the 472nd plate of the day. His fingers were pale and wrinkled from the water. He draped the dishcloth over the edge of the sink and pulled a crumpled ledger from his trouser pocket. The ledger was densely filled with records of all his earnings from 4 jobs over the past 2 years, a total of 9.8 million berries. Next month, he would have enough. Tesoro thought about this as he took a sip of water from the tap. In the afternoon, he still had to go unload cargo at the docks. At noon the next day, he carried 2 lunchboxes to the slave brokerage and handed them to Stella through the iron fence. Stella took the lunchbox, then reached through the gap in the bars to offer him a wilted little wild chrysanthemum, smiling as she said, it bloomed this morning by the corner of the wall. Tesoro took the flower and tucked it into the pocket on his chest, then passed her the few remaining coins from that same pocket. Wait for me 1 more month. It's almost there. A month later, Tesoro carried the last crate off the ship, collected his wages, and stuffed them into his clothes before rushing toward the brokerage. But as he reached the street corner, he suddenly stopped. He saw a white carriage parked in front of the brokerage, its body painted with the emblem of the celestial dragons. His steps faltered. He saw a man in a hood emerge from the building, followed by people dragging Stella, her arms twisted behind her back. The moment she saw Tesoro, she struggled violently and cried out, "Tesoro!" Tesoro charged forward, grabbing Stella's wrist, and shouted at the celestial dragon, "I've raised the money. I have enough to buy her freedom." A CP0 attendant kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying into the wall. The ledger and loose change scattered all over the ground from his clothes. The celestial dragon glanced down at the berries on the ground, as if they were something filthy, and stepped over them with disdain. Stella was dragged onto the carriage, desperately pounding on the window and screaming Tesoro's name. Tesoro lay sprawled on the ground, his fingernails digging into the cracks between the stone slabs until they bled. He was about to lunge forward and block the carriage when a voice spoke from behind him. "Guild Tesoro, what good will charging forward do now? Do you want to be captured by the celestial dragons and made a slave too?" Tesoro whipped his head around, glaring at the figure in white robes before him. "You have no idea how much Stella means to me." Lin Yu shrugged indifferently. "Indeed I don't. But I do know that charging forward like this serves no purpose." Tesoro pounded the stone slabs with his fist. "Then what am I supposed to do? I already saved up enough money. In the end, it's because you're too weak. You can't even protect the woman you love." Lin Yu's words struck Tesoro's deepest wound. His body trembled violently, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. "Do you want power? I can give it to you. I can also help you win back the woman you love." Upon hearing this, Tesoro clung to Lin Yu's leg, as if grasping at a lifeline. "I want it. I want it even in my dreams. Sir, if you can save Stella, then my life, Guild Tesoro's life, belongs to you. Remember your words." Lin Yu took out a gleaming golden fruit from his robes. Its surface, covered in swirling spiral patterns, shimmered with flowing luster under the sunlight. He held the fruit out to Tesoro. "Eat it." Without hesitation, Tesoro snatched it and swallowed it in 3 or 4 bites. He paid no attention to the nauseating taste. His mind held only one thought. If he ate it, he would gain the power to save Stella. After eating the fruit, Tesoro felt a strange sensation. The gold in the distant jewelry shop seemed to be calling out to him, and he felt as though he could peel away the gold-plated shop signs around him. He looked at Lin Yu excitedly. Lin Yu took several large gold ingots from his spatial storage and tossed them to Tesoro. "You should be able to feel it now. Let me see to what extent you can wield this power. Stand up. Use your own power to protect those you wish to protect." Tesoro caught the gold ingots and felt an extraordinary familiarity with them. With a thought, the gold shifted into various shapes. Tesoro clenched the gold ingot in his hand, and the golden metal seeped through his fingers into his skin, his entire arm taking on a metallic gleam. He turned and sprinted toward the harbor, leaving golden footprints on the stone slabs beneath his feet. At the harbor lay a massive cruise ship whose hull was adorned with golden reliefs dazzling the eyes under the afternoon sun. Stella was chained to the railing on the deck, with several masked CP0 agents standing guard on both sides. Tesoro rushed to the edge of the dock and came to a halt, raising his hand toward the cruise ship. He closed his eyes and focused with all his might on every gold-bearing part of the vessel. The hull reliefs, the porthole trims, the mast base, and even the golden forks and spoons inside the cutlery cabinet. Countless golden particles began to peel away from every part of the ship, floating up like dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. They converged in the air into a golden river surging toward Tesoro. Seeing this spectacle, the celestial dragon shrieked, "Where's all the gold on my ship gone? You two go get my gold back." The 3 CP0 agents exchanged glances. One of them stepped onto the cascading golden fragments and leaped down from the deck, landing on the dock and blocking Tesoro's path. He was lean and sinewy, with a pair of emotionless eyes visible beneath his mask and black armament hockey coiled around his arms. "A devil fruit user," CP0 said coldly. "The celestial dragon's vessel is not something you may touch." He moved with incredible speed. Before Tesoro could even register his movements, a heavy blow struck his chest, sending him flying backward and toppling a row of cargo crates on the dock. The moment Tesoro got up, his opponent had already flashed in front of him, a black fist driving straight at his face. Tesoro barely managed to gather the remaining golden fragments into a thin shield in front of his face. The fist slammed into the shield, shattering the gold into flying pieces, but much of the force was dissipated. Seizing the opening, he rolled backward and pressed his palm against the ground. The golden threads embedded in the cracks between the dock stone tiles were all pulled out, forming dozens of finger-thick golden spikes that hovered before him. With a wave of his hand, the golden spikes shot towards CP0 like a torrential storm. His opponent flickered like a phantom, dodging most of them, while the remaining few pierced through the hem of his clothes and drove into the ground, cracking the stone slabs. But CP0's advance did not stop. He closed in and swept a leg toward Tesoro's knee. Tesoro failed to dodge, and a sharp pain shot through his leg as he dropped to one knee. The fist wreathed in armament hockey came down again. The golden arm guard Tesoro hastily raised was shattered by the blow, and he tumbled sideways, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Too weak." CP0 stood in place, taunting him. "Decent ability, but your body can't keep up." Tesoro lay on the ground, his mouth full of the taste of rust, staring at Stella on the cruise ship's deck. She was desperately struggling against her chains, shouting toward him, "Run! He clenched his teeth and pressed his hands against the ground trying to stand, but his legs trembled violently. CP0 walked over step by step, raising a fist wrapped in black armament haki into the air ready to finish Tesoro off in one blow. At that very moment, a silver slash shot through the air. CP0's observation haki screamed a frantic warning, and he instantly used Soru to flash backward. He looked up toward the direction from which the slash had come. Lin Yu was slowly emerging from the alley entrance, the blade Guixu pointing toward the ground, remnants of the silver slash still lingering along its edge. The CP0 agent had barely steadied himself on the ground when another slash came right at him. He hurriedly blocked with an arm coated in armament haki, but at the instant the attack was about to connect, a portal of light opened in front of him. The slash vanished into it. Before he could react, another portal materialized behind him, and the slash burst out. With a wet squelch, the slash struck the CP0 agent's completely unguarded back, and blood gushed out. The moment the slash tore through his body, the force pitched him forward, sending him stumbling 3 or 4 steps before he barely managed to steady himself. He lowered his head to look at his abdomen. His white robe had been slashed open by a silver sword ray, leaving a gash across his waist, crimson blood seeping from the wound. The 2 other CP0 agents on the ship saw the situation turning against them and promptly used Soru, crossing the distance in a few flickering steps to appear before Lin Yu. One of them said coldly, "The one on that ship is the world noble Figueres, Jeanette Saint. You will pay for offending a god." On the ship, Jeanette wriggled his obese frame and bellowed, "Capture him alive. He's decent looking. I want him as my human pet. Where are the Marines on this island? Why haven't they arrived yet? Go summon the Admiral at once." Jeanette furiously lashed out at the servants beside him, kicking and punching them. The 2 CP0 agents on the dock had already assumed their fighting stances. One drew a short blade from behind his back, the other kept his distance and shouldered a sniper rifle. "Oh, close range and long range, nice combo." Lin Yu chuckled lightly and sheathed Guixu. "Ridiculous arrogance. I've killed countless devil fruit users with my own hands. You'll be the next one." As soon as he finished speaking, the CP0 agent coated his short blade with armament haki. His figure vanished in an instant, then reappeared above Lin Yu, stabbing straight down at the top of his head. At the same time, the distant CP0 aimed at Lin Yu's heart and fired. The 2 attacks converged with terrifying speed. Lin Yu curled the corner of his mouth and unleashed his observation haki to the fullest. In a flash, 4 portals of light materialized. The bullet originally aimed at Lin Yu shot out from a portal at the back of his head. The short-bladed CP0 hurriedly strengthened himself with armament haki, but the bullet still pierced his abdomen. Behind the faraway sniper, a portal abruptly bloomed, and a short blade thrust out, stabbing straight at his skull. Sensing death closing in, he threw himself into a desperate roll, but the blade still sliced one side of his face, shattering his mask and revealing a bloody, lacerated visage. So useful. Lin Yu couldn't help marveling at the Dordor fruit's practicality. From now on, Thunder Bagua divine departure. Couldn't he just take them as they came? As they say, if the divine avoids, I don't avoid. I'm more badass than any god. An annoying ability. Too bad we have Seastone. The 2 CP0 agents each produced Seastone bracelets and long swords, weapons made to restrain devil fruit users. They saw their chance, convinced they had caught Lin Yu's opening, and locked a Seastone bracelet around his wrist. Lin Yu looked at the bracelet and found it amusing. The devil fruit power really can't be used anymore. How fascinating. He could have cut it off with a single stroke, but after some thought he decided to test his combat strength under Seastone suppression. The CP0 agent's figures appeared beside him at the same moment. "What's wrong?" The CP0 agent, whose right cheek had been wounded, sneered. "Your light portals won't open anymore, will they?" The 2 moved to flank him left and right with seamless coordination, clearly honed by long training. The long sword spun in their hands, a dim blue gleam of Seastone running along the blades. "Have you forgotten? I am a swordsman." The instant Guixu left its sheath, the clash of steel exploded through the air, sparks flying in all directions. So fast. Tesoro, who had collapsed on the ground, stared with wide eyes. He strained every muscle to follow the 3 figures, but all he saw were 3 blurred silhouettes flickering at blinding speed. Lin Yu's form wove back and forth between 2 arcs of Seastone-edged light. His movements looked casual, yet every step landed in a gap between the 2 men's combined attack, as though he had foreseen every offensive line in advance. Guixu whirled in his hands, every slash precisely sealing their offense, while deliberately avoiding the touch of the Seastone blades. "Can you only run?" One CP0 agent roared. "I'm done humoring you. I thought the famed CP0 actually had some skill, but this is all you are." As Lin Yu finished, Guixu lashed out. The Seastone long swords in the CP0 agent's hands snapped cleanly in 2, and their bodies flew backward, leaving deep bone-grazing sword wounds across their chests. Like dead dogs, they collapsed onto the ground. Tesoro's mouth hung open, unable to form a word. Still staring, Lin Yu turned his head and glanced at Tesoro. "If your legs are still weak, stay down longer. I'm in no hurry." He raised his head and looked at the celestial dragon on the ship. Figueres Jeanette Saint was trembling with fury. The rolls of fat on his round face quivered uncontrollably, his complexion swelling to an angry liver purple from rage. He had kicked over several servants at his feet, while a maid cowered in the corner clutching her head and shaking. Worthless. All of you are worthless. 2 CP0 agents can't even defeat a lowly commoner. He pointed furiously at the 2 people sprawled on the dock and cursed what use does the world government have in feeding a bunch of good-for-nothings like you. He was panting heavily then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, he spun around and stared at Stella, who was chained to the deck railing. Stella was trembling all over, tears streaming endlessly down her face. She bit her lip in silence, her gaze fixed stubbornly on Tesoro's direction on the dock. All right. Jeanette curled his lips, a cruel smile surfacing on his twisted, chubby face. They're here for this woman. He strode over to Stella, drew an ornate short sword from his waist, and pressed the blade against her neck. A fine line of blood seeped from the skin of Stella's throat. Try moving again. Jeanette shouted toward the dock, his voice frenzied. Take one more step, and I'll cut her throat. Tesoro's heart blazed with anxiety when he saw Stella held hostage, and Lin Yu also halted. Seeing him stop, Jeanette burst into loud laughter, his huge belly shaking with every laugh. Afraid now? Scum is scum. So what if you can fight? The woman is in my hands, so you. Before he could finish, a green portal opened beneath his feet. Caught completely off guard, Jeanette fell through it. When he reappeared, he had tumbled onto the ground right in front of Lin Yu. Before Jeanette could make sense of what had happened, Lin Yu sent him flying with a single kick. His obese body slammed heavily into the stack of cargo crates on the dock, smashing the entire row of wooden boxes to pieces. Tesoro behind him was too stunned to speak, staring blankly at Lin Yu. Tesoro, what do you want to do to this fat pig who stole your woman? Tesoro had snapped out of it. He rose from the ground, a cruel smile spreading across his face, and walked toward Jeanette. How dare you base rabble? Geoise crawled out from the shattered wooden crate. His glass helmet was already broken, a few teeth had been knocked out, and his mouth was full of blood. I am a descendant of the gods. My father is. Before he could finish, Tesoro's fist was already on his face. The golden fist slammed into Geoise's pudgy cheek with a dull thud. The celestial dragon's head was violently knocked to one side, and several teeth, mixed with blood, flew out of his mouth, clattering onto the stone slab. Geoise's left cheek visibly swelled, while the skin around his eye rapidly blackened and purpled, puffing up until only a slit remained. Yu. Geoise clutched half his face, trembling all over from pain, with tears and mucus smeared across his face. You actually dared to strike the face of a god. Tesoro did not answer. His fists kept raining down. You lofty celestial dragons, what do you take us for? Tesoro was nearly roaring. You call yourselves gods, but gods bleed too. Geoise's face had already been beaten into a bloody pulp. In a muffled voice, he pleaded, stop. I'll return that woman to you. I can also give you lots of berries. Huh. So even gods are afraid. Tesoro only stopped when he had used up all his strength. Beneath him, all that was left of Geoise was a chest still rising and falling. The Marines of Sabaody Archipelago arrived belatedly. When the leading rear admiral saw the celestial dragon in such a miserable state, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly picked up a din mushy and reported in a trembling voice. Calling HQ. This is Rear Admiral Strawberry of Marine Base GR-66 on Sabaody Archipelago reporting. HQ received. Go ahead. Fegula's Geoise Saint is about to be beaten to death. Request Admiral support. Received. Rear Admiral Strawberry, use all Marine forces on the island to protect Geoise Saint. Vice Admiral Garp will arrive immediately. Lin Yu walked up to Tesoro and patted him on the shoulder. The person on the ship is getting anxious. Tesoro raised his head, first glanced at Lin Yu, then turned to look at Stella aboard the ship. Stella was already crying uncontrollably, her lips quivering as though she were calling out something. Tesoro climbed to his feet and formed the gold into a staircase that stretched straight to Stella. Strawberry shouted, pirates over there, don't move. Release Geoise Saint, or you will suffer our attack. As he spoke, a large group of Marine soldiers raised their guns in unison, aiming at Lin Yu and Tesoro. Tesoro paid no attention to the Marines. He jumped onto the stairs and ran toward Stella. Strawberry was about to order the men to open fire. The young couple is about to have their moment. I suggest you don't spoil it. Lin Yu walked to the front of the Marine formation and said, You're Lin Yu, the heaven-slashing sword master. Why did you attack a celestial dragon? Strawberry recalled seeing Lin Yu in the newspapers. I didn't expect to be this famous. Are you a fan? Want an autograph? Sign here. No, this is not the time for that. Lin Yu, do you know that attacking a celestial dragon is a grave crime? I know. So what? That kind of scum. I'll kill one whenever I see one from now on. With that, conqueror's haki erupted from Lin Yu. The terrifying pressure bore down on the surrounding Marines. Those with weaker wills collapsed in the blink of an eye. Some lasted a few more breaths before falling. Only a handful of officers at field grade rank or above could barely hold on, but even they were pressed down until they could not stand upright. Do me a favor. Why risk your lives for this piece of scum? Lin Yu said with a smile as his conqueror's haki surged even more ferociously toward those still standing. Strawberry exchanged glances with the officers behind him. Suddenly they threw themselves backward, crashed onto the ground not far away, tilted their heads and fainted. Before fainting, Strawberry took out a din mushy and said, weekly report to HQ, request reinforcements. The target is Lin Yu, the heaven-slashing swordmaster. He possesses extremely powerful conqueror's haki. We fought desperately, but were defeated. Giant Saint is still in his hands. After reporting, Strawberry gave Lin Yu a wink. Lin Yu understood instantly. Guixu's sword light flickered, and every downed officer was left with terrifying-looking sword wounds. Strawberry felt the flesh wounds on his own body with satisfaction, and finally passed out. Some Marines do have brains, Lin Yu remarked, then looked at Tesoro. By then Tesoro had already reached Stella. He used his gold to pry open the chains that bound her. The instant the chains came loose, Stella threw herself into his arms, her pale blue eyes filled with tears. She murmured, "How could you be so foolish? That was a celestial dragon. Are you crazy? But I'm so happy. Stella, for you, I would do anything." Stella suddenly raised her head and pressed her pink lips against Tesoro's. Tesoro blushed, quickly recovered, and pulled her into an embrace. The two shared a deep kiss. Afterwards, Stella's face burned even redder, and she hung her head, afraid to meet Tesoro's eyes. All right. May you be blessed with 100 years of togetherness and have children soon." Lin Yu stepped out of a portal of light and came before them. "Stella, it was this Lord Lin Yu who helped me. I have decided to devote myself to him." Stella quickly performed a respectful bow. "I thank Lord Lin Yu for saving my life. I will never forget it as long as I live. I only wish to stay by Tesoro's side and work for you together with him." "Fine, I accept. You're now a member of Tesoro's family." Before he could finish, Lin Yu shoved both of them through a portal of light and leaped aside himself. The moment he left, the deck he had been standing on exploded with a boom, and the entire bow of the ship was blasted apart. The three landed on the dock and looked up at the spot where the smoke had cleared. A figure in the uniform of a Marine headquarters vice admiral emerged in the blink of an eye. He soared over and landed not far from Lin Yu. The newcomer had neat, short, pitch-black hair and a towering frame, nearly 290 centimeters tall, with bulging. Tesoro behind Lin Yu saw him and stammered, "It's the Marine hero, Garp." Lin Yu looked at Garp. Garp was still in his prime and had not yet donned his doghead cap. "Trouble? Why did it have to be Garp? So you're the brat who beat up a celestial dragon?" "I was on my way back to the East Blue for leave when they called me over." Lin Yu honestly pointed at Tesoro behind him. "He did the most damage. I only kicked him once." Tesoro looked as if he were about to cry, while Lin Yu wore a serene smile. Garp looked at Giant, who had been beaten unconscious on the ground, and then at the fainted Marine officers around him. "Well hit. Ahem, now I'm going to beat you up." Garp took a fighting stance. Lin Yu also drew Guixu. He wanted to see how far he still was from the true powerhouses of the sea. Tesoro hurriedly pulled Stella back to a safe distance. "Tesoro, aren't you going to help Lord Lin Yu?" Stella asked, puzzled. "Not going over there to cause trouble is already the greatest help we can give Lord Lin Yu. A battle at that level is far beyond us." After letting the two of them leave, Garp looked at Lin Yu and laughed heartily. "Let me see just how impressive a man who dares to strike a celestial dragon really is." Lin Yu held Guixu in his hand. "I've also wanted to see the strength of the Marine hero for myself." As the two were about to trade blows, Jeanette, who had been lying on the ground, finally managed to wake up. Seeing them about to fight right beside him, he roared hoarsely, "Garp, what in the world are the Marines even good for? Why did it take you so long to get here? Move me far away from here and arrange a doctor for me. And take these 3 worthless commoners alive. I want to torture them without mercy." Lin Yu kicked out, and Jeanette traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the distant ground and losing consciousness once more. "The troublesome trash has been cleaned up. Now we can focus on our duel. Ha, come on." Before Garp's words had even died away, he exploded forward from his stance like a cannonball, his massive fist wrapped in armament haki, thundering toward Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu hurriedly drew his blade to block. The moment fist met, sword in overwhelming force slammed into him, driving him staggering backward several steps before he steadied himself. What kind of monstrous strength is this? With his monster physique, talent, and his daily training, Lin Yu had always believed he would not lose to anyone in raw power. Sure enough, he could not afford to look down on the top powerhouses of the sea. Kid Lin Yu, letting your mind wander during a fight is not a good habit. Punch after punch hammered down in dense succession. Lin Yu pushed his observation haki to the limit, Guixu weaving an unbroken defense, yet one fist still broke through and rammed into his abdomen. Fortunately, his armament haki covered the spot in time, but the blow still sent a sharp pang of pain through him. Borrowing the force of that strike, Lin Yu leapt back to create some distance and rubbed his aching stomach. He knew very well that he stood no chance if he matched Garp in pure physical combat. "Haha, you're pretty good at using haki, kid. I hear you also have Conqueror's haki. Why not show me a little?" Lin Yu did not answer. With Guixu in hand, he sent silver slash after silver slash hurtling at Garp as if they cost nothing. Garp's iron fists whirled into an airtight defense, shattering every single slash. "If that's all you've got, it's still not enough, kid Lin Yu." Garp charged through the slashes and threw a punch. Smiling, Lin Yu conjured a gate of light before him. Garp's fist passed through the gate and appeared from behind his own head. Sensing the danger in time, Garp twisted his body into an impossible forward somersault, letting the punch merely graze his skull. After spinning once in the air, he landed with his feet cracking the stone slabs beneath him. He reached back and rubbed the back of his head. Close call, close call." I nearly got hit by my own punch. That devil fruit ability of yours is pretty interesting. Garp laughed, resumed his boxing stance, and slowly clenched his right fist. Armament haki spread up from his wrist, coating his entire forearm in dark, gleaming black. This time black arcs of lightning crackled around Garp's fist, and a heavy, suffocating pressure filled the air. Lin Yu's observation haki screamed warnings. He could sense that this punch was many times stronger than the previous ones. Conqueror's haki coating. Kid, this punch can't be redirected. Garp's fist wrapped in gale winds, and black lightning drove straight into Lin Yu's chest. It was too fast for the naked eye to catch. Before his afterimage could even fade, his true body was already standing before Lin Yu. With his observation haki at full blast, Lin Yu twisted aside at the instant the punch was about to land. The knuckles grazed past his left chest. Yet even that graze was enough. The air, compressed to its absolute limit, blasted the front of his white robe open. Shredded cloth scattered, and a red mark appeared on his chest, burning with pain. Following the momentum, Lin Yu spun and swung Guixu in a diagonal slash. The silver cut scraped past Garp's arm. Garp did not dodge or flinch. His left fist shot up in an uppercut, hitting the flat of Guixu precisely and knocking the slash off course. The silver light shot into the sky and split the roof of a distant warehouse in two. Nice reaction. Garp withdrew his fist, switched his stance, and swept his right elbow across. Lin Yu leaned back to dodge, and the gate of light beneath his feet opened again. He vanished from where he stood, reappearing the next instant more than 20 meters behind Garp. He dropped to one knee, stabilized himself, and gasped for breath. The red mark on his chest was already turning purple. A mere graze from the fist wind had left bruising, if that punch had landed squarely. However, it was not entirely without reward. From Garp's Conqueror's haki-coated fist, Lin Yu had sensed that elusive spark of insight. So it really did take a beating. Lin Yu had already been only one step away from mastering Conqueror's haki coating. Garp's punch had helped smash that door wide open. Lin Yu suddenly closed his eyes. A moment later, they snapped open. In that instant, dark purple lightning burst from the depths of his pupils and poured down his neck, shoulders, and arms, flowing all the way into the blade of Guixu. Dancing arcs of purple lightning shrouded the pitch-black blade, and the faint blue patterns came alive, streaming endlessly across its surface. The aura radiating from Lin Yu exploded upward, more ferocious than it had ever been. Ha ha ha, what a terrifying kid. You managed to comprehend Conqueror's haki coating just by taking a punch from me. Garp laughed, and his own aura surged as well, an equally overbearing presence bursting forth. The two streams of Conqueror's haki collided. The dock stone pavement could not bear the strain, cracks tore out from the center and spread in every direction. Out on the sea, the late-arriving dog-headed warship was kept from docking by the huge waves stirred up by that power. In the distance, the tenacious Saint Jeanette opened his eyes once more, but before he could make sense of anything, the aftershock knocked him out again. Garp clenched his right fist again. This time his entire arm was covered in pitch-black armament haki, and on its surface dark red Conqueror's haki lightning crackled. The two types of haki intertwined, giving his fist a glossy, molten lava-like sheen. Garp bent his legs, slightly cracking and sinking the stone slabs beneath his feet as he gathered power, the surrounding air whirling upward. Lin Yu held Guixu with both hands, raising it vertically before his brow. The purple lightning on the blade pulsed in sync with his breathing. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them once more, his gaze was like lightning. Old man Garp, how about we settle this in a single blow? Just what I wanted. The two moved at the same time. A deep crater burst open beneath Garp's feet. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his fist wrapped in dark red Conqueror's haki lightning, driving straight at Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised Guixu high above his head with both hands, unleashing the heaven-slaying sword art at full power. Dark purple thunder condensed into a pillar of light, more dazzling than the sun, slashing downward. One sword to slay heaven. Galaxy impact. At the moment sword and fist collided, heaven and earth fell silent. A devastating shockwave erupted from the collision point between the two, sweeping outward in all directions and sending cargo flying across the dock. Far away, ordinary naval soldiers aboard the Guixu warship fainted one after another, and even the shockwave was so tremendous that the flying fish across the entire Sabati archipelago were startled into leaping out of the water. Lin Yu felt as though he had struck an incoming meteor. The crushing force of Cup's punch seemed bottomless. Guixu's blade emitted a pained wail, its purple lightning shattered piece by piece under the dark red armament haki. Lin Yu's body was launched backward, his heels carving deep furrows into the ground as he slid over 50 meters before managing to halt himself. Cough. He dropped to one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and staining the cracked stone beneath him. He planted Guixu in the earth ahead of him to steady his frame, the blade's surface webbed with fine fractures. His chest garment lay in tatters, exposing his muscular torso marked with a gruesome fist imprint. Cup stood his ground, without flinching, slowly lowering his right fist. A sword wound marred his knuckles, traveling up toward his shoulder as blood dripped from his hand onto the ground below. He gazed at Lin Yu kneeling in the distance, made no move to press his advantage, and tucked his fist behind his back with a grin. Not bad. It's been a long time since I've had a fight this satisfying. Lin Yu lifted his head, blood at the corners of his mouth, and offered Cup a thumbs up with a smile. As expected of the marine hero. Glancing at the sword scar he'd left on Cup, he wondered if he had finally reached the same level of strength as the Axe-Emperor Mandi. Despite his commentary, escape was the priority. Lin Yu leaned backward after speaking, and a luminous gate materialized on the ground. He stepped through it, instantly reappearing beside Taizwala and Shirla. Let's go, Taizwala. Another gate opened and Taizwa supported Lin Yu as the three of them hurried inside before the portal slowly sealed shut behind them. Only Cup remained standing on the dock along with the unconscious Geoise. Cup stared at the fading light gate, then produced a pack of sunbae from nowhere, tossing one into his mouth as he muttered, "Next time we meet, I won't hold back." On a distant rooftop, a man with a prominent nose and green cap waved his camera excitedly, murmuring, "This is a massive story. Morgans will pay handsomely for this." When Lin Yu and his companions materialized, they found themselves aboard a vessel at the opposite dock of Sabaody. Seeing Lin Yu's battered state, Sire immediately summoned the ship's physician. "Lord Lin Yu, what happened? Why are you so badly injured?" Taizwala quickly interjected. Lord Lin Yu fought the marine hero Cup. The crew erupted in disbelief. "What? The marine hero Cup himself? Lord Lin Yu is that strong? He survived against such a powerhouse." "Ahem, enough talk. Help me rest and set sail for Shi-Ti-La Island immediately." "Yes, Lord Lin Yu." Meanwhile, a din mushi on Cup's person began ringing frantically. Cup answered it. "Hello, this is Cup. Cup, what's the status of Saint Geoise? Have you captured Lin Yu, the one who attacked the celestial dragon?" "Oh, it's Fleet Admiral Kong. Have you eaten? How have you been lately?" "Don't change the subject, Cup. Tell me about Saint Geoise first." The din mushi's veins bulged as its eyes widened. "You mean Geoise? He's alive, nothing serious." "What do you mean alive? How did you protect him?" "That's not my fault. He was already like this when I arrived. If I hadn't tried my best to shield him, he'd be dead by now." Cup picked his nose and flicked debris toward Geoise's body on the ground. "I battled that Lin Yu for 300 rounds, and I reduced him to near death." "That's commendable. Bring him back immediately. The world government has specifically requested his execution." Kong's tone softened slightly. "Couldn't keep him. He escaped." "Escaped?" "Yeah, escaped." Cup wore an indifferent expression. "Unless you let them go, who could ever escape your grasp?" "Roger. You're getting your pay, Doc. Cup." "What?" "I protected a celestial dragon this time, and I sustained a serious sword wound. I deserve at least 6 months of paid leave, medical expenses, and compensation for emotional distress." Before Cup could finish, Kong hung up. Geoise approached Cup. "Vice Admiral Cup, how shall we handle this celestial dragon?" "Let the ship's doctor tend to him. Just make sure he doesn't die. The CPO will come collect him." "Geoise, do you think you could have blocked that slash?" "If I'd taken it head-on, I'd have a 30% chance of dying," Geoise replied bluntly. "Haha, the seas ahead will surely never be calm." Cup laughed and hopped back aboard the Gigabura warship. 1,000 meters above the Grand Line, a massive airship drifted steadily, none other than the flagship of the News King Morgans. Morgans studied the transmitted images, grinning. Assaulting a celestial dragon, trading blows with marine hero Cup. Tomorrow's front page is set. The following day, newsbirds carried the newspapers across the world. The front page blared in bold letters. Shocking celestial dragon, trampled marine hero Cup wounded. Sunbathing on deck and recuperating from his injuries, Lin Yu spotted the deliberately bolded headline and noticed the article made no mention whatsoever of his severe wounds. Morgans, now that's a real journalist. At Marineford, Fleet Admiral Kong slammed the newspaper onto his desk. "Cup, look at the mess you've made." Cup lounged on the office sofa, casually munching on sunbae he'd pilfered from Zhangguo. Zhangguo spoke gravely beside him. "This Lin Yu is formidable. He managed to wound Cup, and his awakening of the Tobu no Mi is remarkably advanced. I recommend a substantial bounty. Then set the bounty at 700 million berries, alive or dead." The New World Wano country. Kadu read the day's paper and muttered, "Bold enough to strike a celestial dragon, skilled enough to wound Cup. If we cannot recruit such talent, we will eliminate him." In the waters of Tato land, Big Mom, Charlotte Ling, continued devouring cake. A homie unfurled the newspaper and presented it before her. "Mother Ha, you prefer strong men. Have long bread, bring him to me." On the deck of the Moby Dick, the young Marco brandished the newspaper and shouted, "Pops, look. That Lin Yu from last time. He fought a celestial dragon and injured Cup." Whitebeard took the paper and scanned it, a smile spreading across his face. "Strong and brave. I wonder if he'd consider becoming my son." In the Holy Land, Mary Geoise, within the round castle's flower field, a newspaper bearing Lin Yu's photograph was casually tossed onto the ground. On the island of Zitala in the Grand Line, the group returned to the Dawn Trading Company. After several days of rest and recuperation, Lin Yu's wounds had completely healed. In the familiar conference room, Lin Yu sat at the head of the table, while Tesoro stood nervously at his side. "Tesoro, do you know why I chose to help you?" Lin Yu looked at Tesoro with a meaningful gaze. "I don't know, and I don't need to know. From that day onward, my life belongs to Lord Lin Yu. Whatever order Lord Lin Yu gives, I will carry it out without hesitation." "Ha ha, you are a clever man, Tesoro. Rest assured, this is something you will be very adept at." As you can see, the Dawn Trading Company is expanding rapidly, but that is far from enough. I need it to reach into every field, entertainment, intelligence arms. Your task is to be the one in charge of driving this plan forward. As of now, I officially appoint you Guild Tesoro as the director of the new industries division of the Dawn Trading Company. Go and put your talents to use. You'll have no fixed salary, only 10% of the profits. Everything depends on your own ability. Yes, Lord Lin Yu. I will build a business empire that belongs to you. From now on, just call me boss. Yes, boss. Tesoro's eyes burned with fervor as he knelt on one knee and solemnly swore. Alright, I look forward to seeing what you can do, but right now you have a more important matter to attend to. A more important matter? Tesoro looked up at Lin Yu in confusion. I helped you bring Stella back. Aren't you going to do something about it? Tesoro's face flushed red. Scratching his head, he said sheepishly, boss, I was just thinking of taking things slowly. If I don't properly settle the lifelong affairs of my subordinates, how can you devote yourselves wholeheartedly to working for me? Go propose to Stella today. She will be overjoyed. The wedding is set for the day after tomorrow. As for the wedding home and the wedding attire, I've already arranged everything. Thank you, boss. Should I go find Stella now? Go ahead. Take this. Consider it my wedding gift to you both. Lin Yu casually tossed Tesoro an exquisite little box. When Tesoro opened it, he saw two beautiful matching rings, each set with a large sapphire, clearly worth a fortune. Woo-woo. Thank you, boss. Boss, would you be willing to be the witness at mine and Stella's wedding? Tesoro was so moved that he burst into tears and made as if to embrace Lin Yu. Ugh, keep your distance. I'll agree to be the witness. You're about to be a married man. Be more dignified. Yes, boss. Clutching the rings, Tesoro bounded happily out of the conference room. Lin Yu gave a single thought, and a doorway of light materialized. When he reappeared, he was already at the training ground. On the field, the brothers Nuoer and Nuoding were leading the Dawn Guard in training. Lin Yu had combined the special forces training methods he had known in his previous life with the hockey system of the pirate world. Unlike Conqueror's hockey, which depended purely on innate talent, armament hockey and observation hockey were present in everyone, and moreover, with proper training, most people could draw them out. Lin Yu therefore intended to forge a guard that mastered both colors of hockey, so that in the future they could hold their own against devil fruit users. The moment Lin Yu arrived at the training ground, Noir came running over with 2 bounty posters. Lord Lin Yu, quick look at this. Lin Yu took the posters and saw his own photograph printed unmistakably on them. Demon Sword Lin Yu, bounty 700 million berries. In the photograph, Lin Yu wore a white robe with Guixu at his waist and a confident smile on his face. Why did they give me this title? The photo is not bad though. It captured some of my handsomeness. Lin Yu commented on the bounty poster. Nuoer interjected urgently, that's not the point, Lord Lin Yu. 700 million berries. A full 700 million berries. You have a point, but only 700 million berries. That's a bit beneath my status. Nuoer, calm down, it's fine. If the Marines want to put a bounty on me, let them. Outside the training ground, a noisy clamor arose. Marine Captain Damon led his Marines into the training ground. See, Lord Lin Yu, the Marines have come to arrest you. You run first. We'll hold them off. Nuoer made to charge forward with the men, but Lin Yu stopped him. Calm down. Do they look like they came to arrest someone? Nuoer looked at the Marines, each of them carrying large bags and bundles, looking for all the world like they were moving house. Damon walked up to Lin Yu and spoke first. Demon Sword Lin Yu, you are now an officially wanted criminal of the world government. Oh, then Captain Damon, have you come to arrest me today? Captain Damon's stern expression relaxed and he announced in a clear voice, the kingdom of Xittala is unable to pay the heavenly tribute. The world government will therefore revoke its status as an affiliated kingdom, and it will no longer receive the protection of the Marines. I have received orders from headquarters to withdraw my forces from the kingdom of Xittala. Therefore arresting you is outside the scope of my duties. Then have a safe journey, Captain Damon. Thank you for the kind words. Fallen were moving out. Damon called the soldiers into formation to depart. As he was about to leave the training ground, he turned around and said, Lin Yu, I hope you can protect Xittala Island for me. After all, this is also my hometown. Lin Yu did not answer. He only nodded to Damon. Having received that response, Damon quickened his pace to catch up with the formation. Captain Damon is a good Marine. I heard that he also grew up on Xittala Island. When he was a child, he went out to sea with his parents to fish, ran into pirates, and only he survived. Nuoth sighed with emotion beside him. Since you know that, why aren't you training hard? When pirates come later, you'll have a hard time of it. On that day, the name of Demon Sword Lin Yu spread across the sea. No one could have imagined that in the future this name would thunder over the oceans and become the nightmare of every celestial dragon. 2 days later, on Xittala Island, a manor decked with lanterns and colorful decorations played host to Tesoro and Stella's wedding, held right on schedule. Stella wore a pure white wedding dress with delicate, beautiful makeup. Tesoro was dressed in a crisp suit. Hand in hand, the two walked up onto the high platform. On the platform, Lin Yu had for once set aside his white robe and was unusually dressed in a black formal suit with an exquisite gold brooch pinned at his collar. He carried far less of his usual idleness and more of a calm, composed bearing. As he watched the couple ascend the platform, Liao followed behind in formal attire, scattering flower petals. Tesoro seemed so nervous that he nearly stepped on Stella's dress several times. A wave of good-natured laughter rose from below the stage. Tesoro's face turned bright red. He stiffened his neck and forced himself to stay calm, until Stella gently pinched the back of his hand and made him settle down. Lin Yu cleared his throat. Today is the wedding of Mr. Guild Tesoro and Ms. Stella. I am not much of a wordsmith, so I won't recite any flowery vows. Let me simply wish the newlyweds a child soon and 100 years of harmony. Stella, if Tesoro ever bullies you in the future, come straight to me. I'll throw him into the sea. Stella wore a smile as Tesoro hastily replied, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Lin Yu stepped back, yielding the center of the platform to the couple. All right, exchange the rings. Tesoro fumbled with the delicate little box, and the 2 sapphire rings refracted a deep blue glow in the sunlight. He picked up one ring with fingers trembling slightly, and spent a long time failing to slip it onto Stella's ring finger. Stella smiled, took it, and put it on herself, then slipped the other onto his hand. The ceremony is complete, Lin Yu announced. Below the platform, applause thundered as ribbons and flower petals filled the air. Tesoro lifted Stella off her feet and spun her around as Stella clung to his neck, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Lin Yu leaned against a pillar at the edge of the platform, arms crossed over his chest, watching the scene. The corner of his mouth unconsciously curved upward. After the banquet, Tesoro and Stella saw off the remaining guests. They walked Lin Yu and Lia to the door, and Lin Yu waved goodbye. All right, this estate is your new home now. Since it's your wedding day, enjoy some intimate time together. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow at Tesoro, who blushed, and said, then boss, we won't escort you any further. You and Lia be safe on your way back. We're off. Lin Yu and Lia walked home together. Wei Yao had already bought a villa for Lin Yu next to his own house. Just as they were about to reach the door, Lia suddenly spoke. Brother Lin Yu's sister Stella seemed really happy today. When 2 people like each other, of course they're happy getting married. Then, does Brother Lin Yu have someone he likes right now? Lia gathered her courage and asked. Me? Not yet. But Lia has someone she likes. When she said that, a delicate blush crept over Lia's fair, refined face. Oh, who is it? Lin Yu probed, though a suspicion was already forming in his heart. It's you, Brother Lin Yu. From the moment you first saved Lia, she already liked you. After saying this, Lia covered her face with her hands, too shy to look at Lin Yu, but the hope in her eyes was visible through the gaps between her fingers. Lin Yu, who in his past life had been a lifelong single, was now receiving a confession from a girl for the first time, and he felt utterly at a loss. He had vaguely sensed Lia's fondness for him, but in his eyes she was only a 15-year-old girl. Since arriving in the pirate world, Lin Yu had sometimes fantasized about finding a few beautiful women as wives. There was no denying that Lia was already a budding beauty. But, after a whirlwind of thought, Lin Yu took hold of Lia's shoulders and said solemnly, Lia, have you thought this through? Loving someone is a serious decision. You can't be hasty. Lia lowered her hands and stared straight at Lin Yu with her big eyes. Brother Lin Yu, Lia has thought it through very clearly. Brother Lin Yu is gentle and strong, treats Lia very well, is responsible, and is so handsome. Lots of the maids in the manor are always gossiping about Brother Lin Yu. Lia knows that someone as excellent as Brother Lin Yu will surely be liked by many outstanding women. Lia won't try to keep Brother Lin Yu to herself. She only wishes to have a place in Brother Lin Yu's heart. And Lia will study medicine hard, so she can be of use to Brother Lin Yu in the future. Lin Yu looked at the girl before him and felt his heart pound fiercely. Lin Yu might be fickle, but in this moment he was sincere. Lin Yu pulled Lia into his arms. Lia, I promise you this, I will always love you and protect you from now on. Then will Brother Lin Yu say those same words to other women in the future? Lia asked playfully. Well, I promise that your place in my heart will never change, Lia. Hiss. Lia's small hand gave Lin Yu's waist a hard pinch as she said with a smile, hearing you say that is enough. If Brother Lin Yu wants to bring a few sisters home someday, you have to let Lia look them over first. Don't bring back some cheap seductive vixen. Of course. Then are we officially boyfriend and girlfriend now? Lin Yu lifted Lia and spun her around. Of course, my little Lia. Lia blushed and pounded her little fist against him. Who said I'm yours? We haven't even gotten married yet. At that, Lin Yu's expression turned serious. Lia, you're only 15 after all. There's no need to rush into that kind of thing. Once you turn 18 and come of age, I'll definitely give you a wedding that the whole sea will be watching. Really, I never lie. Lia stood on her tiptoes and gave Lin Yu a peck on the cheek like a chick pecking at rice. That's your reward. Having said that, Lia ran shyly into the manor. The 2 guards at the entrance couldn't help exchanging fond, knowing smiles. What are you grinning at? You 2 are doubling your training tomorrow, and I'll take personal charge of drilling you. The guards' faces crumpled as if they were about to cry. Inside the manor, Wei Yao was reading a newspaper in the living room. Seeing Lia run inside, he was just about to show some concern for his daughter, but she, as if she hadn't seen him at all, ran straight up to her room on the 2nd floor with a red face. How could Wei Yao, seeing his daughter like this, not know what had happened? Lia had gone to help at Tesoro and Stella's wedding today, and she must have been moved by something to confess her feelings to Lin Yu. Judging from the look on her face, just now it must have succeeded. There's no keeping a daughter once she's grown, Wei Yao sighed with a smile as he walked over to the family portrait. He reached out and gently touched the gentle silver-haired woman in the photo whose face looked so much like Lia's. Lillian, do you see? Lia has finally found someone she can entrust her life to. Humming a light tune, Lin Yu returned to his own villa. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he lay down on the bed. The feelings from earlier had still not completely settled. Lying in bed, Lin Yu stared at the ceiling, the smile on his lips still lingering. He rested the back of one hand on his forehead. On his fingertips still lingered the faint herb-scented fragrance from Leah's hair when he had held her just now. He turned over and buried his face in the pillow, letting out a muffled laugh. But as he laughed, he slowly grew quiet. The images of that fight with Garp surged back into his mind. The roar of fists tearing through the air the instant when their conqueror's haki clashed, the cracks splintering across the Guixu blade, and the bone-crushing pain in his chest as he was sent flying backward. Garp had pulled his punch at the end and hadn't pursued. That was him going easy. If the old man had gotten serious, whether he could have walked out of sobriety standing at all was anyone's guess. In short, his power was still far from enough. In the past, Lin Yu had believed that with his heaven-defying comprehension and monstrous physique, he could become part of the world's top echelon by simply training on schedule every day. The battle with Garp showed Lin Yu his shortcomings clearly. His door fruit was still underdeveloped. His haki, in all three colors, still had a gap compared with the truly top-tier powerhouses, and though the heaven-slashing sword art had broken through after his duel with Koshiro, it was still far from its strongest. Behind this world existed beings like the 5 ancient gods and Emo. The road he still had to walk was long. Lin Yu sat up in bed and walked to the window. In the night, Zidala Island was ablaze with lights. This island held joy and love. Tesoro and Stella, who had just found their place, his Lia, and the guards who followed him around all day calling him boss. He was no longer alone. He had his own bonds now. If he wanted freedom, if he wanted to protect everyone around him, the only way was to become stronger than everyone else. Suddenly, Lin Yu's conqueror's haki surged out from his body without any reserve. Every person on Zidala Island felt its presence. It did not hurt anyone. It simply shot toward the sky, and the starry sky and moon, which had been shrouded in dark clouds, were revealed. But this time that presence carried a trace of guardianship, a feeling that made people at ease without knowing why. Lin Yu clenched his fist, sensing that his conqueror's haki had undergone some kind of change. Were these two types of conqueror's haki? At this moment, Lin Yu clearly perceived that his conqueror's haki had split into two kinds. One was an extreme domineering force of destruction, while the other carried a protective dominance. He could clearly sense that he could release both kinds of conqueror's haki simultaneously, and the extra haki seemed able to attach itself to his allies. Is this putting a buff on my teammates? I've never heard of anyone's conqueror's haki being able to do this. Joy Boy apparently could store his conqueror's haki inside objects, so I should probably work in that direction too. He imagined his subordinates using his haki while fighting others. It could both injure enemies and boost allies. He could also learn from rocks and cover his entire body with conqueror's haki like armament haki. Wouldn't defense be even better then? Lin Yu felt he was truly a genius. The next day he arrived at the training ground and looked at Nuar, Nuoding, and the others standing in orderly formation. Today we'll skip physical training. Split into two groups led by Nuar and Nuoding respectively. You'll spar against each other. Soon the training ground was divided into two groups as Lin Yu had instructed, and at his signal, they began the sparring match. At first the two sides were evenly matched, but as the fight went on, the team led by Nuar gradually gained the upper hand thanks to his seasoned command and richer experience. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Lin Yu released his conqueror's haki and tried to empower Nuoding and the others. The situation instantly shifted. Nuoding's group seemed to be injected with fierce fighting spirit, their fists whirling with tempestuous force, while Nuar's side's attacks were blocked by a purple barrier the moment they were about to land. Soon Nuar's team conceded defeat. Lin Yu walked over to Nuoding and the others. How did you feel just now? Boss, I felt my whole body suddenly surge with strength. The other attacks didn't hurt at all. Idiot, that was boss's power blocking them. Listening to their descriptions, Lin Yu gained a more precise understanding of his new conqueror's haki ability. His haki could now be applied to allies, boosting their fighting spirit and shielding them from attacks up to a certain degree. This ability would prove enormously useful in the future. With that thought, Lin Yu withdrew his haki. Keep training. After saying this, he stepped into the light door and arrived at the new headquarters of the Dawn Chamber of Commerce, Tesoro's office. Tesoro had grown accustomed to Lin Yu suddenly opening a door and entering. He poured Lin Yu a cup of tea. Lin Yu accepted it and took a sip. Tesoro, how familiar are you with the chamber now? Boss, I've already familiarized myself with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce's business direction and financial scale. But if we want to expand the way you plan, there's one huge problem. What? We don't have money. Establishing strongholds, building connections, initial publicity, all of this requires funds. Right now our account balance is nowhere near enough. Tesoro spread his hands helplessly. How much do we need roughly? The initial startup capital needs at least 7 billion berries. Only then can we rely on the developing business to become self-sufficient later. What? That much? That's enough to buy 10 of me. Lin Yu nearly sprayed the tea out of his mouth. No way around it, boss. This figure is already as low as it can possibly go. Go ahead and do it. Here is 500 million berries to start with. I'll figure out the rest. Lin Yu took out his private stash with a pang of heartache. Got it. Boss, your ability is really convenient. If you used it to rob a bank, you'd succeed every single time. Tesoro thought it was the power of Lin Yu's door fruit and couldn't help sighing in admiration. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, Lin Yu excitedly patted Tesoro's shoulder. Great idea, Tesoro. Our money problem is solved. Watching Lin Yu hastily open a door and leave again, Tesoro was full of confusion. After leaving, Lin Yu went to the beach to test his idea. When he had first eaten the door fruit, he had also wondered whether the extra-dimensional space inside the doors could be used like a portable space to store things. But he discovered that things could indeed be put inside, yet the dimensional space seemed to run parallel to real space. Something stored at point A would only exist in the dimensional space at point A, and you could not take it out at point B. Besides, he had a portable space at the time, so he had not pursued the idea. But now Lin Yu could not only open double doors, he could even open indoors. As long as he left his mark at a certain location, he could connect two doors so that they did not pass through the dimensional space. Lin Yu grabbed a handful of sand and tossed it into the opened light door while mentally sensing the location of Tesoro's office. At that same moment, Tesoro was enjoying the freshly brewed tea. Just as he tilted his head back to drink, sand fell down and plastered over his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. What was that? Tesoro coughed uncontrollably. He looked up and saw Lin Yu grinning at him. Sorry about that. Looks like it worked. By the way, isn't the world government collecting the heavenly tribute recently? Do you know the current shipping routes of the world government transport ships? Still trying to recover, Tesoro heard this and knew exactly what Lin Yu was planning. He probed cautiously. Boss, are you going to rob the heavenly tribute? How can you say that? A scholar's actions can't be called robbing. I'm just borrowing it for a while. Boss, I trust your strength, but it wasn't long ago that we beat that celestial dragon so badly. You have a bounty of 700 million, and even I have a bounty of 100 million. Wouldn't robbing the heavenly tribute be a little too audacious? Me avoiding their sharp edge? You already know my ability. We'll do it silently, not a single shot fired. I'll wear a black cloak, finish the borrowing, and leave. Who could possibly know it was us? Fine, let's do it. I'll send people immediately to collect the route maps of the world government transport ships. Yes, hurry up. The more complete, the better. Boss, when you go to borrow, choose a location far away from us. That way suspicion will fall on us even less. Oh, not bad. That's only because you taught me well. Enough. Oh, right. Remember to prepare a few large warehouses for storing that. You know what I mean. Don't worry, boss. I'll have people dig out several underground warehouses in the mountains today. I guarantee no one will ever find them. The office echoed with the two of them cackling sinisterly. The maid who had been about to bring fruit was so frightened that she dared not enter. A few days later, in the Grand Line, a world government transport ship was sailing slowly across the sea. World government flags hung from both sides of the hull. More than a dozen fully armed CP agents stood on the deck. The hold was packed with weapons, provisions, and berries, along with 3 freshly seized devil fruits. This was the heavenly tribute collected by the world government from several kingdoms this year. On the deck of the transport ship, a figure swathed entirely in bandages sat in a wheelchair made of pure gold. Those 2 accursed commoners actually dared to attack a god. Why haven't those useless marines caught them yet? This man was none other than Jeanette, the celestial dragon, whom Lin Yu and Tesoro had beaten. Thanks to Garp's punch, which had all but blasted his ship apart, he had no choice but to return to the Holy Land, marry Geoise aboard a transport vessel. The nurse beside him walked over with a tray. Saint Jeanette, it is time to change your dressings. Jeanette's pudgy hand kept stroking the nurse's thigh. She forced herself to endure it, but her movements were inevitably affected. Hiss! Is this how you change my dressings, you lowborn wretch? Jeanette shouted furiously. He instinctively tried to lift his leg to kick her, but as soon as he moved, the searing pain in his foot made him give up. Someone, throw her into the sea to feed the fish, and bring me a new nurse. Humiliated and enraged, Jeanette ordered the CPO. The CPO ignored the nurse's pleas and dragged her away. In the distant sky, a figure in a black cloak was slowly drawing closer. It was Lin Yu. After these past few days of developing his devil fruit ability, Lin Yu could open and close doors in an instant, far too fast for any naked eye to catch. Now, by opening a small spatial door beneath his own feet and relying on his observation hockey, he could cross several thousand meters in a single step. To others, it looked exactly like teleportation. As he drew closer to the transport ship, Lin Yu activated his observation hockey. Well, an old acquaintance on board. This must be fate. Sensing Jeanette on the deck, Lin Yu flashed a sinister smile. Just as he was about to head for the ship's hold, he noticed the nurse struggling on the surface of the sea. Good thing you were lucky enough to run into me. Lin Yu teleported above the struggling nurse and pulled her up with one hand. The rescued nurse was about to thank him, but Lin Yu's words came first. Don't thank me. It was no trouble. Where do you live? The Sabaody archipelago, the nurse blurted out. That's easy. With a thought, Lin Yu connected with the spatial mark he had left on the Sabaody archipelago. He reached out and pushed. The nurse vanished before his eyes. Another good deed done. Now it's time for the real business. With a thought, Lin Yu appeared in the transport ship's cargo hold. The hold was dark and crammed with wooden crates. Under Lin Yu's observation hockey, most of them were stuffed with belly along with weapons and provisions. In the innermost crates, there were even 3 devil fruits. Heavens, we've struck it rich. Rather than letting the celestial dragon squander this, I might as well put it to good use. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yu summoned a massive glowing door on the hold's deck, and every last one of the wooden crates tumbled into it. In that moment, the ship's draft decreased by more than half, and the CPO captain on the deck keenly sensed the change. He frowned and ordered the subordinate beside him go down and check the cargo hold. The subordinate nodded and started down the stairs. Halfway down the stairs, beneath his feet suddenly vanished, and he fell straight in. Where is he? The CPO captain waited for a long while, then sent another man down. Still there was no response. Sensing that something was wrong, he pulled out his den mushi and prepared to report to his superiors. Just then a dark figure appeared behind him in an instant and kicked him straight into the sea. Splash! Water sprayed into the air. The kick was so powerful that the CPO captain could not resist it at all. Before long, the CPO agent used Soru to flash back onto the deck, and together with the remaining agents surrounded Lin Yu on every side. Who are you? You dare attack a world government ship? Do you have a death wish? Hidden behind his black cloak, Lin Yu answered in a deliberately hoarse voice, I never hide my name. I'm the demon descendant Douglas Bullet's right-hand man, Gatling. Gatling, did your boss Bullet send you? Right now he can't even protect himself. I advise you to surrender quietly. No more fighting, no more fighting. I'm getting out of here, folks. Just as he was about to escape, Lin Yu spotted the pure gold wheelchair in which Jeanette was seated. So extravagant. It must be worth a fortune. I'll send it back to Tesoro. With that thought, Lin Yu kicked Jeanette out of the wheelchair and into the sea, then grabbed the wheelchair and vanished from sight. The CPO, paying no attention to the vanished Lin Yu, hurriedly jumped overboard to save Jeanette. That week, storm clouds gathered across the seas. The most conspicuous incident was a man calling himself Gatling claiming to be Bullet's subordinate who seized 3 world government transport ships in succession. Among the spoils were the heavenly tribute paid by nearly 10 member nations, tens of billions of belly in total. The world government was enraged. It placed a bounty of 800 million belly on Gatling, raised the bounty on his boss Bullet by another tier, ordered the Marines to intensify their pursuit, and even authorized the use of a buster call. Meanwhile, on a deserted island in the New World, the battered Bullet had just escaped a capture force led by Garp. After taking a punch from Garp, he was now rubbing his aching left arm. Staring at the newspaper he had seized from other pirates, Bullet suddenly roared at the sky, who the hell is it? No wonder the Marines had been chasing him like mad lately. Even Garp and Sengoku had been deployed. When did he ever have a lackey named Gatling? And when had he ever told him to rob the heavenly tribute? The worst part was that he hadn't gotten a single belly from it. The young Bullet viciously tore the newspaper to shreds. Don't let me find out who you are daring to use me as a scapegoat. Boss, is it really all right for us to frame that Bullet? What's there to fear? He doesn't know who we are. In the Marine's eyes, is there anything that battle-crazed maniac wouldn't do? Besides, he's already caused so much destruction, one more incident won't make a difference. A capable man should do more. That's right. Tesoro excitedly counted Lin Yu's spoils of war. Go ahead and keep working, Tesoro. If it's not enough, I'll go ask the celestial dragons for more. Don't worry, boss. Lin Yu returned to his villa, and at last came his favorite part, opening the blind boxes. Lin Yu took the chest containing the devil fruits out of his portable space. When he opened it, he found 3 smaller wooden boxes inside. He opened them one by one. The first fruit was peach-shaped, its outline smooth and slightly flattened. Its milky white surface was patterned with faint pale cyan veins like flowing lines of medicinal herbs. On its surface was a strange relief of a mythical beast, one horn, a lion's body, and a deer's head. The compendium in Lin Yu's memory had no record of this fruit, but the more he looked at the beast pattern, the more familiar it became. Wasn't this the ancient divine beast Guixu? Lin Yu held the fruit up in excitement. In ancient times, Guixu was said to be an auspicious primordial beast versed in every spirit and medicinal herb under heaven, immune to all diseases, and able to recognize every poison and evil force. Lin Yu felt waves of life force emanating from the fruit. In all likelihood, this fruit would awaken abilities related to healing and purification. Leah should be quite suited for it. With this in mind, Lin Yu didn't even look at the remaining 2 devil fruits. With a mere thought, he arrived at the newly opened Dawn Hospital on the island. After realizing she had no talent for swordsmanship, Leah shifted her focus to medicine. Not only did she study diligently every day, she also came to the hospital every day to help, hoping to learn medical skills. Leah hadn't yet processed Lin Yu's sudden appearance when he pulled her through the light gate and into his bedroom. Leah glanced around, seemed to think of something, and blushed. Brother Lin Yu, didn't you say that kind of thing is still too early? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then realized Leah had misunderstood and hurriedly explained. After learning what had happened, Leah looked at Lin Yu. So Brother Lin Yu wants Leah to eat this fruit, right? Lin Yu looked at Leah seriously. Yes. Eating this devil fruit won't just give you a high probability of awakening Guixu's healing ability. As a mythical beast type, its boost to your combat power will also be considerable, giving you a way to protect yourself. Will eating this fruit let me help you? Leah suddenly asked. Lin Yu nodded. Leah took the white devil fruit from his hand and bit into it. Her usually cute face scrunched up. Brother Lin Yu, this tastes awful. Keep going, Leah. I heard you have to eat all of it for it to work even better. Lin Yu encouraged her with the attitude of better to believe it than not. Spurred on by his encouragement, Leah gritted her teeth and swallowed the entire fruit in a few bites. After watching Leah finish the fruit, Lin Yu took out a candy and put it into her mouth, then asked, "How is it, Leah? Do you feel anything?" Holding the candy in her mouth, Leah felt the cloying fruit sweetness finally push down the nightmare still lingering on her tongue. It took her a while to calm her breathing before she looked down at her hands. Faint pale cyan patterns emerged in her palms, spreading from her fingertips to her wrists before slowly fading away. Leah closed her eyes and sensed for a few seconds. When she opened them again, there was a new lucid clarity in her eyes. She looked at Lin Yu, then suddenly reached out her index finger and lightly tapped the back of his hand. The instant her fingertip touched him, an extremely thin beam of cyan light seeped into his skin. Lin Yu only felt a cool, soothing sensation on the back of his hand. Lin Yu took out Guixu and sliced a small opening in his own palm. "Leah, try healing this wound for me." Gazing at him with heartache, Leah quickly stepped forward and released more cyan light from her hands. The wound on Lin Yu's palm healed at a visible speed. Lin Yu looked down at the cut Guixu had left on his palm. It had already closed into nothing but a faint pink line. He clenched his fist, his joints moving smoothly. This healing speed was even faster than he had anticipated, almost on par with the regenerative ability of an awakened Zoan-type user. And this was only the initial trial, less than a quarter of an hour after Leah had eaten the fruit. "Fantastic. Leah, you will definitely be the #1 doctor on the seas in the future." Lin Yu raised his thumb at Leah. Leah was a little embarrassed by Lin Yu's praise. She lowered her head to look at her palm, where the ring of pale cyan patterns was still shimmering faintly. She suddenly remembered something and looked up. "Brother Lin Yu, when I ate the fruit just now, a flood of knowledge about herbs and plants rushed into my mind. It was like a huge book flipping pages before me. Every page printed with flowers and roots I had never seen before, with their habits, medicinal properties, and toxicities clearly marked." "Guixu knows all things." Lin Yu nodded. "This should be the knowledge inheritance carried by the fruit itself, tied to its bloodline memory. As long as you hold on to this knowledge, it won't be long before you become the #1 doctor of the sea." Leah's eyes sparkled, clearly delighted by the title #1 doctor. She looked down at her own palm, then closed her eyes again and placed both hands over Lin Yu's. Soon pale cyan light surged out once more and crept upward along Lin Yu's meridians. Lin Yu felt a warm current flow from his arms through his entire body. The fatigue of running around borrowing money these past few days melted away in that warmth. His waist no longer ached, and his legs no longer hurt. "That feels great." Lin Yu couldn't help but stretch languidly. Leah withdrew her hands, wiped the fine beads of sweat from her brow, and her face turned a shade paler than before. Lin Yu noticed his brow furrowing slightly. "Does it consume a lot?" A full body purification like that just now took about 20% of my strength." Leah answered truthfully. "But I have a feeling that after I get used to it, the consumption will be lower." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "You've only just eaten the fruit, so it's normal for the consumption to be high. Let's try detoxification." As he spoke, Lin Yu took out a glass bottle he had bought at an apothecary shop on Sabaody last time. The shopkeeper said that this much alone was enough to knock out a small sea king. Lin Yu poured a drop of the liquid onto the table. The instant the dark green liquid touched the wooden surface, it began to bubble and hiss, and 2 shallow pits were eaten into the tabletop. Leah took a sniff and frowned. "What a pungent smell. It's like some concentrated biotoxin with a nerve-paralyzing ingredient mixed in." She reached her hand out and hovered it above the corrosive liquid. Pale cyan light descended over it like a fine, dense net. Under the lights cover, the dark green liquid visibly faded, the bubbling stopped, and the corrosion no longer spread. In the end, the entire mass was purified into a transparent stain, leaving only 2 shallow pits behind. It worked. Leah withdrew her hand and smiled. Purifying poison takes a bit more effort than healing wounds, but it's still within control. If it's poison inside a human body, it should be even easier to handle. Lin Yu nodded, then looked at Leah with expectation. "There's still the most important ability we haven't used, isn't there?" Leah blinked. "What ability?" "Transformation." Lin Yu crossed his arms and stared at her with eager anticipation. Guixu is an ancient, auspicious beast. Try to see if you can transform into its form." Leah looked down at her slender frame, then raised her head to Lin Yu with a trace of hesitation. "Can I really transform?" "You won't know until you try." Lin Yu spread his hands toward her. "A devil fruit's transformation power is etched into your instinct. Close your eyes, feel the direction of that power flowing through your body, and just follow it. Come on." Leah pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. After about 10 seconds, a soft, milky white glow began to radiate around Leah. The light seeped out from her skin, thickening as it gathered, and gradually outlined a hazy silhouette. The light abruptly expanded, flooding the entire bedroom with radiance. Lin Yu squinted instinctively. When he opened his eyes again, standing before him was no longer the silver-haired girl. A snow-white, mystical beast stood in the center of the room, nearly 3 meters in length. It had the head of a deer and the body of a lion, and its spine was covered in fine silver-white scales that extended from the nape of its neck to the tip of its tail. The single horn on its forehead shone with a moist, ivory luster. Pale cyan patterns crept along its neck and limbs exactly like the markings that had been on Li Yu's palm moments earlier. What was most wondrous were its light purple pupils in which a faint glow swirled, lively and gentle, carrying an ancient pure wisdom. The Baizhe lowered its head and nuzzled the back of Lin Yu's hand with its nose, its warm breath spilling over his skin. Brother Lin Yu, I did it. A clear, girlish voice came from the Baize's throat. It wagged its tail excitedly and scraped its front hooves against the floor twice, making the entire bedroom tremble slightly. Lin Yu tilted his head up at the 3-meter-tall auspicious beast and froze for 2 seconds, then laughed. Li Yu, you look so cool in your transformed form. The Baize's tail wagged even more happily, like a snow-white giant dog that had just been praised. It ran several circles around Lin Yu before stopping, then lowered its head to gently rub its forehead horn against his shoulder, carrying the faint, elusive fragrance of medicinal herbs. My perception is so clear in Baize form. Li Yu's voice was filled with surprise. I can smell every plant on the lawn outside the villa, and I can even sense how the tree roots are growing tens of meters underground. This must be an ability unique to the Baize. Lin Yu beckoned to Li Yu. Li Yu, come out to the lawn. There's not enough room to stretch out in here. With that, Lin Yu opened a glowing door and led Li Yu downstairs. The maids who had been trimming the lawn saw the snow-white mystical beast and swarmed around with sparkling eyes. Wow, it's so cute. Is this Master Lin Yu's new pet? The bolder ones even reached out and touched the Baize's thigh. I'm not a pet. I'm Li Yu. Li Yu's voice came from the Baize's mouth, mixed with embarrassment and indignation. Wow, it's Miss Li Yu's voice. Has Miss Li Yu been eaten? Lin Yu explained that Li Yu had eaten a devil fruit, and it finally dawned on everyone. As expected of our young lady, even after transforming, she's still this adorable. Unlike Nuoer and Captain Nuoding, whose transformations are downright hideous. After dismissing the crowd, Lin Yu stepped back several paces, rolled his wrists, and beckoned to the Baize. Li Yu, charge at me with all your strength, and let me feel the power you have now. The Baize hesitated for a moment, but quickly crouched low with its 4 hooves slightly bent. The next second it exploded into action, its snow-white form turning into a streak of light that shot straight toward Lin Yu, moving so fast, it kicked up a fierce gust of wind. Lin Yu crossed his arms before him to block. The instant they collided, a force no less than the full power charge of a small sea king slammed into his arms, pushing his whole body back half a step. Whoa! Lin Yu shook his numb arms and looked at Li Yu, who had stopped in front of him and was nervously leaning in to check whether he was hurt. Smiling, he gently rubbed her single horn. With the power you have after transforming, you're almost on par with a top-tier Zoan. Add your healing and purification to that. Li Yu, you're now a trinity of offense, defense, and support. Thanks to the enhancement from this fruit, Li Yu, your body can now support physical training. From now on, train with me for a while every day, and I'll teach you. Okay. Li Yu's cheerful voice rang out. Try releasing this form. Light bloomed around Li Yu again. The enormous beast form slowly shrank and coalesced back into the silver-haired girl. Looking at Li Yu's completely intact dress, Lin Yu was astonished. Li Yu, you grew so huge just now. Why are your clothes still completely intact? Li Yu's face flushed red at first, then she thought for a moment. When I transformed just now, I felt as if my clothes were wrapped in a stream of energy, and when I released the transformation, they automatically returned to me. How convenient, Lin Yu marveled. Li Yu threw herself into his arms and murmured, Brother Lin Yu, does this mean Li Yu can help you now? Lin Yu picked Li Yu up and spun her around. Of course. In the future, Li Yu will be the chief physician of our dawn. The two savored one more moment of closeness, then Li Yu ran out excitedly, eager to show off her new ability. Lin Yu returned to the bedroom and continued on to inspect the next 2 devil fruits. He opened the second box. Inside was a banana-shaped fruit densely covered with reddish-brown spiral patterns. Paramecia-type jet fruit. Lin Yu recognized it at a glance. The user could expel high-temperature, high-pressure gas from any part of the body. It could be used not only to injure enemies, but also to enhance one's own speed. For example, when throwing a punch, one could release high-pressure gas from the elbow, boosting both speed and power. A solid fruit. If properly developed, its potential was extremely high. If used in sailing, wouldn't a ship be able to race across the sea at astonishing speed? Pulling his thoughts back, Lin Yu opened the third box. Inside was a pineapple-shaped fruit, dark purple all over its surface, covered in spiderweb-like patterns. Zoan-type spider fruit, web spinner spider form. Lin Yu picked up the fruit and considered it. The web spinner form could not match the wolf spider form in combat power, nor the black widow form in poison, but it possessed an ability beyond any other spider fruit. Web weaving. It could construct a concealed spider web network, and within that range no movement could escape the user's perception. For Lin Yu, who was already preparing to turn Zidala Island into his stronghold, this ability could not be more important. Now Lin Yu had 4 devil fruits in his hands: the Paramecia-type jet fruit, the Zoan-type spider fruit, in web spinner spider form, the Paramecia-type flutter fruit, and the Zoan-type bird fruit, in peregrine falcon form. Lin Yu planned to distribute these 4 devil fruits as rewards to loyal subordinates who had performed well. As for how to distinguish the loyal from the disloyal, he was already developing an idea. Through his constant use of devil fruits over the past few days, Lin Yu had also arrived at new ideas for developing the Dordor fruit. In his view, the most important ingredient in fruit development was imagination. After all, as everyone knew, the pirate world did not follow science. The door-to-door fruit could open doors on any object, so why couldn't it open the door of a person's heart and glimpse their truest thoughts? Could it also open a gate of restrictions sealing the physical limits of the human body, thereby allowing one to surpass those very limits? This reminded Lin Yu of the 8 gates in Naruto, another one of the big 3. Coincidentally, Lin Yu had studied traditional Chinese medicine in university, so he had a thorough understanding of the human body's acupoints. At that moment, his thoughts surged like a spring. Unable to wait, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began experimenting by focusing on his own acupoints. Recalling all the descriptions of the 8 gates in the anime, Lin Yu's thoughts gradually sank into deep meditation. Year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar. On a battered pirate ship adrift in the New World. Douglas Bullet was wrapping bandages around his left hand. Having just survived a marine buster call, he had strained every last ounce of strength to escape from Sengoku and Garp. Now Bullet was utterly exhausted and gravely wounded. Even seizing this pirate ship had cost him no small effort. TCH. Damn you, Garp. Damn you, Sengoku. I told you I don't know any Gatling, and yet you still want me to hand over the heavenly tribute. I really didn't do it. Just let me find out which bastard framed me. I'll tear him to shreds. Bullet muttered furiously, kicking the pirate at the helm. Get this ship moving faster. Do you want the Marines to catch up to us? Yes, yes, Lord Bullet. The helmsman bowed and scraped hastily, but greed and hatred lurked in his eyes. Lord Bullet, the bottom of the hold seems to be leaking somewhere. I'll go take a look. Then hurry up and go. The pirate scrambled down toward the hold. At the bottom, he quietly picked up a din mushy and made a call. I've already brought him over to your side. Good. That Bullet has been running rampant in the New World for too long. Just think how many of our men he's killed. You promised me I want 20% of the bounty, and I want to kill him myself. Don't worry. After all, he did kill your entire crew. You'll have your revenge. Are you sure he's seriously wounded right now? Don't worry. That was a buster call led by Garp and Sengoku. From what I can see, he has less than 1/10 of his strength left now. Good. Our people are ready. Today is the day he dies. The pirate returned to the deck. Lord Bullet, I know a secluded, deserted island. The Marines will never find it. Why don't we lie low there for a few days? Bullet found nothing suspicious. Instead, his eyes lit up. Then quit wasting time and take us there. He leaned against the mast. The bandages on his left arm were already soaked through 2 layers with blood. Frowning, he wrapped another layer around them. He had been pursued relentlessly by Sengoku and Garp for over a month. Even a monster like him felt an exhaustion he had never experienced before, but he dared not sleep. In his gray-blue eyes, a trace of wariness still lingered. How much farther? Bullet asked in a hoarse voice. Almost there, Lord Bullet. The helmsman smiled ingratiatingly, his fingers on the wheel, trembling slightly. Once we go through that fog, ahead we'll be there. It's very secluded. Bullet narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Through the thin fog, the outline of an island faintly emerged. When the ship reached the shore, timber scraped against the sand with a dull sound. Bullet jumped off the deck onto the damp, fine sand. Something felt wrong. This deserted island was too quiet. The helmsman also stepped ashore, a cold sneer on his face. Bullet, isn't this little island nice? It's a perfect spot for your grave. Bullet's pupils shrank sharply. He was just about to strike. In the surrounding darkness, torches blazed up one after another. Men with weapons came out from behind the rocks, from among the low bushes, and from cracks in the cliff, making their way onto the beach to encircle him. 5 flags rose at the same time from different directions: the Lionhead flag, the Crossbones flag, the Black Sail flag, the Broken Blade flag, and the Serpent's Kiss flag. 5 pirate crews of some renown in the New World. Bullet recognized every one of them. Each crew had in one way or another been looted by him. Douglas Bullet, the bald giant in the lead, grinned, flashing a mouthful of gold teeth. Even you have a day like this. Bullet scanned the area. Close to 500 men. In the front ranks, they carried shields and machetes. Behind them, most held muskets and bows. The formation had clearly been meticulously rehearsed. Bullet laughed. He pulled the broken ear guard off his right ear and threw it to the ground, then twisted his neck until his joints cracked. Do you honestly think 500 of these small fry are enough to kill me? Let's see if your mouth is still that tough later. The bald giant waved. Behind him, arrows and bullets from the pirates flew toward Bullet all at once. Bullet used armament hockey to block, then rolled sideways in one motion. He grabbed a pirate in the front, threw his weight into a sudden twist, and swung the man like a club into the crowd. Bullet charged into the crowd through the breach. His fists lashed out with ferocious force, but there were too many enemies. For every one he knocked down, 3 more filled the gap. The bald giant did not join the fight himself. He stayed at the perimeter, directing the pirates in waves to wear Bullet down. 15 minutes later, Bullet was on one knee. A dozen or more wounds covered his body, and blood ran from his forehead, smearing half his face. He activated his devil fruit ability. Countless rocks and the pirates' weapons surged toward him and merged into his body, turning him into a rock giant dozens of meters tall. The bald man seemed to have been waiting for this. Dozens of hidden heavy cannons fired at once, blasting the rock giant. Bullet had formed to pieces. Bullet fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What other tricks do you have? The bald giant sneered as he stepped forward. I'm Bullet. Bullet let out a furious roar and slowly rose to his feet. His presence exploded outward and surging conqueror's haki burst free. His gray-blue eyes churned with sheer distilled savagery and fighting spirit. That pressure was like the roar of a beast driven to the edge, carrying the madness and defiance of a last-ditch counterattack as it swept across the entire beach. But the conqueror's haki lasted less than 3 seconds. Bullet suddenly staggered and collapsed back to the ground. A stream of black blood poured from his mouth. The veins on his neck throbbed violently, and every muscle in his body spasmed uncontrollably. The bald giant laughed loudly. Bullet, you really are a monster. But this poison can kill even a sea king. He stepped forward and planted his foot on Bullet's head. Look at yourself now, Bullet. Don't you look like a dead dog? The surrounding pirates burst into loud laughter. Bullet ground his teeth, his knuckles dug into the sand, and threads of blood seeped from under his nails. He fought desperately to stand, but his wounds, the exhaustion from days of fleeing, and the poison that had entered his body during the battle all bore down on him mercilessly. The helmsman stepped forward, took the blade from the bald giant, and raised it overhead to strike down hard. Suddenly a silver slash came howling through the air. A head flew up, and the pirate toppled over stiffly. Lin Yu teleported to Bullet's side, muttering that he had made it in time. The bald giant recognized Lin Yu and growled, "Demon, Sword Lin Yu, what are you butting in for? This is between us and Bullet. I suggest you be smart about this, or we'll kill you too." "Ooh, how scary," Lin Yu replied in a mocking, affected tone. "What I hate most is ganging up on someone." The bald, burly man sneered, raising his blade and pointing it directly at Lin Yu. "The demon Sword Lin Yu, and 700 million bounty makes you worth taking. Men attack." In an instant, countless arrows and bullets rained down upon Lin Yu. "You should eat your own bullets." With Lin Yu's observation haki, every incoming attack was absorbed into the portal. When they reappeared, they shot back toward their origin, piercing through pirates who had no time to dodge. The bald pirate blocked with his blade and shouted, "Stop using ranged attacks. Take your swords and charge him." Hearing the order, the remaining pirates surged forward, blades raised, rushing at Lin Yu. "Don't interfere, fodder." Lin Yu's commanding voice echoed his conqueror's haki, surging around him as dark purple lightning swept outward, knocking out all the charging pirates. Far across the sea horizon, several naval warships were in motion. On the doghead vessel, Garp sensed that familiar presence. That conqueror's haki. That's that kid. Beside him, Sengoku noticed Garp muttering to himself and patted his shoulder. "What are you talking about?" "Garp, can you feel it?" "Sengoku, that presence. It doesn't belong to Balti. It seems he's crossed paths with others. After all, there are many on the seas who hold a grudge against him." With that, Sengoku gave the order, and the ships surged forward at full speed toward the island. On the island, witnessing Lin Yu's display of conqueror's haki effortlessly defeat his subordinates, the burly man bellowed to his surroundings, "For captains, how much longer will you wait?" As his words faded, 4 figures materialized instantly. 3 men and 1 woman, the leaders of the other pirate crews. The enchanting woman's eyes gleamed as she stared at Lin Yu. "Dear, would you like to join my crew and become my ship's master?" "Sorry, you're too old for me." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. The woman's expression contorted, her voice piercing as she shrieked, "How dare you call me old? Unforgivable." A dark-cloaked man from behind spoke first, his tone shadowed. "Let's attack together and take him down." All 4 surged toward Lin Yu simultaneously. The bald man had transformed into a colossal lion, its razor-sharp claws lunging at him. The enchanting woman became a pitch-black viper, venom spraying from her fangs, while the remaining 2, one wielding dual swords, the other brandishing a massive hammer, joined the assault. Watching the 4 rush at him with ferocious momentum, Lin Yu's Guixu blade crackled with violet lightning as he slashed horizontally. The 4 were sent flying backward, each bearing a deep wound that exposed bone, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Only 4. Were there not 5? Lin Yu gazed toward the shoreline in confusion. Meanwhile, the pirate ship flying the black sail flag had already launched and was pulling away from the island. The same shadowy figure in black who had spoken earlier stood aboard. One of the crew hesitated before speaking up. "Boss, is it really smart to sell them out like this? You wouldn't understand, those 4 relics belong in a museum. They actually thought they could defeat the demon sword." Finishing his remark, the man turned his gaze toward Lin Yu on the beach, waved with a grin, and even gave a mock bow. "Step on it, I can feel the Marines closing in." Watching the pirate ship speed away, Lin Yu chuckled. "At least you know what's good for you." Turning back to Balti, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a leaf, offering it to him. Balti didn't reach for it. "I know who you are, Demon Sword Lin Yu. Why are you helping me?" Seeing the wariness in Balti's eyes, Lin Yu responded bluntly, "I want you to join me as a companion." "Ha ha ha, companion. That's useless. I, Balti, don't need it. Only one's own strength is worth relying on." "So you think you're strong? Then why are you in this state?" Lin Yu provoked. You. Balti was left speechless. Lin Yu pressed on. "I heard you joined the Roger pirates specifically to challenge Roger, but from what I know, you never even defeated Rayleigh or Jabra. Just moments ago, you were driven to a desperate situation by the very pirate crew you once defeated." Is this the strength you seek? After Roger's death, did you lose your way? Did you lose your purpose? Answer me. Balti was stunned by Lin Yu's relentless questioning. After a long pause, he finally managed. Lin Yu, what exactly are you trying to say? Same as before, join me. If you want to grow stronger, I won't stop you. You can challenge me anytime. Does that mean you're really that strong? Just average ranked third in the world. As Lin Yu spoke, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, without restraint slashing Guixu upward toward the sky, splitting the dense clouds with a tremendous rift. Observing Lin Yu's overwhelming aura and the devastating strike from Guixu, Balti opened his palm, signaling for the leaf. Let me be clear. I'm only agreeing temporarily because you saved my life. Once I heal, I'll challenge you. If you can't defeat me, you're not worthy of being my captain. Lin Yu handed the leaf to Balti, smiling. Don't worry. If you can't beat me, you'll have to be a proper companion. Balti took the leaf, examining it with confusion. How do I use this? Just swallow it. Balti swallowed the leaf skeptically. The moment it went down, a surge of pure vitality exploded within him, followed by a wave of pleasant energy that swept through his entire body. The exhaustion from a month of fleeing vanished instantly, along with the poison from earlier, and even his wounds began to heal before his eyes. This is invigorating. Balti couldn't help but roar toward the sky. Lin Yu observed his reaction and nodded with satisfaction. This was a new technique developed by Leah through her fruit ability, sealing healing and purifying powers into plants for convenient use anytime, anywhere. Essentially indispensable for travel or combat. Before Balti could fully recover, several naval warships had already approached the island. A voice amplified across the warships rang out. Douglas, Balti, surrender and give up resistance. You are surrounded. Balti looked at Lin Yu and shrugged, acting as if none of this concerned him. A figure descended and landed beside Garp and Sengoku. Garp, are you warning him, or merely reminding him? Garp scratched his head with a grin. Hey, of course I'm delivering a stern warning. I wage war upon sin. Ignoring Garp's boisterous laughter, Tsuru stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, Lin Yu, the demon's sword, Bartai, the devil's heir, surrender your weapons and cease resistance, or we shall take military action. Admiral Tsuru, I'm merely passing through, and will be on my way. Lin Yu approached with a casual grin, but before his words finished, Guixu in his hand twisted violently. 3 slashing attacks shot forth in an instant. Garp and the others moved to intercept, but the strikes vanished without a trace. Bad news. His real target is the warship behind us. Sengoku reacted first, roaring at his companions. The slashes that had seemed aimed at the trio suddenly appeared at their rear. Reacting instantly, all 3 deployed Soru, launching into the air above the warship to block the incoming assault. You scoundrel, actually daring to lay a hand on my dear subordinates. Garp descended from the sky, grumbling as he glared at the spot where Lin Yu had stood. There was no trace of a human figure now. Only a crowd of pirates scattered on the ground. Did they slip away, eh? Tsuru returned to Garp's side. There's no helping it. His devil fruit ability is far too troublesome. Capturing Bartai and these pirates on the ground should suffice for our report, Garp said dismissively. Suffice for reporting your foot. Didn't you see Bartai got taken away too? Hearing Sengoku's roar, Garp quickly looked over. Ep. A piercing scream erupted from Garp. Sigh. Let's just figure out how we'll explain this to Fleet Admiral Kong when we return, Tsuru said, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. No worries. Old man Kong is stepping down next month anyway. By then you'll be Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Better days are just around the corner. Garp quickly regained his composure, still carefree as ever. Even if I become Fleet Admiral, you'll still not get off so easily. Come on, Sengoku, don't be like that. At the very least, give me 8 paid months off per year. Don't even think about it. Meanwhile, in the first half of the Grand Line on Satira Island, a luminous gate unfolded and Lin Yu and Bartai stepped through. Where is this? Bartai asked instinctively, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Satira Island, my territory, Lin Yu replied, leading the way ahead. Come with me. We have an excellent doctor on our island. Bartai hesitated briefly before falling into step behind Lin Yu, entering the hospital together. The place was clean and tidy, and though some residents wore tattered clothes, their faces were bright with smiles as they greeted Lin Yu. Greetings, Lord Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and responded to each one. Can they afford medical fees? Verity, trailing behind, blurted out unexpectedly. We do not charge the impoverished any medical fees. Bartai looked as though he had heard something unbelievable. In the place where I was born, hospitals like this serve only the nobility. Of course we serve the nobles as well, but we charge them considerably more. Bartai fell into thought, following Lin Yu upstairs to the clinic entrance. Inside the clinic, Dr. Leah in her white coat was treating an elderly woman with a queue of patients ahead. Dr. Leah is as beautiful as she is kind. How fortunate our island has Dr. Leah. The residents inside continued their praises, but upon seeing Lin Yu enter with the blood-covered Verity, they quickly cleared a path. Lord Lin Yu, should we let him go first? It's fine. He has thick skin and can endure. You go ahead. Lin Yu waved his hand with a smile and led Bartai to the end of the queue. Seeing Lin Yu at the back, Dr. Leah soon finished her current patient. When it was Verity's turn, she spoke first. Brother Lin Yu, who is this? This is Barity, the newly appointed commander of our island's Dawn Guard. He was ambushed. When did I ever agree to be a calm? Before he could finish, Lin Yu pushed Bartai toward Dr. Leah. Dr. Leah extended her hand and emerald green energy radiated from her palm, wrapping around Barity's entire body. The moment the energy entered him, a wave of profound relief flooded through him. The exhaustion from days of flight and the wounds inflicted by Garp and Sengoku began to slowly heal. After a long while, Dr. Leah withdrew her hand, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. Brother Lin Yu, Uncle Barity's injuries are under control now. With a week's rest, he should make a full recovery. Wonderful, Leah. Lin Yu leaned in and kissed her cheek. Thank you. Bartai also rarely offered his gratitude to Dr. Leah. Lin Yu led Bartai out of the clinic, leaving Dr. Leah with a deeply flushed face. I don't recall agreeing to be any guard commander. Bartai crossed his arms, confronting Lin Yu. You will eventually. How about a wager? A wager on what? You heard just now. Your injuries will heal in a week with rest. After a week, the two of us will fight. If I win, you accept the role of my Dawn Guard commander. If you win, consider this debt erased, and you're free to go wherever you please. Fine, I accept. Good. Let's go. Your quarters are already prepared. Marine Headquarters, Marineford Fleet Admiral Kong's office. Imagining Garp and Sengoku capturing Bartai and securing his sweet retirement, Kong lounged with one leg crossed, a freshly brewed cup of hot tea in hand. The den mushy on the desk began to ring. Kong picked it up immediately. Is that you, little Tsuru? You've captured Barity, haven't you? Just transport him to Impel Down directly. No need to report to me. Air Fleet Admiral Kong. Bartai escaped. What? There were Garp and Sengoku there. How could you let him escape? It was Lin Yu, the demon sword, who intervened. With his door fruit, we couldn't keep up. Why is it always that Lin Yu? Never mind. Return to headquarters for now. I'll handle the world government. Roger that, Fleet Admiral Kong. After hanging up, Kong lost all appetite for his tea. He walked to the window, gazing down at Marineford below. It seems the seas ahead will never know peace. The following day, the front page of the World Economic News screamed, Demon Sword Lin Yu subdues Devil's Heir Bartai. What are their true intentions? Rumors immediately spread across the Grand Line as everyone discussed the matter of Lin Yu and Bartai. Lin Yu lay on a lounge chair in the manor reading the newspaper. Morgans really has sharp instincts. Looks like he has people within the Marines too. Barity, look. Everyone in the world now knows I've subdued you. Lin Yu tossed the newspaper toward Bartai. Bartai glanced at it, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into a distant trash bin. Journalists love making things up. On the third day, the new wanted poster for Demon Sword Lin Yu swept across the seas. A bounty of 1 billion berries, dead or alive. Lin Yu had gradually earned the title of the #1 pirate of the new era. A week later, on a barren islet far from Zitala Island. After a week of recuperation under Leah's care, the wounds on Bullet's body had mostly healed. Bullet stood with his arms crossed, looking at the distant figure holding a sword. Lin Yu, come on, let's fight. If you want to make me submit, you'd better have the strength to back it up. Come on then. You've been waiting for this, haven't you? Bullet pulled off his tattered shirt, revealing a mass of scarred, knotted muscles. Rip. He tore away the bandage on his left arm and rotated his wrist, eliciting a series of sharp cracks. This makes things much more convenient. The moment those words fell, Bullet drew a deep breath and stepped forward. Boom. The ground beneath his feet burst into spiderweb-like cracks. He shot out like a cannonball, his right fist wrapped in jet-black armament haki, driving straight at Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu pushed his observation haki to its limit, sidestepping while slashing upward with Guixu. Bullet neither dodged nor avoided it. He simply raised his left arm to block. The blade struck his forearm with a metallic clang, sending sparks flying. Tough armament haki. Lin Yu withdrew his sword and stepped back, his body instantly vanishing into a pocket dimension. A devil fruit ability, huh? Bullet, having missed his attack, assumed a defensive stance. An intense sense of danger erupted from behind Bullet. He dropped his head sharply and narrowly dodged Guixu by a hair's breadth. Just as Bullet tried to grab him, Lin Yu vanished again in the blink of an eye. Then he reappeared beside Bullet, as if teleporting, blade light and fist shadows colliding. Every clash blasted a shallow crater into the ground and filled the air with dust. Tired of being stuck on the defensive, Bullet let out a furious roar as Conqueror's haki erupted from him and swept outward in all directions. Influenced by that haki, Lin Yu's devil fruit ability was suppressed to a certain extent, forcing him to step out of the pocket dimension. Hiding in there is no fun. Fight me head on. That was exactly what Lin Yu wanted. He released his own Conqueror's haki and charged forward to meet him. On the barren island, two waves of haki clashed head-on in a thunderous explosion. Deep blue lightning and dark purple lightning collided, and the scattered stones on the ground were blown away by the sheer force. Huh, this is more like it. Bullet charged at Lin Yu with a wild laugh. Lin Yu, holding Guixu, met him head-on. All that could be seen were afterimages clashing while the shockwaves pressed the surrounding trees low, unable to straighten themselves. The two exchanged over 100 blows face to face. Bullet bore several sword wounds, and Lin Yu had taken a few hits too. Lin Yu gradually figured out Bullet's fighting style. Pure frontal, hard-hitting aggression, leaving no room for mercy and no path for retreat. This guy had the word attack written into his very bones. Defense and evasion were almost non-existent for him. He relied entirely on his monstrous body to tank damage. Simple, violent, and absurdly strong. That's it. Bullet grew more excited with every exchange, fierce light blazing in his gray-blue eyes. What about that sky-slashing sword move from last time? Why not use it? What's the hurry? Lin Yu sidestepped a heavy punch and swept Guixu in a horizontal arc. The blade passed close to Bullet's ribs, leaving a shallow line of blood across his side. Bullet paid it no mind. He swung a reverse elbow at Lin Yu, who raised his blade to block, and was sent staggering back several steps by the tremendous force. We're done warming up. Time for you to go all out, right? Hearing this, Bullet grinned broadly, stopped his pursuit, and retreated dozens of meters away. Then he slowly lifted both hands, spread his fingers, and pressed them to the ground. Now it's my turn. Those words had barely left his mouth before the entire island began to tremble faintly. Loose stones jumped, trees swayed, and the ground seemed to be tugged upward by something swelling and heaving with a low, thunderous groan. Bullet's hands shot upward. Merge. From every direction, tens of thousands of rocks swept in, carrying sand, gravel, and broken trees. As if guided by a pair of invisible giant hands, they surged crazily toward Bullet and clung to his body. Layer upon layer of rock and soil stacked onto his form, melding, forging, deforming. Before long, a gray-white rock giant nearly 100 meters tall had taken shape. Two gray-blue lights kindled in the giant's eye sockets, fixed directly on Lin Yu. The rock giant raised its right arm, opened the hand formed from countless broken stones, and aimed its palm downward at Lin Yu. Oh, not bad. You can already reach this level. Lin Yu looked up at the towering colossus, the corners of his mouth curling up. He raised Guixu above his head as purple lightning began to leap along the blade. Bullet didn't say a word. The giant rock palm came slamming down. Lin Yu sprang into the air and ran up the giant's forearm. Guixu, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, lashed out. A purple arc of sword chi struck the giant's right shoulder, opening a huge fissure with a blast. Broken rocks tumbled away, but more rocks flew up from the ground to fill the gap. Lin Yu frowned, rolled down from the giant's shoulder, and landed. Before he could steady himself, another burst of fierce wind came at him from behind. The rock giant's other fist had already come smashing down. With a thought, Lin Yu summoned a huge green gate of light behind him, and the entire giant rock fist was sucked into it. Boom. There was a violent crash as the fist meant for Lin Yu struck the rock giant's own head, blowing off half of it. Yet in no time at all it had restored itself. A troublesome ability. Bullet sighed inwardly. Jet black armament haki surged out from his head and quickly covered the rock giant's whole body. Armament haki cost you nothing, huh? Lin Yu said in wonder, looking at the pitch black rock giant. After feeling it out, Lin Yu found that his light gates could still be affected by haki. Just as he was considering wrapping his gates in Conqueror's haki, Bullet's pitch black giant fist came smashing over. Lin Yu activated his ability and vanished completely. When he appeared again, he was already in midair behind the rock giant. In an instant, countless arcs of sword chi shot from Lin Yu's hand and hammered into the giant's back, colliding with its armament haki. Under the relentless assault, the defense was finally broken, leaving a deep sword gash across the giant's back. As Bullet tried to regenerate, he was astonished to find that strands of purple lightning lingered in the wound, hindering him. Bullet unleashed his Conqueror's haki, sweeping it over the wound, and finally managed to dispel the mark Lin Yu had left behind. The gap in the giant's back slowly began to heal. Ha, it's useless. As long as there's material, I can keep repairing myself. Bullet's smug voice came from within the giant's body. Every ability has its limit. I don't believe you can keep fixing yourself forever. Lin Yu said, his voice calm and certain. So what? I just have to knock you down before that happens. Those words had barely faded when the rock giant suddenly burst into motion, its enormous frame charging forward with a speed completely inconsistent with its bulk. Every step made the ground tremble violently, as if the entire barren island were in the grip of a magnitude 9 earthquake. Barrett's fist, wreathed in armament haki and raw brute force, hurtled toward Lin Yu's face with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Before the fist could land, the surging air pressure had already set Lin Yu's robes snapping in the wind, and the sand and gravel beneath his feet were pressed into an arc depression. Lin Yu did not dodge. He too wanted to see whether his full-strength sword strike could cut down this giant. He gripped Guixu with both hands. The purple lightning on the blade suddenly coalesced, the dark violet thunder no longer crackled and leapt, but wound around the edge like flowing liquid streaming slowly. From the depths of Lin Yu's pupils, dark violet electric light burst forth. The instant Guixu was raised above his head, the entire sky seemed to be pressed down by some invisible force. Clouds halted mid-air, the sea ceased to churn, and even the wind fell utterly silent. Heaven-slashing sword. The moment Guixu collided with the colossal rock fist, there was first a stillness. Then a pillar of violet-white light, more blinding than the sun, shot straight up from the point of impact. The air was torn apart with a sharp shriek, and the island's rocky ground burst asunder around the two of them, cracks racing outward like a spiderweb until they covered the entire island. The rock giant detonated layer by layer from its arm to its body. Stone fragments blasted in every direction, crashing into the sea and sending up sprays several meters high. Dust filled the heavens, blotting out the sun. After a long while the dust settled. In the middle of the desolate island was a circular depression several hundred meters wide where the ground had been forcibly scraped away several meters deep. At the center of the depression, Barrett lay amidst the rubble, his whole body covered in fine sword wounds. Blood seeped from the gashes, dyeing the rocks beneath him red. He panted with his mouth gaping wide, his chest heaving violently, but his gray-blue eyes refused to close, staring fixedly at the sky. Lin Yu stood not far away with Guixu planted in the ground to support himself. A thread of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and most of the robe across his chest was torn, revealing several crisscrossing bruises. Lin Yu walked to Barrett's side and extended a hand stained with dust and blood. "Can you still move?" Barrett lay on the ground staring at that hand, silent for a long time. The sea breeze blew across the desolate island, rolling up the dust and sand that had yet to clear. Ha ha! Barrett suddenly started laughing. "After Roger died, I kept thinking." Barrett's hoarse voice rasped from his throat. "What was I becoming stronger for? I wanted to challenge him, but he was gone. I wanted to surpass him, but he was dead." Lin Yu said, nothing, simply listening quietly from the side. He understood this devil air. A man raised as a weapon of war since childhood, then betrayed by the nation he had fought for, which drove him to the extreme belief that only power could grasp everything. But that sword strike, just now. Barrett raised his head and looked at the hand Lin Yu was offering. Without another word, Barrett reached out, grabbed that hand, and pulled himself to his feet. "So what do you say?" "I'll accept, but you have to fight me once a month." "Welcome to the dawn, Barrett." Lin Yu smiled, took out 2 healing leaves from his spatial storage, popped one into his own mouth, and tossed the other to Barrett. Barrett caught the leaf, threw it into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. A warm vitality immediately flowed through his limbs and bones, and the sword wounds on his body slowly began to stop bleeding. The sea breeze kept blowing, carrying the broken stones and sand on the ground far away. "Let's go, time to eat." Lin Yu opened a luminous gate, and Barrett followed him inside with unspoken understanding. When they reappeared, the two had already returned to Zidala Island. Lin Yu brought Barrett to a small eatery by the street. The owner was a plump man in an apron. The moment he saw Lin Yu, he grinned and greeted him. "Lord Lin Yu is here. The usual. And this is my brother, the new guard commander. He'll be coming here often." Lin Yu casually found a table and sat down. "The usual. What about you?" Lin Yu arched an eyebrow at Barrett. "Same. Coming right up." The owner turned and hurried off to the kitchen in the back. Barrett pulled out a chair and sat across from Lin Yu, the chair groaning under his weight. He surveyed the little eatery. A faded menu pasted on the wall, and an old gramophone in the corner playing an unfamiliar tune. "You like eating in places like this?" Barrett asked. "Why not?" Lin Yu poured himself a cup of tea, then casually poured one for Barrett as well. "The chef at the manor cooks well, but something always feels missing. Only a little place like this has the true flavor of life." "The flavor of life." Barrett repeated the phrase in a low voice, as if hearing it for the first time. Soon the owner came over with 2 huge bowls piled high with stewed meat and trimmings, the broth milky white and rich, giving off an enticing aroma. A young waiter brought over a plate of pickled vegetables, a basket of flatbreads, and lastly 2 coarse ceramic wine bowls, and a large bucket of ale that rippled with cold vapor. "Lord Lin Yu, is this the new guard commander?" The waiter looked at the towering Barrett, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Jimmy, what is it? Do you want to join the guard too?" Lin Yu took a gulp of the ale. "Of course. One day, I'm definitely going to join the Dawn Guard and protect everyone on the island." Jimmy waved his fists excitedly. "Huh. Then your old man's restaurant might just lose its successor. I'm not going to be a cook anyway. I'm going to get really strong." "Forgive him, Lord Lin Yu. You little brat. Hurry up and wash the dishes." The owner smiled apologetically as he came over and dragged Jimmy back into the kitchen. "Try it. It tastes wonderful." Lin Yu gestured toward Barrett with a flick of his chin. Barrett took a mouthful of the stew. His eyes widened, but he said nothing and downed the whole bowl in a few deep gulps. "Good stuff, right? Boss, another 5 servings." By the time the two had finished their meal, evening had set in. They walked out of the little restaurant. "Come to the training field tomorrow morning and show them what their new commander can do." Lin Yu waved Barrett goodbye. "All right," Barrett answered in a low, muffled voice. "I'll head back first, or Leah is going to start nagging me again." Lin Yu made his way back to the manor, still burping contentedly. Barrett remained rooted to the spot, watching the bustling crowd in the evening streets. The sea breeze at dusk rushed to meet him, carrying the scent of cooking smoke and food. Warm yellow lamps had already lit up along the island streets. In the distance came the cries of vendors packing up and the playful noise of children chasing one another. The sword wound on his shoulder, which had barely stopped bleeding, was still itching softly. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping to the end of the street. A few women were heading home with vegetable baskets. A white-haired old man sat on his doorstep, smoking a pipe and waving to a passing neighbor. 2 bare-bottomed kids chased a cat into an alley. The cat squeezed through a gap in the wall, and the children crouched at the foot of the wall, craning their necks to peek in. One of them looked back at his companion and grinned, missing a front tooth. Barrett stared at that gap-toothed child for a long, long time. The next morning at the training ground of Citra Island, Noel blew the assembly whistle, and over 1,000 guard members lined up within 5 minutes. After months of training, the Dawn Guard had gradually become disciplined with neat rows and upright postures. Lin Yu stepped onto the platform with Barrett and announced loudly, "I've gathered everyone today to announce something." Lin Yu pointed to Barrett beside him. "This is Douglas Barrett. From today on, he officially assumes the position of commander of the Dawn Guard. From now on, training, combat, and defense arrangements are all under his command." The crowd below fell silent for a moment, then erupted. "Barrett, the demon offspring from the Roger Pirates. The one with a bounty of nearly 2 billion. Haven't you read the newspaper? It says Lord Lin Yu has subdued Barrett. As expected of Lord Lin Yu, even a great pirate like him can be tamed." Noel and Nordine stood at the front of the formation. They exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Barrett walked to the center of the platform and swept his gaze over the crowd from above. The noisy crowd immediately fell silent, feeling as if they were being stared at by a wild beast, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Barrett withdrew his gaze and spoke sternly, "I don't like wasting words. Since I'm your commander now, you'll all listen to me from now on. If anyone refuses to obey, then first come fight me. The Dawn Guard doesn't need trash. Do you hear me clearly?" "Yes." The crowd below seemed to be stirred into fighting spirit and responded loudly. "Very good, full of spirit." Lin Yu clapped his hands. "To motivate you to train hard from now on, those who perform well in training and combat will receive not only berry rewards, but also devil fruits. Thank your commander, Barrett. He sponsored quite a few devil fruits." Upon hearing this, the guard members below cheered in unison. "Long live Lord Lin Yu. Long live Commander Barrett." "Ahem, all right, now start training." Barrett motioned to the crowd. The morning training officially began. Lin Yu pulled Barrett to the shade of a tree at the edge of the training ground, patted his shoulder, and asked, "How is it? From now on, all these people are under your command." Barrett looked at the soldiers on the training ground. "Not bad." Then he paused, turned his head to stare at Lin Yu, and said, "I don't recall sponsoring any devil fruits." I borrowed your name earlier." Lin Yu scratched his head sheepishly. "My name?" Barrett muttered in confusion, then seemed to suddenly think of something. "That Gatling gun. Was it a counterfeit using my name?" "Sorry about that, I didn't mean to." Lin Yu, who had never intended to hide it, simply admitted it outright. "Do you know how long you made me chased by Garp and Sengoku because of that? With all the things you've done, one more doesn't matter." Lin Yu shrugged with a rogue look. You. Barrett was so furious at Lin Yu's shameless attitude that he could barely speak. "This month you'll spar with me one extra time." Barrett finally squeezed out those words after a long while. "All right, no problem. We're brothers. Use my name for anything outside." As the two were bickering, Lin Yu's expression turned serious. He looked toward the dock, his observation hockey detecting several unfamiliar powerful presences. "You sensed it too, didn't you?" Barrett also tightened his expression and asked. Let's go check it out." "All right." The two vanished from the spot. At the dock was moored a gigantic, ornate, cake-shaped ship, its hull painted in pink and white, adorned with cream swirls and candy decorations along the rails. From afar it looked like a floating dessert castle. Standing at the bow was a short, plump figure dressed in a white chef's uniform, wearing a tall chef's hat, with an unsettling smile on his face. Lin Yu walked to the edge of the dock, hands in his pockets, sizing up the newcomer. He asked in a hostile tone, "Who are you?" The short, plump man jumped off the ship, and the ground trembled slightly when he landed. He took off his chef's hat and tucked it under his arm, revealing a shiny bald head. He gave Lin Yu a slight bow. "I am the head chef of the Big MOM Pirate Strusen. Our mama admires your strength and sent me to invite you." "Invite?" "Yes." The smile on Strusen's face grew even wider. "Mama wants you to join the Big MOM Pirates. Wealth, women status. Mama can give you all of it." Barrett stood half a step behind Lin Yu, arms crossed, and gave a cold snort. Lin Yu tilted his head as if deep in thought. Joining the Big MOM Pirates now would probably mean being forced to have children with Big Mom. At that thought, Lin Yu couldn't help but shiver. "I have no interest in joining your crew. You may leave." The smile on Strusen's face instantly vanished. He pushed up his glasses and lowered his voice a bit. "Lord Lin Yu, are you sure you won't reconsider? Mama rarely personally names someone. If you refuse, she won't be happy. Then let her be unhappy. What's that got to do with me?" Lin Yu shrugged indifferently. Strusen was silent for a few seconds, his gaze growing sharp as he slowly surveyed the docks. "This island is quite peaceful, isn't it?" Strusen suddenly spoke. Pretty decent. People seem to be living happily too. If one day this peace were to be shattered." Before Strusen could finish, the conqueror's hockey from both Lin Yu and Barrett erupted and pressed down on him. "Say that again if you dare." Strusen, overwhelmed by the two auras, staggered backward, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He quickly forced a smile and said, "Lord Lin Yu, Lord Barrett, I was just speaking casually. Since you have no interest, I'll take my leave now. I'm going. Slow on the road, no need to see you off." Strusen jumped back onto the cake ship. Before leaving, he turned around and said, "However, Mama is very persistent. Once she wants something, she rarely gives up." Lin Yu watched the departing cake ship, the smile on his face fading. "Big Mom's people." Barrett came to his side. "What do you plan to do?" "Deal with them as they come. If Big MOM dares to make a move, I wouldn't mind cutting her with a single sword stroke." Lin Yu stretched lazily. "Count me in when that happens." Don't worry, when it's time to fight you won't be left out. That evening, an extra edition of the World Economy newspaper flew across the seas with the headline, Demon Swordsman Lin Yu and Demon Offspring Barrett officially ally reject Big Mom's recruitment. A new era of conflict on the horizon. At Marine Headquarters, Sengoku, who had just inherited the position of Fleet Admiral, stared at the newspaper in distress. This Lin Yu really has gotten involved with Barrett. This is troublesome. Beside him, Garp chewed on rice crackers. Don't worry, that kid Lin Yu should be able to keep Barrett in check. Let's hope so. By the way, about O'Hara. In the autumn of C. Calendar 1499, off the coast of Wano country in the New World, a pirate ship with a bat-shaped figurehead cutting through the waves sailed forward. Ha ha ha, my men, today is our time. A towering figure stood at the prow, his thick black-red hair flying wildly in the sea wind, wearing a Gothic-style short coat that revealed his firm chest. Curved horns emerged from both sides of his forehead, his eyes fierce and wild. Behind him, his crew cheered in unison. Over 100 men packed the deck, brandishing weapons and flags. They were Moria's pirate crew. Through 2 years of slaughter across the New World, they had plundered nearly 20 islands, and their bounty had surged to 320 million. His second-in-command approached hesitantly. Captain, about our target. Kaido was it? Moria said with disdain. Beast Kaido, proclaimed the strongest creature alive. That title should be outdated by now. The throne of the seas turns. Who says I cannot sit upon it? But he is Kaido after all, even just underlings alone. So what? Moria patted his subordinate on the shoulder. We have never lost on this path. He is but a relic of the old era. Trust your captain. Moria looked toward Wano country, his black robes rustling in the sea breeze. Everyone in Suzuwato, your captain is back. His second-in-command opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Moria's pirate crew landed in Wano country. Captain, where should we head first? East. The snowy place, that is my homeland. Moria led the way, walking ahead of his crew. Soon as snow-white expanse came into view, tombstones scattered along the path like silent sentinels. The moment they entered the village, several children playing at the entrance rushed toward Moria. Is that Brother Moria? Brother Moria is back. Moria smiled and scooped them into his arms. You've all grown taller. Come, I brought lots of things for everyone in the village. Moria set the children down and waved to his crew behind him. Several burly men shouldered large wooden crates forward. The lids were thrown open, revealing neatly stacked fabrics, iron pots, blocks of salt, and medicinal herbs. The village elders emerged from their homes and gathered around the crates, astonished and delighted. This fabric is so thick. And medicinal herbs. Grandmother's rheumatism can finally be treated. Moria stood at the center of the crowd, grinning broadly, revealing his pointed teeth. He bent down and pulled out several packets of sweets wrapped in oil paper, tossing them to the children, watching with hungry eyes. One each, don't fight. The children cheered and pounced the snowy ground, erupting into laughter and chaos. The elderly village head pushed through the crowd with his cane, his withered hand patting Moria's arm. You brats, sailing for years without a single message. I thought you'd perished in some ocean trench. The old village head scolded while his eyes curved into 2 slits. Didn't I come back? Have you lost weight? Can you eat enough out there? I eat fine. Moria patted his chest. I'm now a pirate with a 300 million bounty. 300 million, a nearby villager gasped. Doesn't that make you stronger than the warriors beside the shogun? Moria did not respond, merely smiling as he turned to direct his crew to move the crates into the village warehouse. Villagers followed behind, some lending a hand carrying crates, others grabbing the pirates to ask about their seafaring tales. The tiny village erupted into festive liveliness. The old village head wanted to invite Moria and his group inside, but Moria waved him off. Elder, we're going to teach Kaido a lesson now. We'll return after it's done. Upon hearing this, the village head's expression changed drastically. He rushed forward and clapped a hand over Moria's mouth. Moria, don't speak carelessly. That's Kaido. We can't afford to provoke him. Elder, rest assured. I'm very strong now. Since Kaido came to Wano and mistreated everyone like this, I'll drive him away for you today. The village head wanted to say more, but Moria had already led his group out of the village. At the entrance, he turned and grinned. If I fail, just erect a tombstone for me. West of Suzuwato, a desolate snowfield. Beast Kaido, wolf-banded club in hand, faced the opposing moonlight pirates. Boy, you are the one challenging me. Opposite him, Moria raised his greatsword and pointed it directly at Kaido. Kaido, what have you done to the people of Wano? It seems you've come to avenge them. Come, let me see how strong you truly are. Moria said nothing further, charging at the forefront of his crew as the pirate gang slammed into the beast pirates. Kaido showed no fear, leading his own crew forward in response. Die, Kaido. Moria's greatsword collided violently with Kaido's wolf-banded club. Snow fell heavily across Suzuwato's fields, yet it could not conceal the crimson staining the ground. Moria knelt half-broken upon the earth, his greatsword shattered in two, his body covered in gruesome wounds. How is this possible? The gap is so vast. Moria hammered his bloody fist against the ground. Kaido slowly approached Moria, raising his club to strike. From nearby, behind Moria, his second-in-command did not hesitate, charging forward to block the blow with his own body. He was hurled through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Katsu. Moria let out a mournful wail, gazing at his crew, each one who had been laughing with him just days before now fallen around him. Moonlight pirates retreat. Moria roared his final command. Struggling to his feet, he picked up the broken blade, buying his companions even a few seconds of escape. Captain Moria, don't advance any further, the crew behind him pleaded. Follow my orders. Moonlight pirates, cover the captain's retreat. Lying far away, Katsu's throat emitted a hoarse croak. Protect the captain and retreat. Defend our captain unto death. You all. Moria looked at the companions surrounding him, his voice thick with emotion. What touching camaraderie. Kaido rested his club upon his shoulder, mocking. For the sake of this bond between you, I will grant a choice. Moria lives alone, or your crew lives alone. Release my crew and kill me instead. Moria spoke first. Free Captain Moria. Kaido was watching with amusement when a voice suddenly came from behind. If I may say so, do me a favor and let them all go. Who? Kaido instinctively swung his spiked iron club backward, but struck empty air. When he turned around, a white-robed figure was already before him, standing between the two forces. Demon Sword Lin Yu. Kaido and Moria recognized the newcomer at the same time. Lin Yu paid no attention to Kaido. He walked straight up to Moria and said, Moria, become my partner. Agree and I can save you and your crew. Hearing this, Moria did not hesitate in the slightest. If you can save my crew, then I, Moria, give you my life. Good, it's settled. No one is going to lay a finger on any of you today, I swear it. Lin Yu laughed. Demon Sword Lin Yu, do you have no regard for me at all? From behind him, Kaido's face had turned livid, his voice seething with rage. Lin Yu turned around and gave Kaido an awkward yet polite smile. Kaido, look at how this has turned out. Do this for my sake. Let's just forget it. I'll treat you to a meal another day. In response, a spiked club coated in armament haki came smashing toward Lin Yu at terrifying speed. Lin Yu drew Guixu from his waist to block, and the instant the two weapons collided sent a blast of air tearing outward. Kaido pulled back his club, studying Lin Yu, who had effortlessly blocked his strike with newfound wariness. Seems I'll have to fight you after all, cutie do. The instant Lin Yu said it in that flippant tone, Kaido flew into a fury. What did you just call me? The air around Kaido suddenly turned solid. A pressure so dense it felt almost tangible exploded from his body, and a deep crimson wave of Conqueror's haki swept outward like a volcanic eruption. Behind Lin Yu, Moria's crew members began dropping one after another like dominoes. Only a few officers barely remained upright, desperately using their weapons to keep from falling. Standing behind Lin Yu, Moria felt a pressure like a mountain trying to bend his spine. He gritted his teeth, his legs trembling slightly, but he stubbornly refused to fall. Lin Yu stood between the two forces, yet under that onslaught of Conqueror's haki his robe did not so much as flutter. He casually flicked the snow from his shoulder. Just this. He tilted his head toward Kaido, letting those three words fall lightly into the air. Kaido's pupils constricted sharply. In the next instant, a devastating aura erupted from Lin Yu as well. Dark violet Conqueror's haki lightning burst from his body like 10,000 purple serpents writhing and biting through the air. The two waves of Conqueror's haki crashed into each other with a thunderous roar. Crimson and dark violet collided, tore, and swallowed one another in the sky, weaving countless black-red lightning webs that spread in every direction. The snow on the ground melted rapidly, revealing black earth that cracked and shattered under the pressure. In the hundreds of meters around the two, not a single snowflake could fall. Even the clouds that had shrouded the sky were ripped apart layer after layer. A cold smile crept across Kaido's rage-filled face. Interesting. His Conqueror's haki suddenly surged again, the crimson pressure rolling forward like a tangible tide, trying to overwhelm the violet flood before him. Lin Yu stood there without a word. He simply raised his chin, and his Conqueror's haki poured out even more fiercely. The violet torrent, on the verge of being suppressed, billowed upward once more. Like a flooded river breaking its banks, it surged over the crimson tide and forced Kaido's haki backward. The ground trembled and the air wailed. The earth beneath Kaido's feet cracked apart with a violent boom, and his entire body slid half a step back. For Kaido, being forced back even half a step in a clash of Conqueror's haki was already a form of defeat. Behind Lin Yu, Moria's mouth fell open in shock. So this is the power a true strong one possesses. Kaido looked down at the shattered ground beneath his feet, then lifted his head. Huh. His smile carried not only rage, but more than anything the excitement of a wild beast that had found an equal opponent. Demon Sword Lin Yu, you really are interesting. Only a powerhouse like you deserves a fight. As he finished speaking, Kaido's body began to change. Deep blue scales emerged from beneath his skin and spread across his entire right arm, his fingers transforming into razor-sharp dragon claws. His body expanded rapidly, splitting and shredding his robe apart. A dragon tail extended from the base of his spine, and the thick tail lashed through the air with a piercing howl. A giant dragon covered in deep blue scales coiled in midair. Over 100 meters long, it blotted out the sky and the sun. Golden draconic eyes looked down at the tiny white-robed figure on the ground. Hot breath from the dragon's mouth condensed into a white pillar of mist in the air. This is the price of angering me. Kaido's voice came from the dragon's mouth, low as rolling thunder. Even the ground seemed to shake at the sound. Lin Yu looked up at the sky-obscuring dragon's silhouette overhead. Seeing it with his own eyes was far more breathtaking than any other means. Pretty cool, huh? Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. Sensing an enormous amount of energy gathering inside the dragon's mouth, he saw purple lightning begin to leap along the blade of Guixu in his hand. Dragon breath. A blazing orange-red beam of energy poured from the dragon's jaws. Its terrifying heat could melt steel in an instant, and the blast over 10 meters across shot straight at Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not dodge. He raised Guixu and assumed a defensive stance. Come on, demon sword Lin Yu. Let me see if you can block my dragon breath. Just as the dragon breath was about to slam into Lin Yu, a colossal, glowing portal suddenly appeared above him and swallowed the entire blast. What in the world? Kaido stared at the sudden portal, still trying to process what had happened, when searing heat struck him from behind. Boom. Scorching hot magma burst against his dragon scales, sending sparks flying in every direction. Kaido let out a low grunt, his enormous draconic body staggering in midair. Fortunately, since it was his own technique, his natural resistance kept him from suffering serious damage. You spat it out so you get to eat it. Lin Yu smiled at the slightly bedraggled Kaido. Sneaky devil. Kaido hovered in midair, wisps of white smoke still curling up from his scales. Very well. How dare you do this to me? Kaido's words were thick with murderous intent. The dragon's form suddenly contracted. The 100-meter-long body compressed, condensed, and solidified at an unnatural speed, bones realigned with cracking sounds while muscle fibers twisted and bound together layer after layer. Moments later, a half-human, half-beast figure stood on the ground. Kaido was a full head taller than in his human form, with shoulders so broad they seemed about to tear apart the already shattered robe. His bare upper body was covered in deep blue scales from his neck down to his waist. The edges of the scales were as sharp as blades, gleaming with a hard metallic sheen in the light. Fangs jutted from between his upper and lower lips, longer and denser than in human form. The dragon horns on his forehead curved outward to both sides, casting two deep black shadows against his temples. This is the mightiest form of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the human beast form. Watching Kaido, whose overwhelming aura towered before him, Lin Yu grew intrigued. The strongest creature, huh? Interesting. Lin Yu waved a hand, and Moria and his group behind him stepped into the glowing portal at their feet, reappearing hundreds of meters away. The beast's pirates also quietly withdrew to a safe distance. Now that the annoying ones are gone, let me see your true strength, Lin Yu. Kaido rotated his right shoulder, the scales on his shoulder blades scraping with a faint grating sound. I was just thinking the same thing. Lin Yu said no more, returning Guixu to his system space. He too was eager to test the new ability he had developed from his recent battles against Barret. Putting your sword away. Are you looking down on me, you bastard? I just want to try a new ability. Watch closely, Kaido. Lin Yu let out a thunderous shout. Opening gate, rest gate, life gate. Open. This was Lin Yu's self-comprehended door fruit user's exclusive 8 gates formation, a technique born from fusing Naruto's 8 gates with the acupoint knowledge of his past life, all thanks to his heaven-defying insight. Though Lin Yu had only managed to develop it to the level of 3 open gates, he still wanted to see if his body could go toe-to-toe with Kaido, the so-called strongest creature in the world. The opening gate was located at the junction of the frontal lobe and the thalamus. When opened, it heightened Lin Yu's neural response speed and provided roughly a 30 amplification to his observation haki. The rest gate was hidden in the deep zone between the heart and the diaphragm. When opened, his heart rate would surge to 1.8 times its normal maximum, the oxygen content of his blood would skyrocket, and Lin Yu's raw power would be amplified twofold. The life gate was positioned at the confluence of the lumbar spine and the celiac plexus. When opened, the body's overall coordination was greatly enhanced, and every organ could operate under overload to a certain degree, further boosting Lin Yu's total combat strength. With the support of the 3 gates, Lin Yu's body was now faintly flushed red. He clenched his fists, feeling the immense energy churning within him. Huh. Kaido, let's have a battle of true men. Pitch-black armament haki coiled around Lin Yu's fist. The ground beneath his feet shattered, and his form blasted toward Kaido like lightning. So fast. Only with his observation haki at full blast did Kaido manage to catch a glimpse of Lin Yu's figure, raising an arm to block. Boom. The moment the fist met his arm, a deafening explosion rang out. Lin Yu's onslaught did not let up. His figure flickered, appearing around Kaido from all directions, his fists hammering down relentlessly. Dazed and reeling, Kaido let out a furious roar. Don't get cocky. I'm Kaido of the Beasts. After taking dozens of punches, Kaido gradually managed to match Lin Yu's speed. Seizing the moment when Lin Yu was slow to pull back his fist, Kaido slammed a bone-crunching punch into his abdomen. Lin Yu was blasted back several meters, but his offense never wavered, and he immediately traded blows with Kaido fist for fist. Ha ha ha, now this is satisfying. But that alone won't crack my defense. Oh, then try this. With that, the armament haki on Lin Yu's hands was no longer simply attached. It began to flow. Flowing Sakura. When did you learn that? Kaido's eyes bulged in disbelief. Just now. I realized I was having trouble penetrating your defense, and it came to me. Before Kaido could respond, Lin Yu's fist was already crashing into him. This time the impact was duller and heavier, and pain twisted Kaido's expression. "Don't look down on me, you bastard." Kaido's aura suddenly erupted, and the same flowing Sakura armament haki enveloped his fists. Neither man dodged, each let the other's fist slam into him. After over 100 exchanges, the two separated in unspoken accord, putting distance between them. Where they had fought was now a giant pit several meters deep and more than a dozen meters in diameter, carved out by the rampant haki and shockwaves. Both Lin Yu and Kaido had been marked with wounds. Breathing heavily, Kaido looked at Lin Yu, whose mouth bled at the corner, and burst into laughter. "Ha! In the end I win." Lin Yu wiped the blood from his lip. Though he possessed the monster physique, trait he had after all been cultivating for less than 2 years. In pure physical toughness, even with 3 gates open, he still couldn't outmatch Kaido. "Don't be too pleased, Kaido. I'm a swordsman after all." Lin Yu tossed a healing leaf into his mouth, and Guixu abruptly materialized in his hand. Kaido picked up his own kanabo. "Aren't you the heaven-slaying sword hero? Let's see if you can cut me first." Purple lightning coiled around the blade of Guixu as Lin Yu settled into his stance. Sensing the dangerous aura radiating from Guixu, Kaido did not dare to be careless in the least, and crimson lightning wrapped around his kanabo. Whoosh! Lin Yu and Kaido shot forward like arrows. Heaven-slaying slash. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The attacks, each brimming with the user's full power, collided with earth-shaking force. Boom! In the instant the two forces collided, the center of the Lingho snowfield seemed to be pressed down hard by a giant hand. The ground for hundreds of meters around them suddenly sank, then burst outward at an even more ferocious speed. The apocalyptic circular shockwave laced with broken stones swept in all directions. The crews of the Moonlight Pirates and the Beast's Pirates hurriedly retreated another few hundred meters at the site, but were still flung to the ground by the blast. Recovering their senses, both groups hurriedly turned their eyes to the center of the battlefield. Dust and smoke briefly swallowed everything, leaving them unable to see anything. A few seconds later, a crack tore open at the center of the collision, racing outward along the ground in both directions. A gorge several meters wide and dozens of meters deep split the battlefield in half, its edge rocks scorched black by that terrifying energy. 2 figures shot backward out of the smoke. Kaido smashed into a small hill like a cannonball, dislodging rocks that clattered down around him. He cursed and grumbled as he wrenched himself free, planting his kanabo in the ground for support. Across his violently heaving chest was a gruesome sword wound, and dark red blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head to glance at the wound on his chest, then raised it again, his eyes blazing with excitement. He shouted to Lin Yu, "That heaven-slaying slash has some real power behind it." On the other side, Lin Yu was no better off. His feet carved 2 deep trenches across the ground, sliding nearly 100 meters before he barely steadied himself. The hand gripping Guixu trembled slightly, and his robes were shredded by the shockwave, revealing a chest scorched black. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Not bad either. The two stared at each other across the ravine, neither making another move. Kaido was the first to break the silence, brushing rubble off his shoulder before cocking his head toward the Onigashima fortress. "I'm done fighting." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Take that piece of trash with you and go. Next time we meet, we'll fight again, once you've grown stronger." Kaido swung his kanabo onto his shoulder. Lin Yu was stunned for a beat, then grinned and sheathed his sword. "Fine. But before the next fight, you owe me a round of drinks." Kaido let out a dismissive tch, turned without looking back, and walked away, his dragon tail sweeping behind him, like a wave of farewell, or perhaps an impatient shoo. Lin Yu watched Kaido's silhouette fade into the distant snowfield, and only then did the taut cord in his chest finally loosen. Supporting Guixu, he sank to one knee and breathed heavily. He pulled another healing leaf from his bosom and stuffed it into his mouth. A wave of warmth spread from his stomach, seeping into his aching, swollen limbs and bones. What kind of monstrous strength does this Kaido possess? Fortunately, he was still young. He would teach the brute a lesson in a few years. From afar, Moria, who had been observing the battle, rushed over and grabbed Lin Yu's arm. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, can't die from this." Lin Yu smiled and patted his shoulder. "Right then, where are your people? Gather anyone who can walk and move out. Give this to your vice-captain. Eat it, or he won't last much longer." Lin Yu tossed Moria a healing leaf. Moria took it and hurried over to Cats lying on the ground, shoving the leaf into his mouth. Lin Yu approached the group. "Where is your ship? Let's take it back together." Shortly after, a pirate ship materialized out of thin air at the Sadaira Island dock. "It's pirates. Go notify the Dawn Guard." "That seems to be Moria the pirate with a 320 million belly bounty. Why has he come to our place?" "What's there to fear? Lord Lin Yu himself has a 1 billion bounty." Sensing the commotion at the dock, Lin Yu hastily jumped from the bow. "Everyone, do not panic. As of today, the Moonlight Pirates are also members of Sadaira Island." The crowd calmed upon seeing Lin Yu appear. "Oh, it's just a new subordinate of Lord Lin Yu. Then there's nothing to worry about." Lord Lin Yu is truly remarkable. He's recruited another notorious pirate captain. That's nothing. Commander Barrett of the Dawn Guard is also a notorious pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion. Ignoring the murmurs, Lin Yu led Moria and his crew to the Dawn Hospital to tend to their wounds. After treatment by the hospital doctors and Leah, everyone's injuries stabilized. The most severely wounded Vice Captain Katz could already stand on his own. Lin Yu then brought Moria and his crew to the training ground. Moonlight Moria, do you wish to join our dawn? Lin Yu asked, staring directly at Moria. Lord Lin Yu, you saved me and my companions. I swear on my life to serve you forever. We pledge our loyalty to Lord Lin Yu until death. The Moonlight Pirates spoke in unison. Very well, Moria. I hereby appoint you as head of the Dawn Intelligence Division. Your department shall be called Moonlight and your subordinates will be your original crew. Thank you, Lord Lin Yu. Moria, overcome with emotion, reached out as if to embrace Lin Yu. From now on, just call me boss. Since you've joined the Dawn, you must follow my rules. I don't care if you raid enemy territories, but within our domain, looting is strictly forbidden. If I discover anyone breaking the rules, I will make them regret being born. Understood, boss. Moria and his crew responded in unison. Moria, come with me. Let me introduce you to the others. Lin Yu led Moria to the conference room, where it was already filled with people. Let me introduce you. This is Moria, the head of the Dawn's newly established intelligence department, Moonlight. Having said that, Lin Yu began introducing everyone to Moria one by one. This is Barrett. You should know the commander of the Dawn Guard. If you encounter anyone difficult to handle during your work, just call him. Hello, Lord Barrett. Moria quickly offered a greeting. He never expected that Barrett, a legendary figure and former crewmate of the Pirate King Roger, would be recruited by their boss. Barrett nodded silently, as if in acknowledgement. This is Teslo. After the old President Vea retired, he now heads the Dawn's Commerce Department. You will submit your activity expenses to him from now on. Teslo smiled, stood up, and shook hands with Moria. This is Leah, my girlfriend. You met her at the hospital earlier. She is also the head of our Dawn Medical Department. For any illnesses or ailments, just find her. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Moria blurted out. Lee's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still politely responded to Moria. And this is Otter, the newly crowned king of the Sadira Kingdom. After introducing everyone to Moria, Lin Yu dismissed everyone except Moria. In the conference room, Lin Yu sat at the head of the table and spoke slowly. Moonlight Moria, do you know why I saved you and appointed you head of the intelligence department? Could it be that the boss values my fruit ability? There is some truth to that, but the primary reason is your loyalty. I trust someone who would wage war against Kaido to repay a debt of gratitude, and someone willing to trade their own life for their companions. But the loyalty you offer me is false. Boss, hearing this, Moria was already in tears. Secondly, your shadow fruit ability is indeed quite formidable. Properly developed, it holds limitless potential. For assassination and intelligence gathering alike, you will excel. Rest assured, boss, I will develop my shadow fruit properly. By the way, how is your hockey mastery progressing? Hockey. I've only grasped it superficially. In combat, I primarily rely on my fruit ability. That won't do. You must not neglect hockey and physical training. Starting tomorrow, you will also go to the training ground and train under Barrett. Once you have thoroughly mastered both armament and observation hockey, you need not attend. Yes, boss. Take this fruit to your vice captain. It is the spider fruit, web spider model. This fruit will also aid your intelligence operations. Thank you, boss. No problem. For accommodations and other matters, just consult Teslo. Moria left the conference room clutching the devil fruit with excitement. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, watching Moria's enthusiastic figure disappear through the door, a faint smile playing on his lips. That spider fruit, web spider model, he had indeed carefully weighed before offering it. The web spider model's abilities might not be particularly formidable in open combat, but its capacity to weave hidden webs for area surveillance is practically a natural radar system for intelligence work. As long as Moria deploys these webs at strategic points, no movement would escape his perception. Combined with the shadow-based infiltration and assassination traits of the shadow fruit, the Moonlight Division's future potential was boundless. Yet something still seemed missing. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, recalling the technologies monopolized by the world government and the buried history from the original narrative. Since he had come to this world, he intended to investigate these things as well. But that was a matter for later. For now, he needed to lay out Moria's intelligence network, bringing all movements at the front of the Grand Line under control before planning his next move. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the West Blue on O'Hara, within the library of the Tree of Knowledge. Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks burst in celebration. Congratulations, Robin. Just as expected of Alvia's daughter, Dr. Clover, and the scholars cheered and applauded. Robin, barely 8 years old, walked up to Dr. Clover and accepted the medal offered to her. Congratulations, Robin. You scored full marks on yesterday's archaeology doctoral exam. From today onward, you are an official doctor of archaeology. This is your certificate. Thank you, doctor. Robin jumped up in excitement. Listen well, Robin. Robin was still thrilled as Dr. Clover began to speak solemnly. The Tree of Knowledge is 5,000 years old. It houses countless historical documents from every corner of the world gathered over the ages. As long as we study these documents, there is no historical mystery in the world that we cannot solve. You must remember this firmly. By studying these documents and unraveling historical mysteries, you will make a contribution to the world. That is the true meaning of our existence as historians. I understand, Doctor. Then, does that mean I can study that void century together with you? Robin asked, full of anticipation. At those words, everyone who had been offering congratulations, including Dr. Clover, turned pale. Wh. No, absolutely not. That is the one thing you must never touch. Why not? Isn't it enough to study the poneglyphs to unravel that void century? Why you? How do you even know about the poneglyphs? Did you use your power to sneak a peek again? Don't you know that deciphering the poneglyphs is a grave crime under world government law? Dr. Clover spoke severely. But aren't you all still sneaking around studying them in the basement every night? Robin was utterly puzzled. Dr. Clover was even more astonished to hear this. Robin, you even know about that. Did you go snooping? Because you never let me near the basement. I thought it was because I wasn't yet a historian. So I studied so hard to earn the right to work with you. Facing the doctor's interrogation, Robin lowered her head in hurt. Dr. Clover was clearly moved. His stern expression gradually softened, and he gently patted Robin's shoulder. Robin, your knowledge now qualifies you as a true historian. But you are still a child. Those of us who decipher the poneglyphs have already steeled ourselves for death at any moment. In the 800 years since the world government was established, the Void Century has become the greatest taboo in world history. Countless scholars have already perished because of it. Now the only people in this world who can decipher the ancient writing are our O'Hara clan. We have no retreat, and we must see it through. At last Dr. Clover spoke to Robin in an almost pleading tone. Robin, I want you to swear before the Tree of Knowledge that you will never go down to the basement and that you will never attempt to touch that Void Century. If you refuse, I will revoke your right to enter the library. I don't want to. Robin shoved Dr. Clover away and ran out of the library crying. That child is the spitting image of her mother Alvia. I hear Alvia has already been arrested by the world government. Before long, we'll likely share the same fate. Let us prepare now. We can die, but the others are innocent. Dr. Clover said slowly. Robin ran all the way to the shore and sat on a reef weeping bitterly. Her father had passed away early and her mother had disappeared after leaving but a single phrase. Robin had no choice but to live with her aunt's family, where she was treated little better than a servant. All the chores for the entire household fell on little Robin's shoulders alone. Because Robin had eaten a devil fruit, the island children believed she was a monster and none would play with her. Fortunately, Robin found comfort in the ocean of knowledge following Dr. Clover and the scholars of O'Hara, who were willing to accept her in the study of archaeology. Little Robin had believed that if she studied with all her might and became an archaeologist, she could study the poneglyphs alongside them. But Dr. Clover refused her sternly, leaving Robin with the impression that she was still an outsider. Having pulled herself together, Robin wandered dejectedly along the beach alone. A massive silhouette not far away caught her eye. A giant lay sprawled on the beach in a sorry state with orange hair and a beard surrounding his face. He wore a tattered shirt and jeans. Driven by curiosity, Robin crept up to him. Who are you? Why are you here? She asked guardedly. The giant, lying on the ground, turned his head toward Robin. My name is Saul. Jaguar D. Saul. I used to be a Marine, but not anymore. Don't be scared. I don't eat kids. He said that last line with such a serious face that Robin froze for a moment, then couldn't help letting out a puffed laugh. Dare he? Saul, seeing Robin laugh, couldn't stop himself from laughing as well. The moment Robin heard Saul's peculiar laugh, she burst into even louder laughter. That day Robin and Saul talked on the beach for a long while. They played together, sharing each other's stories. The two became fast friends, and Saul's presence brought Robin a joy and warmth she had never known. Robin liked to sit beside Saul and read. That's ancient writing, isn't it? Saul tilted his head to look at the book in Robin's hands. I've seen quite a few of those out at sea, carved on stones and on metal plates. Robin's eyes sparkled. You've seen poneglyphs? Taken aback by her excitement, Saul said, I have. But those things are best left alone. Why, oi? Little Robin frowned. The history books don't tell us what happened in the past. Dr. Clover says those blank pages were erased. I just want to know what really happened. Back when I was in the Marines, I met someone just like you. Saul stared into the distance, his voice a little lower than before. There was a woman just like you who absolutely had to find out about those things. She spent years going out to sea to gather evidence, and in the end she was thrown into a Marine prison. Robin's head shot up. What happened to her then? I let her go. Saul grinned, flashing a row of huge white teeth. That's why I'm sitting here with you, soaking up the sun, instead of prowling around on a warship in that coat of justice. Robin bowed her head and ran her fingers over the pages. The doctor said I'm too young. He won't let me touch the poneglyphs. He's right. A voice came from behind the two of them. Who's there? The two of them whirled around, sharply glancing toward where the voice had come from. A figure clad in white robes stood there, sporting neat short black hair, a tall and upright posture, and a sword hanging at his waist. Robin looked at Lin Yu with more curiosity, while Soro beside her showed a dramatic change in expression and hastily pulled Robin behind him. Magic Sword Lin Yu, why are you here? Robin, quickly hide behind me. This person is dangerous. I mean no harm. By the way, didn't you already resign from the Marines? Why so hostile toward me? Lin Yu raised both hands and slowly approached, showing no ill intent. Soro remained highly vigilant, but Robin behind him curiously poked her head out, examining Lin Yu with keen interest. Lin Yu smiled gently at Robin. You must be Robin, aren't you? How adorable. Robin's cheeks flushed at the compliment, but before she could respond, Lin Yu quickly added, I brought someone back this time. Robin, why don't you take another look? Robin paused, instinctively turning her head around. Behind her was a slender figure with long silver white hair, cascading down, wearing a tattered white lab coat. Though her face was somewhat pale, her eyes sparkled brilliantly. Olivia. Sora was the first to cry out. Robin beside him froze in place, staring at that figure, as if trying to confirm something. Robin. Robin. Olivia's voice was slightly hoarse as she opened her arms wide toward Robin. Robin suddenly rushed forward, her small body, throwing herself into Olivia's embrace, knocking her backward. The two tumbled onto the sandy ground together. Olivia's hands trembled as they brushed against her daughter's back, gently patting. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Robin, Mom is late coming back. Robin clutched Olivia's clothes tightly, burying her face into her chest, her small frame shaking uncontrollably as she sobbed. You came back. You're finally back. I thought you were dead. Sora stood a few steps away, his orange beard fluttering wildly in the wind, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand. What's getting sand in my eyes? Lin Yu leaned against a nearby reef rock, arms folded, watching the reunited mother and daughter, unable to help but smile. After a long while, the two gradually composed themselves. Olivia still had her arm around Robin, and she guided Robin to stand up, walking over to Lin Yu. Robin, this Uncle Lin Yu rescued Mom. Robin hurriedly bowed and expressed her gratitude. It was nothing. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. That group led by Spandine was easy to handle. Sora also stepped forward. Robin, you're actually Olivia's daughter. Olivia, who had been entirely focused on Robin, only now noticed Sora beside her. Sora, how did you end up here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Everyone caught up on old times and finally pieced together the full story. Lin Yu's expression turned serious. The reason I rushed to bring Olivia back is because there's something crucial I must tell you. The Marines are about to issue an extinction bounty against O'Hara. The time is just 2 days from now. Dozens of warships, 5 fleet admirals, indiscriminate shelling will erase O'Hara from the map. Olivia's face instantly drained of color, her voice trembling. What did you say? The scholars of O'Hara researching the poneglyphs has been deemed by the world government as the crime of attempting to awaken ancient weapons. The extinction bounty has already been approved and Navy warships are on their way. How could this happen? Nobody here ever wanted to awaken any ancient weapons. We only want to study that forgotten chapter of history. Robin said grievously. Awakening the ancient weapons is merely an excuse. The real reason is that you attempted to decipher the poneglyphs and investigate the blank 100 years. That is what the world government truly wants to conceal. Robin tightly gripped Olivia's hand and looked up. Mom, we must go warn everyone. Those scholars are my colleagues and friends. Olivia turned to look at Lin Yu. Although I know this is quite forward of me, I must still request that you save everyone on the island. I have no choice. The blank 100 years is a taboo of the world government. Someone must bear this cost, otherwise they will not let it drop. Then everyone just has to wait and die. Robin became agitated as well. I said someone must bear this cost, but it doesn't have to be you. Olivia and Robin both turned to look at Lin Yu, their eyes filled with hope. Do you have a plan? The world government wants to destroy O'Hara and kill all the historians because they wish to bury that history forever. But if someone who already knows the truth of that history appears before them, and they are completely powerless to capture him, do you think they might compromise somewhat? But does such a person really exist? He's far away in the world, yet right before your eyes. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow at them. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? You don't have to do this for people like us. Olivia spoke first. Right, Uncle Lin Yu, we can't drag you into this. Lin Yu waved his hand. Robin, call me brother, not uncle. You make me sound old. Don't worry, I'm extremely powerful now. Robin paused, looking up at Lin Yu's smiling face. Sorrow beside her tilted his head and studied Lin Yu for several seconds, then burst into a series of chuckles. Dara, you're quite an interesting person. Lin Yu ignored him, squatted down to eye level with Robin, and spoke more seriously. I'm serious. Just call me brother. I'm not much older than you. The title uncle makes me sound old. Robin pursed her lips, her ears slightly reddening, and murmured softly, Brother Lin Yu. That's better. Lin Yu stood up and clapped his hands together. As for whether it's dangerous, I'll handle it myself. A mere 5 fleet admirals won't be able to stop me. Go back and notify everyone else. Although they can't harm me, they might still cause casualties among the islanders. Just stay in a safe place. I need to first demonstrate my strength, so I can negotiate with whoever's in command at the end. Olivia still looked deeply concerned, but Soro spoke up to comfort her. He's the one who managed to injure Marine hero Garp. You can trust him. Hearing this, Robin and Olivia gradually relaxed. Brother Lin Yu, why are you helping us? Robin mustered her courage and asked. Lin Yu hesitated. He couldn't possibly reveal that in his past life his favorite One Piece character was the female emperor and Robin. Since he transmigrated here, he was determined to change Robin's tragic childhood. Have you seen that tree of all knowledge? Isn't it magnificent and impressive? I simply don't want to lose sight of it afterward. Besides, O'Hara also has an adorable child like Robin. Lin Yu smiled and ruffled Robin's head, making her blush deeply. Robin led the group to the library of the all-knowing tree. Orvia, you're back. Dr. Cloverba was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Orvia and immediately pulled her into a heartfelt embrace. Orvia has returned. Is it really her? The scholars around quickly gathered, welcoming Orvia. Cough, I don't wish to disrupt your long-awaited reunion, but business comes first, doesn't it? Lin Yu, standing at the doorway unnoticed, cleared his throat. The crowd turned around to find someone standing at the entrance, and some scholars who often read newspapers had already recognized Lin Yu. He's the demon Sword Lin Yu. How did he end up here in our O'Hara? That big-time pirate with a 1 billion bounty. We're done for, let's run. Lin Yu rubbed his forehead, wondering how the world government had twisted his reputation to this extent. His fearsome name on the seas had become so notorious that even children would stop crying at the mere mention of it. Orvia and Robin hurried to explain the whole situation. So Orvia was saved by this Mr. Lin Yu, and the Navy is about to launch a buster call against our O'Hara. Yes, that's pretty much the situation. Lin Yu nodded. Ever since we started studying the historical texts in secret, we knew this day would come, but we never imagined the world government would show no mercy even to the ordinary residents on this island. Now you should understand the weight of that century of silence. The world government won't spare any archaeologist who might decode the poneglyphs. Hearing this, Dr. Cloverba and the many scholars fell silent. After a long while, Dr. Cloverba led all the archaeologists, and everyone knelt on one knee, right hand over their chest, performing the most solemn gesture of respect among scholars. Mr. Lin Yu, thank you for risking your life to save us. O'Hara will always be your friend. If the situation becomes dire the day after tomorrow, please prioritize your own safety. Hand us over if you must. We only ask that you spare the children and the islanders. Lin Yu felt a deep sense of reverence watching these scholars bow before him. He had originally come only to rescue Robin from her tragic childhood, but now he found these historians on O'Hara rather charming. Don't worry. Leave the buster call to me. In the next few days, focus on organizing the residents into the shelters. When the fighting starts, I may not be able to protect you. Lin Yu hurried forward to help Dr. Cloverba up. O'Hara experienced its busiest 2 days in history as archaeologists guided residents into the underground shelter beneath the Tree of All Knowledge, continuously relocating books from the library. The day of the buster call finally arrived with dozens of marine warships surrounding O'Hara in a vast formation. 5 vice admirals, Akiji Akainu, Blaze Mountain, Strobeli, and Mole, stood prominently at the bows of their ships, clad in white cloaks bearing the emblem of justice. At O'Hara's dock, the world government's CP9 agents had arrived. Spandine led his team onto the island. Damn it, who on earth rescued that woman that day and kicked me into the sea? Achoo. I hope I find out. Spandine couldn't help but sneeze. Lord Spandine, where should we investigate now? One of his subordinates asked. Investigate? We don't need to concern ourselves with whether they deciphered the poneglyphs. The world government wants their deaths to serve as a warning to the seas. Let's go to the Tree of All Knowledge and announce their death sentence. Spandine wore a cruel smile, already imagining the promotion and wealth that would come after completing this mission. In the underground shelter beneath the Tree of All Knowledge, all the island's residents had evacuated inside. Brother Lin Yu, please be careful. Robin tugged at his sleeve, urging him with worry. Don't worry. Little Robin, your brother Lin Yu is very strong. I'll tell you more stories when I return. Lin Yu spoke lightly, unable to resist rubbing Robin's head once more. It felt nice. Some guests have arrived. I'll go greet them first. Little Robin, stay close to your mother and the doctor. With that, Lin Yu didn't linger and vanished from the underground shelter. At the entrance of the Tree of All Knowledge Library. That's strange. I haven't seen a single person on the island all the way here. Spandine said in confusion. Lord Spandine, they must all be hiding inside the tree. A CP agent nearby offered eagerly. Nonsense, how could I not know that? Do I need you to tell me? Go kick the door open for me. As 2 CP agents dressed in black raised their legs to kick the door, Lin Yu suddenly appeared before them. Before they could even grasp what was happening, both were kicked away by Lin Yu and slammed heavily onto the ground in the distance, unconscious. You have quite the nerve, do you know? Spandine was about to scold the newcomer, but when he saw who it was, his words caught in his throat. The demon Sword Lin Yu. Why are you here? I came for a vacation. Hurry up and leave after your tour. Don't interfere with CP9's official duties. And if I deliberately intend to stop you. Lin Yu revealed a playful smile. Don't be so arrogant. To be honest, over a dozen marine warships have already surrounded O'Hara along with 5 top-tier fleet admirals. Even you would find it hard to escape. Huh. Run. Why would I run? Didn't you give me the title Demon Sword? Today I'll see for myself just how formidable your buster call truly is. Watching Lin Yu's fearless demeanor before him, Spandine's lip twitched. He wanted to hurl more threats, but remembered this was someone who'd beaten a world noble nearly to death. All of you attack. Let him feel the power of CP9. Spandine beckoned his subordinates and slowly retreated backward. The CP agents hesitated for a moment, but charged at Lin Yu anyway. With a single strike, all of them were sent flying backward. Your subordinates aren't much good, Spandine. I was just going to Lin Yu began to taunt further, but couldn't find Spandine anywhere. In the distance, the fleeing Spandine pulled out a golden den mushy from his coat and pressed the button without hesitation. Demon Sword Lin Yu prepared to be blown to smithereens. My loyal subordinates, thank you for your contribution to the world government. Boom. A cannonball landed not far from Spandine. What the hell? Doesn't the damn Navy know I'm still on the island? Why are they firing already? Lin Yu didn't bother pursuing the fleeing Spandine. He activated the Cabe Nomi's power and shot into the sky. Looking at the barrage of shells hurtling toward O'Hara, a massive ring-shaped portal instantly appeared in the sky above the island. The cannonballs originally aimed at O'Hara were all devoured by the luminous gate. Before the Navy could react, the projectiles reappeared, now hurtling toward their warships. Akiji was the first to react. At the precise moment the shells turned back through the portal, he had already leaped above the fleet, arms outstretched, as ice-blue aura poured from his palms. Glacier era. The returning cannonballs froze instantly upon contact with the cold, some solidifying mid-air, while most were intercepted by a towering ice wall. The dull explosions were largely muffled, and the sea surface erupted in waves of ice shards and fragmented iron. Meanwhile, Akainu on the other flank also reacted. His right arm transformed into scorching lava, and he thrust a furious punch forward. Great flare fire. Molten rock burst forth, intercepting and melting all the incoming shells. Sky split. The remaining vice admirals likewise unleashed their techniques, blocking every projectile headed toward their respective warships. All five simultaneously activated Moonwalk and arrived at O'Hara's dock. Akiji casually brushed frost from his shoulder, his tone calm. Looks like our opponent has a troublesome ability. Akainu spoke coldly. Anyone who dares to obstruct the buster call will be executed. Suddenly both seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. A figure in white robes descended straight down, arms crossed. Boom. The ground cratered deeply where he landed, dust slowly clearing as everyone finally made out the newcomer. Strabel was the first to recognize him. Lin Yu, the Demon Sword. Why are you here? The Lin Yu who can supposedly injure Master Garp. Demon Sword, regardless of your purpose, do not interfere with us, or we'll kill you too. Akainu snarled viciously. Take it easy, I'm just sightseeing. If I let you reduce this place to rubble, there'll be no lovely scenery left to admire. Do me a favor, I won't fight you, so just leave. Arrogant. Akainu couldn't contain his anger and struck at Lin Yu first. Looks like we have no choice but to fight. Lin Yu sidestepped and loosened his shoulders. The five exchanged glances and immediately dispersed into formation, ready for battle. Akainu's molten fist struck first. Lin Yu evaded with a subtle turn, the scalding magma grazing past his robe and carving a charred furrow into the ground behind him. The air grew thick with the scent of sulfur and scorched earth. Almost simultaneously, several ice spears arrived before Lin Yu. He neither dodged nor retreated, coating his arm in armament. Haki caught one with a single hand and crushed it into crystalline shards. Not bad teamwork, Lin Yu remarked. His sword Guixu slid from its scabbard, releasing a silver arc of blade energy sweeping outward. Batfish and Fiery Mountain drew their blades in unison to block. The clash produced a piercing screech, and both men were forced backward several steps, deep cracks spreading across the dock's stone tiles beneath their feet. Seizing the opening, Strabel charged with his dual blades, his strikes swift and razor-sharp. Lin Yu parried with Guixu, and the collision erupted in a shower of sparks. Strabel's expression twisted in shock. He felt as though he were hacking at an immovable mountain. His blades could not budge an inch. Good timing. Unfortunately, your power falls short. Lin Yu's wrist turned, and Guixu spun, wrenching Strabel's dual blades apart. In the same motion, a devastating kick landed squarely on the Vice Admiral's chest, sending him flying backward into a stack of cargo crates, which collapsed and buried him in splinters. Batfish and Fiery Mountain attacked from both flanks simultaneously, their blade arcs intersecting. Lin Yu's luminous gate flashed beneath his feet, and he vanished, reappearing behind them the next instant. Guixu slashed horizontally. Both men reacted swiftly, spinning to block. Their blades met in a clashing crash, and the resulting shockwave sent several dock tiles flying. Too slow. Lin Yu withdrew and struck again, this time even faster. Batfish managed only to tilt his head. The blade grazed his cheek, leaving a thin nick. Fiery Mountain attempted a flanking strike, but Lin Yu's elbow drove hard into his wrist, the impact traveling through bone and numbing his entire right arm. His sword nearly slipped from his grip. Both men retreated, widening the distance and gasping for breath. In merely dozens of exchanges, all five had been suppressed by Lin Yu. His white robes had not even a single tear. Akainu's expression darkened completely. He took a step forward, his right fist wreathed in even more intense lava, the surrounding air warping with heat. Hell Pyro. A column of molten rock shot toward Lin Yu like lightning. Instead of using his portal, Lin Yu wrapped Guixu in purple lightning and delivered a single slash. The silver-purple blade energy collided head-on with the magma, splitting it cleanly apart without losing momentum. The strike grazed Akainu's shoulder, drawing a line of blood. Ice Blade. A colossal ice blade hurtled toward Lin Yu. Another purple sword, Chi, sliced through it, splitting the ice in two. Akiji barely managed to dodge the follow-up strike. Is this all the future Marine admirals can muster? I'm somewhat disappointed. Lin Yu spoke casually. Don't get so cocky, kid. Justice shall not be infringed. Strabel had returned to the battlefield, resuming the encirclement alongside the other four. Akainu's assault intensified, magma raining down on Lin Yu without restraint. Batfish and Fiery Mountain's coordination grew ever more refined, while Strabel shifted to a supportive role, using his dual blades primarily to shield his comrades from Lin Yu's attacks. Akiji leaped into the air and relentlessly rained ice arrows down upon Lin Yu, covering the ground in sheets of frost. After dozens of exchanges, Akainu, who had been fighting at close range, pulled back to create distance. Akiji, meanwhile, advanced aggressively, his body wreathed in cold aura. Every punch he threw left traces of frost upon Lin Yu. Yet another round of combat passed, and all five bore visible wounds, Akainu the worst of them, his body crisscrossed with sword cuts. Is this really all you've got? Lin Yu shook his head in disappointment. You're far too arrogant, Lin Yu. Freezing time. Akiji summoned the scattered ice around them, resonating with the frost already on Lin Yu's body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu was encased in an ice sphere the size of a small hill. Now, Akainu roared and charged forward. Cursed Fong Red Lotus. Eye Sky Split. Blazing Mountain Rend. Dual Blade Mountain Severer. Ice Block Storm Falcon. The five vice admirals unleashed their strongest techniques, all converging on Lin Yu. Die. The five attacks struck the ice sphere, shattering it instantly, and continued unimpeded toward Lin Yu. Boom. A terrifying explosion shook the area, the resulting shockwave generating massive waves that even reached the distant warships. The combatants panted heavily, gathering together and gazing toward the center of the blast. He's either dead or crippled beyond recovery. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed from the heart of the explosion. The five turned toward the direction of the voice in disbelief. As the dust settled, Lin Yu walked out slowly, perfectly composed. So your combined strength can finally tear my clothes. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yu patted the scorched edge of his clothing. No way. How could anyone be this strong? Yamakaji's jaw dropped involuntarily. The cigar he had just lit fell straight to the ground. Akainu and Akiji watched Lin Yu with complicated expressions. Though defiance remained in their eyes, there was more awe, a reverence for absolute power. Demon Sword Lin Yu, what exactly is your purpose? Didn't I say it? Just do me a favor and leave O'Hara alone. That's impossible. This is a direct order from the world government. O'Hara must be erased from the map. No problem. I'll defeat you first, then go talk to the people behind you. Before his words faded, Lin Yu's aura surged wildly. Conqueror's haki erupted from him, and dark purple lightning spread toward the heavens. Gust after gust of air pressure screamed around Lin Yu. Even the Marines on the distant Navy warships broke out in a cold sweat under that pressure. Of the five vice admirals bearing the brunt of Lin Yu's haki, only Akainu and Akiji could still barely stand. The other three were pressed down on one knee by the force of that Conqueror's haki. Impossible. How could he possess Conqueror's haki of this caliber? Akiji felt it more keenly than anyone. He had once followed Garp in pursuit of Roger and had personally witnessed the Pirate King's haki. In a daze he blurted out, "This haki is almost comparable to Roger's." Akainu said nothing. His fist clenched tightly, magma spilling uncontrollably between his fingers, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling hiss. You've done well enough. Lin Yu walked slowly forward, dark purple thunder churning at each step. The stone slabs beneath his feet burst apart in layers. I'm done playing with you. Time to do the real thing. The instant Guixu left the sheath, the whole sky darkened for a moment, as if every trace of light had been absorbed into that long, narrow blade. Then in the next instant it burst open. Dark purple Conqueror's haki arcs coiled along Guixu's blade, like flowing water gathering at the tip into a dazzling point of light. Lin Yu gripped the hilt with both hands and swept the blade horizontally. Heaven-slashing sword. Where the blade's light flashed, the air split into a thin vacuum rift, and even light was distorted along that trajectory. All five vice admirals sensed the utmost danger at once. Akiji instantly formed a thick ice shield before them. Akinu's right fist erupted in magma, turning into a scorching wall of molten rock in front of it. Yamakaji and the other two unleashed slashes at the same time, coating their entire bodies in armament haki. The moment Guixu's slash collided with them, the shattering impact they had imagined never came. All that happened was the slash passing through the five's defenses at high speed, as if it existed in a different dimension. The five remained where they stood. The slash flew past them like nothing had happened, then raced toward a warship on the distant sea. Puff! Blood sprayed from mouths as the warship was severed in two. Lin Yu sheathed his blade and nodded slightly to the five people on the ground. Good work, everyone. I'm going to find someone first. Aboard a world government cipher pole ship, Spandine carefully held up a transponder snail. A dignified voice emerged from it. Spandine, how far has the buster call reached? At the sound of that voice, every cipher pole agent on the ship immediately dropped to one knee. Lord St. Warcury, there's been an unexpected development. Demon Sword Lin Yu appeared and blocked us. Even Sakazuki and the others were defeated by him. Spandine spoke with extreme caution. What? Are you all a bunch of trash? So many of you can't handle one Demon Sword Lin Yu. The furious voice of Saint Warcury, war god of justice, boomed from the transponder snail. Before Spandine could answer, he was suddenly sent flying backwards, smashed through the railing, and fell into the sea. The transponder snail, held high in his hand, hung in the air for a moment, then was caught by a pair of hands. What's going on, Spandine? Are you deaf? Hello there. I don't know which of the 5 elders you are, so I'll just call you old man. At that moment, in the Chamber of Power in the Holy Land, Mary Geoise, Saint Warcury listened to Lin Yu's provocative words coming from the transponder snail. His face turned livid with fury, and he slammed his hand violently against the ornate table. Do you know who you're talking to? Sure. A few old men who act as dogs for someone. How dare you? Demon Sword, the consequences of your actions are too much for you to bear. Oh, I never expected the dignified 5 elders to have heard of my name. I'm honored. Saint Warcury was violently suppressing his emotions. There was now no one on O'Hara who could contend with Lin Yu. If he was allowed to do as he pleased, the Marines and the world government would lose all face. After steadying his emotions, Saint Warcury spoke in as calm a tone as he could manage. Demon Sword, if you withdraw now, the world government will overlook what you have done. How about doing me a favor? Consider O'Hara settled, and one day I'll treat you to a meal. Okay. Absolutely impossible. Those people of O'Hara attempted to touch forbidden secrets. They must be destroyed to intimidate everyone else on the sea. Forbidden secrets. Let me guess what they are. Is it the war between the Great Kingdom and the 20 Kingdoms long ago? Or the shape-shifting I'm Sama behind you? Or is it about Joy Boy and Davy Jones? Is that enough? If not, I have more. Enough. Silence filled the Chamber of Power. The 5 supreme rulers of the world government had spoken in unison. Oh, so all 5 of you are there. Then prick up your ears and listen carefully. Saint Nushtaro, the war god of finance, grabbed the transponder snail and spoke first. Demon Sword, why do you know these things? This alone is enough to make the world government concentrate all its strength to kill you. Do you think you can kill me? Or are you planning to use that strange teleportation array of yours, or that dark shift dominion? The 5 elders fell silent. They had to admit that with Lin Yu's current strength and his devil fruit ability, if he set his mind on running, they had no way to stop him. You can run, but Zidala Island will probably not remain calm. Lin Yu's expression grew severe, and his voice turned cold. I warn you, do not lay a hand on those by my side. Otherwise the secrets you are desperately trying to hide will be spread across the sea within a day, I guarantee it. I will spend the rest of my life hunting down celestial dragons. Even if you hide yourselves in Mary Geoise and never come out, I will still come knocking. The transponder snail was silent for a long time. You win. What are your conditions? See, that's the way it should be. No more fighting and killing. Let's each take a step back. I promise not to leak these secrets, and I will also keep the scholars of O'Hara in check in their study of the poneglyphs. You order the Marines to withdraw and guarantee that no one will make a move against O'Hara again. All right, but this operation has to give the world an explanation. Then say the Marines launched a buster call against me, the demon Sword Lin Yu, to protect O'Hara. They severely wounded me and drove me back, all while successfully protecting the residents of O'Hara Island. Fine. Remember what you just said, demon Sword Lin Yu. If any of that leaks out, the world government will kill you no matter the cost. Don't worry. Lin Yu have always been true to my word. That had better be true. After a vicious warning came through the den mushy, the call went dead. Oh, why not chat a little longer? How dull. Lin Yu casually tossed the den mushy onto the deck and looked at the CP agents around him and at Spandine, who had just been hauled out of the water. Did you all hear that just now? A CP agent instinctively nodded. Then get lost. Are you staying for dinner? What a familiar feeling. Soaked through, Spandine was marveling at the kick Lin Yu had just delivered, unaware that he was blocking Lin Yu's path. Excuse me, let me pass. Splash. Lin Yu returned to O'Hara's pier. Sakazuki, Kazan, and the others had already been placed on stretchers by the Marine Medical Corps that had rushed over. Seeing Lin Yu return, the Marines all assumed battle stances, while Kazan and Sakazuki on the stretchers struggled to force themselves upright. Don't get so worked up. You'll be receiving the evacuation order soon. Lin Yu waved a hand to show he meant no harm. Sakazuki, lying on the stretcher, was still hurling threats. You'll regret this. Even though we lost, there will be stronger people to carry out this operation. Lin Yu ignored the yapping dog, walked straight up to Kazan, and waved a hand in front of his face. Still alive. What do you want? Kazan pointedly turned his head away. Why did you hold back in the fight just now? Lin Yu asked in a low voice. There was no point. Even if I went all out, I would be no match for you. Kazan responded indifferently. Tisk boring. Lin Yu turned and left. Thank you. A tiny voice came from behind him. Lin Yu smiled knowingly. Sakazuki still wanted to stop him when a messenger Marine suddenly ran over. Urgent message from Marine headquarters. All Marines are to evacuate O'Hara as quickly as possible. The buster call has been cancelled. What? Don't talk nonsense. Sakazuki grabbed the messenger by the collar in agitation. There's absolutely no mistake, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. This order was personally issued by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. How could this? Sakazuki slumped back onto the stretcher in dejection. The Marines swiftly carried the wounded back to their warships, and dozens of warships left O'Hara at tremendous speed. Inside the library of the Tree of Knowledge Dr. Clover saw through his telescope that the marine warships were sailing away, and he shouted excitedly, "The Marines are gone. The world government has called off the Buster Call." The scholars inside embraced one another and wept. Robin and Alvia, mother and daughter, were no exception, holding each other tightly. "Robin, you must always remember that Brother Lin Yu is O'Hara's savior. We must remember his kindness and repay him one day." "Emma, Mama, I'll remember." Robin's muffled voice came from inside Alvia's embrace. Saul, standing guard at the library entrance, watched the warships disappear into the distance and couldn't help smiling. He really did it. When Lin Yu returned to the library, a huge cheer erupted. Many scholars cheered, all celebrating Lin Yu's triumphant return. Robin, even more excited, threw herself into Lin Yu's arms. "Brother Lin Yu, thank you. It's nothing. Didn't I promise you that I would protect O'Hara?" Dr. Clover stepped forward and led all the scholars in bowing to Lin Yu. "Thank you for saving O'Hara." Watching Dr. Clover, who went on and on, Lin Yu thought educated people really were different. Although he would have liked to listen more, he stepped forward and interrupted him. "It's fine. I just want to see this tree of knowledge again in the future. By the way, one of the conditions for the world government to agree to withdraw was that you stop studying the poneglyphs. I agreed to it for you." Dr. Clover and the other scholars looked troubled at these words, but they still agreed. "I understand your aspirations as historians. The world government's attention is mostly on me right now. If you're going to do any research, keep it discreet." This time the Marines found the clue from Alvia and her archaeological team. "In the future, whatever you need to do, you can come to me, and I'll provide people for you." Hearing this, the scholars were overjoyed. Dr. Clover, especially moved, seized Lin Yu's hand. "Lord Lin Yu, thank you for your understanding. We promise we won't cause you any trouble." Lin Yu knew that making these archaeologists understand that there was a blank page of history, yet forbidding them from studying it, was undoubtedly worse than killing them. Therefore, he simply made everything clear. As long as they were under his protection and did not publicize their research, the world government probably would not act against them. After thinking it over, Lin Yu took out a flag and a Den Den mushi. He gave the flag to Dr. Clover and the Den Den mushi to Robin. When Dr. Clover unfurled it, it was a crimson flag with a sun in the upper right corner radiating brilliant light in all directions. This is the flag of the Dawn Company. After more than a year of development under Tesoro plus Lin Yu's guidance, through various business models from his previous life, the Dawn Company now spanned the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Blues. During this period, everyone who had dared to make a move against the Dawn Company had paid a painful price. As a result, the Dawn Company's name grew even more renowned across the seas. Plant it somewhere conspicuous on the island. This represents my power, and it lets everyone know that O'Hara is under my, Lin Yu's, protection. He turned to Robin. "Little Robin, this Den mushi can contact me directly. If anyone foolish enough dares to come to O'Hara and cause trouble, or if you miss me, you can call me, and I'll come pick you up to play on Zidala Island." Robin tucked the Den mushi into her clothes like a precious treasure. "What a good girl." Lin Yu patted Robin on the head. That night a grand banquet was held on O'Hara, and Lin Yu took the opportunity to taste the local specialties of the West Blue and the island. Yielding to Robin's coaxing, Lin Yu agreed to remain on O'Hara for a few more days. Meanwhile, in the sky above a remote, unnamed sea area of the Grand Line, a giant airship shaped like a white-headed bird was flying slowly along. Morgans looked at the photo in his hand. "Huh, what a scoop. Demon Sword, you always manage to surprise me. Someone make this tomorrow's front-page headline." The headline should read, "Demon Sword Lin Yu smashes the Buster Call, 5 Marine Vice Admirals retreat in defeat." On the day after the Buster Call, O'Hara felt serene and peaceful. Residents and scholars alike had returned to their daily lives and work. In the morning, Lin Yu was gently awakened by Robin, who brought him breakfast. "Brother Lin Yu, get up quickly. I've made your breakfast." Opening his sleepy eyes, Lin Yu saw the cute little Robin standing by the bedside holding a tray with a fried egg, a sandwich, and a glass of milk. "Thank you, Robin." Lin Yu expressed his gratitude before wolfing down the breakfast. "Your cooking is really good, delicious. As long as Brother Lin Yu likes it, I'll go wash the dishes now." Robin snatched the tray and ran out of the room. Lin Yu tidied himself up, stepped outside, and began strolling around the island. A few mischievous boys respectfully greeted Lin Yu as Big Brother Lin Yu. When he first arrived on the island, he had found these children bullying Robin, so he gave them a slight lesson, with excellent results. Arriving at the library, Dr. Clover seemed to have been waiting for some time. Seeing Lin Yu approach, he hurried forward, holding a large stack of documents in his hands. "Dr. Clover, what are you doing?" Lin Yu was rather bewildered. "Lord Lin Yu, we truly couldn't think of anything to repay you, so we compiled some fascinating ancient technologies from our previous interpretation of historical texts, along with some sea charts and mineral resource distribution maps. We hope you'll find them useful. Please, you must accept them." Looking at the dark circles under the scholar's eyes, Lin Yu realized they had stayed up all night just to organize these materials for him. "Thank you for your kindness. I'll accept them. I'll give you 30% of the profits generated from the Dawn Trading Company's use of these technologies." "No need, Lord Lin Yu. We did it to repay you. Say no more. Let's keep things separate. You've earned this." Lin Yu waved his hand. "Then thank you very much." Dr. Clover hesitated for a moment before accepting. Peru. The transponder snail in Lin Yu's pocket rang. He picked it up, and the snail transformed into the likeness of a young man wearing glasses. Hello, Tesoro. What's up? Boss, didn't you say you were going on a trip to the West Blue? How did you end up fighting a buster call from the Marines? I'm innocent too. I had just arrived at O'Hara and hadn't even taken a good look around when the Marine shells came bombing over. Forced to defend myself, I had no choice but to act. The transponder snail's face showed an expression of, yeah right. Boss, you're the headline in today's newspaper again. That Morgan's kid. How does he get his news so fast? Look at the huge commotion you caused. By the way, should we go put pressure on Morgan's? Last time it was he who exposed your connection to the company. Forget it. These matters are harmless enough. The exposure also serves to intimidate some people. What about the Marines and the world government? Need me to spend some money to smooth things over? No need. I've already handled it. Really? Don't you trust me, your boss? By the way, set up a branch of the Dawn Trading Company here in O'Hara West Blue and transfer a security squad over. O'Hara is under my protection now. Alright, got it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu told Dr. Clover about his intention to establish a Dawn branch in O'Hara. Dr. Clover welcomed the idea very warmly. After discussing some details, Lin Yu left the library. Arriving at the island's only bar, Lin Yu ordered a glass of beer and sat down to drink it slowly. As a news coup flew overhead, Lin Yu waved his hand and bought a newspaper. The headline read, Demon Sword Lin Yu crushes Buster Call, 5 Marine officers retreat in defeat. Looking at his photo in the newspaper, Lin Yu mused that it was a good shot. It really captured his handsomeness. All across the world, reactions to this newspaper were far from unanimous. At Marine headquarters in Sengoku's office, the newspaper was again slammed hard onto the desk. That Morgan's. He'll report anything. The Marines have been disgraced. Haha, isn't it the truth? Garp said nonchalantly while picking his nose. Garp, don't you know this affects how the Marines are viewed by the public? No idea. I only know I'm due for leave next month. Seeing Sengoku's face dark with exasperation, Garp felt he ought to make amends, so he declared solemnly, Don't worry, Sengoku. I'll go teach that Lin Yu brat a lesson. Forget it. The world government issued an order canceling the operation against O'Hara and forbidding any action against the forces under the demon Sword Lin Yu. Would those celestial dragons be so magnanimous? I'm not sure either. The 5 elders personally called me that day. You think Lin Yu might be an illegitimate son of one of the 5 elders? Anyway, let's raise the bounty first. Set it at 366800 berries, as the world government instructed. Wano Country, Onigashima. Kaido was not drinking himself dead drunk as usual. Instead, he was doing push-ups with a small mountain on his back. In the past, he had found no worthy opponents, but since his last battle with Lin Yu, that long-lost feeling had come rushing back. Now he only wanted to become stronger. A subordinate approached and handed over 2 items. Lord Kaido, this is the ledger for this month's seastone trade with the Dawn Trading Company. This time they paid with devil fruits. 3 in total, all Zoan type, and 1 is an ancient Zoan. And this is today's newspaper. It has the news about the demon sword that you ordered us to keep track of, so I brought it to you. Ignoring the ledger, Kaido took the newspaper and scanned it. Huh. Lin Yu, it seems you've become stronger too. But I haven't relaxed during this time either. After the battle, the relationship between Lin Yu and Kaido had not turned too sour. On the contrary, Lin Yu's Dawn Trading Company had established cooperation with Kaido with one condition being that Moria's homeland Ringo would be protected from harm. In the waters of Tato land, the Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Linlin looked at today's newspaper and laughed. What a truly powerful man. A child born from our union would surely surpass Roger and Rox in talent and become the strongest in the world. Someone send Lin Yu an invitation to this year's tea party. The entire sea was thrown into turmoil by this report. Within a few days, Lin Yu's new wanted poster had spread across the ocean with a bounty of 366800 berries. At that time, Big Mom's and Kaido's bounties had not yet reached the 4 billion plus range they would later achieve, so Lin Yu's bounty vaulted past both, making him a great pirate, whose bounty was second only to Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Golden Lion. Lin Yu had spent several pleasant days in O'Hara, but the time had finally come to part. Little Robin was reluctant to let him go, clutching the hem of his clothes. Little Robin, brother, is leaving now. If you miss me, give me a call. I can be there in the blink of an eye. You're always welcome to visit our Citra Island. Lin Yu waved goodbye to everyone, and his figure vanished into the portal of light. Lin Yu appeared in the sky. Though he could have directly activated his ability to return to Citra Island, he hadn't made the trip out all this way without taking a proper look around. After some thought, Lin Yu decided to wander the West Sea first. Along the way, he encountered many people, and on an island where the Mafia held sway, he spotted the young Capone Beach. Even more surprisingly, Lin Yu encountered a young man wearing a straw hat, none other than Shanks the Red Hair, who would one day become one of the 4 emperors. He was already gaining some renown by this time, likely having just returned to the West Sea to recruit crew members. At the thought, Lin Yu sent his consciousness surging forward and materialized aboard Shanks's small boat. Shanks, who had been lounging on a deck chair basking in the sun, was startled into jumping up. Who are you and why are you on my ship? Take it easy. Look closely, don't you recognize me? I'm rather famous, you know. Lin Yu smiled, and flopped down onto the deck chair Shanks had just vacated. Hearing this, Shanks paused, studied Lin Yu carefully, and widened his eyes. You're Lin Yu from the Demon Sword. Correct, though there's no prize for that. How could the renowned Demon Sword have come looking for me? What's your purpose? Shanks wasn't intimidated by Lin Yu's reputation and asked directly. Making friends while traveling is what matters most. I have no ill intentions. I simply want to be your friend. If I wanted to fight, you wouldn't even have time to react, would you? Shanks considered this and agreed. He simply lay down on the deck beside Lin Yu. Anyway, I'm just a lowly pirate with no money. There isn't even any rations on board to offer you. You're still a crew member of the Pirate King. How can you be this poor? And are you the only one on this ship? You haven't found the right person yet, have I? Our pirate crew disbanded long ago. You know that, right? Where would I get money? Lin Yu pondered this and realized it made sense. Jesus Burgess wouldn't be recruited by Shanks for another 2 years, so at this point Shanks was truly a one-man crew. Gurgle. Shanks's stomach growled at the most inconvenient moment. Embarrassed, he rubbed the back of his head and smiled. My apologies. Haven't had a proper meal in days. Forget it, I'll treat you to a meal, Lin Yu said, seeing Shanks's state. Really? Thank you. You're truly a good person, Shanks said excitedly. I was actually planning to sell this little boat at the next island and get something even smaller. Hearing this, Lin Yu finally understood. No wonder when Shanks went to recruit Jesus Burgess, he was rowing such a tiny boat. By the way, wasn't there some rule in the pirate world that the more shabby your equipment, when you set sail, the greater your future achievements? Soon after, Lin Yu brought Shanks to a small island and generously treated him to a magnificent feast. Burp. Shanks let out a contented burp and patted his stomach blissfully. Thank you so much. This is the most satisfying meal I've had since setting sail. Excuse me, sir. Your total comes to 2,300 belly. Who will be paying? The waiter approached Shanks eagerly with the bill. Ahem, Shanks said awkwardly, pointing at Lin Yu. Though Lin Yu was amazed at how much Shanks could eat, he paid the bill without hesitation. The two left the restaurant and walked down the street, Shanks with his hands behind his head, casually falling into step beside Lin Yu. Say, what brings you to the West Sea? Haven't you seen the newspapers recently? I can't afford them. Then just consider me traveling around. Alright, how about we fight? Lin Yu looked at Shanks with slight surprise, pointing at himself. You want to fight me? Yes. Even though I'd surely lose, I still want to try. I sensed the same aura of strength from you as from Captain Roger and the others. Alright, let's find another place first. Lin Yu led Shanks to a barren wasteland on the northern side of the island. Shanks drew the sword at his waist and struck a stance. Lin Yu took a look. It wasn't Griffin, so the red hair hadn't been obtained yet. Come on, let me see the strength of the Pirate King's crew member, Lin Yu said without drawing his blade, beckoning Shanks forward. Shanks didn't mind and charged straight in his surging attacks, sweeping toward Lin Yu like a tide. Lin Yu stood his ground, dodging each of Shanks's strikes by the narrowest margin. After dozens of exchanges, Shanks hadn't managed to land a single hit. Realizing this approach wouldn't work, Shanks backed off to create distance. A pressure began radiating from his body. Conqueror's Haki. He wasn't entirely proficient with it yet, but he could already unleash it voluntarily. Trying to disrupt my observation Haki with Conqueror's Haki. Seeing Lin Yu easily read his thoughts, Shanks smiled. Not bad, right? Very impressive. If you refine this technique in the future, you could develop your own unique Conqueror's Haki ability. How about I name it Observation Slayer for you? Observation Slayer. That's a solid name. But I should warn you. Try not to use this technique against enemies whose Haki surpasses yours. Lin Yu's aura of Haki surged around him, effortlessly suppressing Shanks's Conqueror's Haki. Watching Shanks pinned to the ground, yet still stubbornly releasing his Haki, Lin Yu thought to himself, truly the future emperor. His willpower is unlike anyone else's. Feeling the Conqueror's Haki radiating from Lin Yu, Shanks had a fleeting illusion, as if he were seeing the shadow of Captain Roger. No, I can't give up. I haven't fulfilled Captain Roger's last wish yet. Shanks's suppressed Conqueror's Haki began to churn once more. Feeling its power surge another notch, Lin Yu thought to himself. Oh no, am I about to become someone's XP farm? Eventually, Shanks wasn't the protagonist and exhaustion overtook him. He collapsed onto the ground. Lin Yu walked over, pulled him up, and said with genuine appreciation, "You're exceptional. Breaking through under those conditions, that's remarkable. Just luck. I still can't compare to monsters like you though." Lin Yu smiled and didn't respond to his words. Feel free to visit Citra Island anytime. You're always welcome. I definitely will. Then farewell. Goodbye. Next time we meet, dinner is on me. Lin Yu departed the island, but halfway through he suddenly remembered something and glanced into his spatial storage. Shanks's little boat was resting quietly inside. Back at the pier, Shanks finally remembered. He'd asked Lin Yu to hold onto the boat for him before they came here. Forget it, Lin Yu thought. Shanks will manage on his own. With that in mind, he headed for the next island without looking back. Over the next few days, Lin Yu wandered along the West Blue, passing several islands of distinct character. One was known for brewing wine, another was full of singing shells, and on one island cats were everywhere, so the residents walked on stilts to avoid tripping over them. He meandered along the way, casually taking care of a few pirates who had set out to sea to find the One Piece. One day he arrived at an unremarkable little island. Lin Yu had not planned to linger, but he was astonished to find that everyone on the island, whether old or young, had golden hair. Curious, Lin Yu went to a grilled fish stall at the island's dock and ordered a few grilled fish. "Boss," he asked in passing, "why does everyone on your island have golden hair?" "To be honest, guest, I'm not really sure either. The people on this island have had golden hair for generations." "Oh, is that so magical? Are all children born here golden-haired then?" "Of course there are occasional exceptions. Any child born without golden hair is considered an ill omen here, so we usually ask passing merchant ships to take the child to another island and find someone to adopt them." The middle-aged stall owner lowered his voice as he replied, "Your customs here really are strange. These customs were handed down from our ancestors. Last month a family in the village gave birth to a pink-haired baby girl, and they still haven't found anyone willing to adopt her." Hearing this, Lin Yu grew curious. After asking the stall owner for the address of that family, he hurried away. "Huh, why did that man look a little familiar?" the stall owner muttered as he watched Lin Yu leave. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yu knocked on the door of a house. The man who opened it, a middle-aged man, looked at Lin Yu with slight confusion. "May I ask who you are? Is there something you need at our house?" After Lin Yu explained his purpose, they readily handed the still-swaddled baby to him. "May I ask what name you've given her?" "Perona." Lin Yu thought it over and left them a green card from the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. With that card, they could redeem 5 million berries at any Dawn Chamber branch as compensation for taking their child away. Holding little Perona, Lin Yu marveled at the wonder of fate. Originally, Moria was supposed to return to his hometown in the West Blue after being defeated by Kaido, disheartened, and adopt Perona. Because of Lin Yu's intervention, Moria had not returned to the West Blue, yet Lin Yu still encountered Perona in this unexpected way. Perona, who had been sound asleep, woke up. Her big eyes stared fixedly at Lin Yu. He had readied himself to soothe a crying child, but to his surprise, Perona broke out in giggles. Seeing Perona's adorable appearance, Lin Yu couldn't resist poking her gently with his finger, and Perona laughed even more happily. When he walked out of the village and reached the dock, the grilled fish stall from before was nowhere to be seen. "Closing so early. The fish tasted great, and I wanted to take some to go," Lin Yu said with puzzlement. "And carrying this little one, I can't exactly keep flying through the sky. I'm afraid the wind will give her a cold." "Demon Sword Lin Yu, put down the child in your arms. You are surrounded by the Marines." 3 Marine warships appeared at the dock, and the Marine captain leading them shouted loudly, "Are you all that brave?" Lin Yu hadn't expected even the Marines of a West Blue branch to dare block his path. "Captain Gorn headquarters ordered us to keep watch only. We mustn't act against him, and besides we don't have that kind of strength." The Marine beside him hurried over and said urgently, "Look at the child in his arms. As Marines, how can we just stand by and watch him snatch a child away?" Captain Gorn barked. Lin Yu's senses were extraordinarily keen, so he naturally overheard their conversation and realized they thought the Perona in his arms had been taken by force. So the West Blue still has good Marines. Lin Yu acknowledged these Marines while deciding to hold back a little later. 2 minutes later, the Marines from the 3 warships were lying in disarray all over the dock, leaving only a few navigators and cooks on the lead warship. "I was going to make do with Shanks' small boat, but I didn't expect you to be this generous." "Thanks." Lin Yu produced a reclining chair from somewhere and sprawled arrogantly on the bow of the warship. "Damn it." In the end, he still took the child away. Gorn pounded the ground furiously. "Sir, that child really doesn't seem to have been snatched by him." The golden-haired Marine stepped forward to report. "What?" asked Gorn. "You may not know it, but I'm from this island. Our people have had golden hair for generations. Any baby born with a different hair color is sent away for adoption. The baby in Lin Yu's arms just now had pink hair, so it's very likely the villagers gave her to him to raise." After hearing this, Gorn fell silent for a long time before saying indignantly, "Damn it. That child with such a bright future is going to be raised by him into a ruthless pirate. Also send an urgent message to headquarters. He took one of our warships, and there are Marines aboard he's taken hostage." On the warship, after a friendly talk with the navigators deliberately left on board, Lin Yu successfully directed the warship toward the nearest Dawn Chamber of Commerce. "By the way, make a hearty meal and prepare a bottle of baby formula that is neither too hot nor too cold." Burp. Lin Yu and little Perona both let out a crisp burp. Lin Yu's current plan was to reach the nearest Dawn Chamber of Commerce and then return to Zidala Island with Perona. Through a year of development, Lin Yu's Dordor fruit had greatly improved in both teleportation speed and distance. Unlike Blueno in the original story, who could not teleport over long distances, Lin Yu could now use certain means to teleport across vast distances. Back then, when he brought Moria, Tesoro, and the others back, it was because Lin Yu had left extremely powerful spatial beacons on Zidala Island in advance that he could teleport precisely over such a long distance and return to Zidala Island. Lin Yu discovered that he could create spatial beacons every so often. Each spatial beacon had a special connection with the others, and Lin Yu could accurately sense that connection, allowing him to teleport between the locations of 2 beacons. Thus, Lin Yu had Tesoro expand the Dawn Chamber of Commerce all over the world. Every Dawn Chamber branch contained a spatial beacon left by Lin Yu, allowing him to travel across the world with incredible speed. However, each spatial beacon only allowed 3 to 5 teleportations. Therefore, Lin Yu had every beacon he created periodically handed to Tesoro to replenish the Dawn branches around the world. As a result, Lin Yu carried very few beacons on him, and generally did not use them, relying instead on the spatial coordinates arranged in the Dawn Chamber branches. After 2 days of sailing, Lin Yu finally arrived at Xiu Town. It was the island in the West Sea closest to Reverse Mountain, much like Lo Town in the East Blue, and one of the most prosperous islands in the West Sea. Lin Yu jumped off the warship holding a baby in his arms. He waved to the soldiers on board and said, "You all go back. Consider those pirates on the deck as payment for the ride." At that moment, dozens of bruised and swollen pirates were tied up on the deck. They were the ones Lin Yu had easily captured along the way. Since he had taken a ride on someone else's ship, it was only proper to leave a gift. The crowd at the dock watched Lin Yu disembark from the warship, and murmurs rose and fell one after another. To avoid causing a commotion and to keep from waking Perona in his arms, Lin Yu sensed the location of the Dawn branch in the town, activated his power, and vanished on the spot. Did you see that? That man just disappeared, leaving only the bewildered residents. Dawn Chamber of Commerce, West Sea Branch. In front of the imposing and magnificent chamber building, a red carpet had been laid out. The chamber members, including the president, stood at attention on both sides of the carpet, their expressions respectful, as if awaiting a distinguished guest. "President, who are we welcoming? Is all this fuss really necessary?" A nearby guard couldn't help asking the president. "You don't understand a thing. The one coming today is the true power behind Dawn. Lord Tesoro personally instructed me yesterday to receive him properly. Is the founder of our Dawn really the renowned Demon Sword? Yes and no. Some things are better left unsaid." After saying this, the president stood respectfully once more. Before long, a figure in a white robe appeared at the entrance, and he hurried forward to greet him. "Dawn Chamber of Commerce, West Sea Branch President Desiting, and all members extend our heartfelt welcome to your arrival." Lin Yu was momentarily caught off guard by the spectacle. "Desiting, is it? I think I've seen you before." "Yes, at last year's annual assessment of the major chambers, the one I managed won first place, and it was you who presented me with the medal." "Oh right, I remember now. Not bad, you've been promoted to president of the West Sea Branch. Keep up the good work. There will be a place for you at the headquarters in the future." Lin Yu patted Desiting on the shoulder. "I owe everything to Lord Lin Yu and Dawn's nurturing. If not for you, my wife would have already left me, and I wouldn't have the happy, complete family I have now. I am willing to serve Dawn to my death," Desiting declared with fervent expression. Lin Yu sighed at Tesoro's methods, then nodded to Desiting in approval. As if he had received a tremendous reward, he bowed deeply to Lin Yu. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he prepared to kneel down and kowtow a few times. Lin Yu quickly stopped Desiting and said seriously, "I've remembered you, Desiting. I have felt your loyalty." "Loyalty?" Looking at Desiting, who was pounding his chest with his right hand, and looking fanatical, Lin Yu felt like the leader of a cult. What has that Tesoro been instilling into his subordinates? Lin Yu thought to himself. On Zidala Island, Tesoro, who was training the newly promoted official members of Dawn, suddenly sneezed. "Looks like Stella is thinking about me again." Tesoro thought happily to himself, raising his voice a notch. "So what matters most to us? Loyalty, loyalty, and damn it, loyalty. Loyalty." Watching the fervent response from the crowd below, Tesoro felt delighted that he had once again cultivated a batch of loyal subordinates for his boss. At the branch entrance, seeing the passers-by staring at him with strange expressions, Lin Yu just wanted to hurry inside. Finally entering the chamber, Lin Yu explained his purpose to Desiting. Desiting then led Lin Yu to the vault room. Every spatial coordinate in the chamber was under the highest level of security. The spatial coordinate was a round stone carved with the Dawn emblem. This special stone was the optimal material Lin Yu had chosen after testing countless others. It originated from a remote island in the Grand Line and could withstand Lin Yu's spatial mark to the greatest extent. Lin Yu raised his hand to sense the mark and returned to Zidala Island when Desiting, hesitating, spoke up. "Lord Lin Yu, could I trouble you with a favor?" "What is it?" Desiting took out a paper and pen from his chest, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I just want to ask you for your signature. I want to hang it on the wall to inspire myself." "All right, bring it here." Lin Yu took the paper and pen and signed it with a few strokes. Desiting received it as if it were a treasure. "Is there anything else?" "No, that's all, Lord Lin Yu. I wish you a smooth journey." Lin Yu brought Perona back to Zidala Island. He first went to Tesoro's office. At that moment, Tesoro had just finished training and was back in his office raising a cup of hot tea to enjoy. Lin Yu appeared in the office holding Perona, and Tesoro choked on his tea again. "Boss, you're back. You really made quite a stir in the West Sea this time." Lin Yu sat down on the sofa and poured himself a cup of hot tea. "This isn't your illegitimate daughter, is it?" Tesoro looked at Perona, whom Lin Yu took from his arms and set on the sofa, and exclaimed in surprise, "What are you thinking? She's a child I adopted in the West Sea." "You scared me. I was just wondering how to explain this to Lady Leah. Let's get down to business. How is the O'Hara branch doing?" "The construction crew is already working. It will be done within a month." "Good. Remember to dispatch a relatively strong guard squad there. Also take this to those guys in the research department and analyze what business opportunities it can bring." Lin Yu handed the materials Dr. Clover had given him to Tesoro, who took them and began reading carefully. "Amazing. If these technologies are real, our chamber will make great progress in medicine and transportation." Tesoro exclaimed repeatedly. By the way, boss, I have good news. Stella is pregnant. Wow, you're going to be a father. Lin Yu smiled and patted Tesoro. Have you decided on a name? Not yet. Stella and I both agree that you should name the child. Sure, don't worry. I'll definitely come up with a great name for your child. I'm your boss, and I'm quite cultured. Alright, it's settled then. Okay, I'll think about it carefully once I get back. Lin Yu and Tesoro chatted casually in the office for a long time. On the sofa, Perona, either hungry or woken by their conversation, began to cry loudly. Lin Yu hurriedly picked her up and comforted her. After these past few days, Lin Yu was nearly driven to mental exhaustion by the mischievous Perona. In the world of pirates, a child just over a month old could already roll around on the ground. Perona was even more energetic. She would either tug on his ears or poke at his eyes. Although it didn't cause physical harm, the mental damage was unavoidable. I've got it. Perona should be handed over to Moria to take care of. Having made up his mind, Lin Yu promptly scooped Perona up and left Tesoro's office. Out on the training ground, Moria was training under Bullet. Thanks to Lin Yu's intervention, Moria did not collapse after his defeat by Kaido, nor did he become the pirate world's future biggest fat otaku. Instead, he acknowledged his weaknesses and took the initiative to ask Bullet to train him in the two colors of haki. By now, his mastery of the shadow fruit was growing increasingly refined, and his grasp of armament and observation haki was becoming steadily more skillful. On the training ground, blindfolded with black cloth, Moria dodged Bullet's incoming attacks again and again. How about that, Bullet? I've been training hard since I got back. Moria said smugly. Don't get too cocky. You're still far from good enough. Before Bullet had even finished speaking, his punching speed suddenly quickened. Bam! Bam! Before Moria could dodge, the massive fist slammed into him. Damn it, Bullet, that's too dirty. We agreed you'd only use that speed. Moria grimaced and rubbed the spot where he'd been hit, complaining, you've already gotten used to that speed. From now on, everything will be at this pace. Don't be late tomorrow. With his arms crossed, Bullet spoke with a hint of self-satisfaction. Moria was about to say more, but then he noticed Lin Yu had appeared on the training ground out of nowhere. Boss. Moria waved at Lin Yu and jogged over. Yo, Moria, how's your hockey training coming along? Don't worry, boss, I've been working hard on it lately. Speaking of which, you've been raising quite a commotion in the West Blue. Why didn't you call me to fight? Seeing Lin Yu approaching, Bullet walked over and asked. Just a few vice admirals. Nothing compared to the Buster Call when we captured you. How could we trouble our commander, Bullet, to make a move? Boss, what's that in your arms? Moria noticed Perona in Lin Yu's arms. A daughter I adopted for you in the West Blue. For who? Moria shouted. You could donate your ears to someone in need. Didn't he just say it was adopted for you? Bullet looked at Moria with some schadenfreude. Oh, I don't even have a wife yet, so how did a daughter get arranged for me? You should be laughing up your sleeve. You got this adorable daughter for free. Lin Yu thrust Perona into Moria's arms. Moria fumbled to take her and looked down at the pink-haired baby in his arms. Her skin was fair and delicate, as if it would break at the lightest touch, and her big eyes were fixed directly on him. Unable to resist, Moria gently poked the baby's cheek. As if she'd been tickled under her arms, Perona burst into a string of giggles and clung to Moria's finger with both tiny hands, refusing to let go. Moria. I don't know why, but looking at this little baby's adorable face, my heart was deeply struck. Damn it, she's only a tiny baby. How can she be this cute? If you don't want her, fine. I was planning to take her back and raise her with Liai anyway. Lin Yu reached out, as if to take Perona back. No. I want to raise her. No, I mean, how could I betray boss's good intentions? I'll take on this arduous mission. Moria hastily hugged Perona even tighter. Alright then, I'm entrusting Perona to you. You must treat her well. Lin Yu's expression turned solemn as he spoke seriously to Moria. Don't worry, boss. I'll take Perona now. Oh right, remember to go see Tesoro. I had him buy a batch of baby supplies for Perona. Got it. Moria left the training ground with a silly grin while playing with Perona. Are you sure he can raise a child properly in that state? Watching Moria's retreating figure, Bullet couldn't help asking. The hardest part is always the beginning. I believe in Moria. After all, that child Perona is bound to him by fate. Oh right, you still haven't had your fight with me this month. That 8 gates technique of yours. Didn't you say you could already open the 6th gate? Let me see it today, how about it? I only just got back today. Let's make it another day. Then tomorrow. Fine. Zitala Island, the base of the Intelligence Department, Moonlight. Inside, it was a scene of bustling activity as intelligence from all over the world streamed in without pause. Kaz, the former vice captain of the Moonlight Pirates and now deputy chief of the Moonlight Division, was swamped with reports. One piece of information after another passed through his hands and was categorized into different places by different strands of spider silk. That chief, shouldn't he normally be back by this time? Kaz grumbled. Because of Lin Yu's repelling of the Buster Call at O'Hara, there had been an enormous flood of intelligence regarding the movements of various powers across the seas. The door burst open with a bang. Moria walked into the Moonlight base with Perona in his arms, followed by several shadow clones carrying pink baby supplies. Chief, what's this? The department members gathered around, staring at Perona in Moria's arms. Moria didn't answer immediately. He set the pink crib on the floor first, then carefully laid Perona inside. From today onward, Perona is my daughter, Moria announced in a loud voice. His words hit the crowd like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples everywhere. Everyone turned to look at Perona. A chief, do you know how to raise a child? Kaz looked at Moria. No, Moria said matter-of-factly. But with so many of us together we can definitely raise Perona well. Right? I can feed her milk. I can play with a baby. I can. Listening to everyone's clamoring replies, Moria waved his hand. Alright, get back to work now. Anyone who dares to slack off will be punished by being forbidden to play with Perona. The crowd scattered at once, leaving only Kaz standing beside Moria. Kaz, is there something else? It's just that I want to look at Perona, Kaz said bashfully. Oh, and so the two heads of the Moonlight Intelligence Department sat down on the floor, without caring about appearances, and began playing with Perona in her crib. Chief, she's so cute when she smiles. Right? And her eyes are so big and bright. Her little cheeks are so soft, they feel wonderful to touch. On that very day, the Moonlight Intelligence Division welcomed a little princess. Her arrival brought joy to their monotonous intelligence work. And because everyone doted on her, Perona would one day become the little terror of Zidala Island, giving Moria quite a headache. But that was still in the future. For now, Perona was still just a lively, adorable infant, and our Moria was about to begin a new dad life that was both joyful and agonizing. After leaving the training ground, Lin Yu arrived at Shuguang Hospital. Over the past 2 years, with continuous study and the aid of the Bay's fruit, Laya had already become a renowned physician throughout Satila Island and its surrounding waters. When Lin Yu reached the door of Laya's clinic, the residents queuing for treatment saw him arrive and began to speak. Dr. Laya seems to have reached her midday break. We'll come back this afternoon. With that, the long queue scattered at once, leaving only Lin Yu and Laya inside the clinic. Sunlight slanted through the gaps in the blinds, and Laya stood bathed in that golden radiance, her silver-white hair cascading from her shoulders in gentle waves that swayed softly as she rose. Over these 2 years, perhaps due to consuming the Bay's fruit, Laya had grown considerably, reaching nearly 1.80 meters in height. Beneath her white coat, her shapely calves were visible, their lines smooth and straight from ankle to the bend of her knee, where the skirt hem concealed them. Merely the silhouette of those long legs was enough to hold one's gaze. The collar of her white coat was slightly open, revealing a pale blue undergarment beneath. The fabric was stretched into a full curve, with the contours of her chest clear and ample, certainly something impossible to conceal even beneath the loose-fitting coat. Her features had fully matured, the childish roundness of 2 years prior having faded away. Her jawline was now soft yet refined, her nose straight and delicate, her lips bearing a natural pink hue. Her silver-gray eyes shimmered with warmth, long, thick lashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyelids. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes curved, gently exuding a tenderness that made one's heart melt. Why aren't you speaking? Laya approached Lin Yu, tilting her head as she looked up at him. Silver strands of hair slipped from her shoulder, falling above the curve of her chest. Lin Yu now stood at 2.5 meters tall. Even Laya, nearing 1.80 meters, had to crane her neck to meet his gaze. In a world where pirates routinely reached several, or even dozens of meters in height, he might not rank among the tallest, but he was hardly short by any measure. I wasn't looking at anything. I just haven't seen you in days. Lin Yu hurriedly averted his eyes from that curve. A faint blush touched Laya's cheeks as she murmured, "Who said you were looking, you big pervert? If you want to look, just do it openly." Before Lin Yu could explain, Laya had already embraced him, burying her face against his chest. He could clearly sense the fresh scent of grass and herbs clinging to her. "While you were running around out there, all I could think about was when you'd come back." Laya's muffled voice came from against his chest. "But I'm back now, aren't I?" Lin Yu raised his hand to gently stroke her silky silver hair. After embracing for what felt like an eternity, Laya smoothed her slightly rumpled coat and turned toward the clinic door. "First, let's go eat together." "All right, my treat. Let's go to that place you always take me to. The boss said they've got a new honey-brewed sweet soup." "Sounds good." Not long after, the monthly Shuguang meeting convened on schedule. Inside the conference room, Lin Yu listened to everyone's reports, nodding with satisfaction. After 2 years of development, Shuguang's ventures had spread across every industry: mining, pharmaceuticals, transportation, entertainment on the surface, and intelligence arms dealing, assassination in the underworld. Shuguang touched them all. Lin Yu had only banned the slave trade. Though he didn't consider himself a saint, even he found such commerce beneath contempt. "Boss, our Moonlight Intelligence Network has encountered significant resistance as we expand into the new world," Moria spoke up. "Seconded, the construction of the entertainment city has also been affected." Salfo added in agreement. "Oh, what's going on? Don't they know I'm the one behind Shuguang? The pirates of the New World are uniformly powerful. Your deterrent influence is limited, but the primary obstruction comes from Wang Ji and his crew on Honeycomb Island." Honeycomb Island. Wang Ji. Lin Yu considered the name, which wasn't entirely unfamiliar. "And veteran of the Rocks Pirates," Bartholomew Bard explained. "His strength is respectable. He's been operating in the New World for over a decade, commanding a crew of hardened desperados. Honeycomb Island serves as their stronghold." "Now I remember. There was someone like that." Lin Yu slapped his forehead. "Wang Ji and his gang have held Honeycomb Island for over a decade, transforming it into a pirate paradise, while controlling resources across the surrounding waters. Our expansion seems to have threatened their interests, so they've been striking at us openly and in secret. It seems I need to show those New World scum what we're truly capable of. I've decided, Shuguang's New World headquarters will be established on Honeycomb Island. Huh? Are we going to seize Wang Zhi's territory? Bartholomew Bart laughed loudly. Not seize, borrow. Borrow? For how long? Permanently. The entire room burst into laughter. Bartholomew Bart, assemble your forces. This time we'll make those New World rats understand the price of touching what belongs to me. Tashiji leaked the news to that Morgans voluntarily. We're about to declare war. Let's directly declare war on Honeycomb Island. Understood. Tashiji rubbed her hands together with a grin. If that bird knows about this, he'll probably have millions of copies printed overnight. The more he prints, the better. Lin Yu tapped the table. That way we won't have every Tom, Dick, and Harriet daring to step forward in the future. Bartholomew Bart was already on his feet, rolling his shoulders as his bones cracked in succession. When do we depart? In 3 days. This time the Guard will only leave 30% of its forces to defend Satila Island. The rest will mobilize completely. The fleet will crush straight through from the front. Moria raised his hand. Boss, what about me? Prepare yourself and depart 2 days early. Lead the Moonlight operatives to infiltrate and gather complete intelligence on Honeycomb Island's defenses, troop deployments, and hidden sentry positions. When the fighting starts, you need to ensure our people don't walk into any traps. No problem. That's exactly my specialty. Boss, with such a massive operation, I'm worried about the Marines. After all, we all have bounties on our heads, Tashiji said, adjusting her glasses. Don't worry. I'll handle the Marines when the time comes. After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed to prepare. Lin Yu stood by the window, gazing toward the docks when Laya appeared beside him. I'm going too this time. Fine. Your healing abilities are absolutely essential. Then you'd better protect me well. Don't worry, I'm quite strong. This battle served as Lin Yu's way of testing his subordinates' capabilities. In the future, Shuguang's influence would only grow stronger, and he couldn't possibly handle everything himself. After all, his original goal was simply to find beautiful wives and live a happy, carefree life. But achieving all of that required sufficient power. 3 days later, in the New World, the Dawn fleet sailed majestically toward Honeycomb Island. On the lead ship, Lin Yu and Barrett stood at the bow as an attendant presented a den mushi. Hey, this is Lin Yu, who's calling. Lin Yu picked up. Kid Lin Yu, you've made quite a stir this time, came Carp's boisterous voice from the den mushi. It's Vice Admiral Carp, long time no see. I was doing good deeds this time. Those guys on Honeycomb Island, I bet the Marines wanted to wipe them out ages ago. So what the newspapers said was true. You're really going to war with Honeycomb Island. I should warn you that Wang Zhi and his crew have some strength. Be careful not to sink in shallow waters. No need for your concern. I've never taken a mere Honeycomb Island seriously. Ha ha ha, bold words. But your crew still has bounties on your heads. The Navy can't just stand by and do nothing. Rest assured, Vice Admiral Carp. I've already spoken with the 5 elders. They won't make things difficult for you. Then it's settled. Given your development of the door fruit, evading the Navy would have been easy enough anyway. I understand. By the way, our support materials for the Navy this year have been arranged. I'll need you to send someone to receive them. Excellent, excellent. After hanging up, Lin Yu contacted Moria. Moria, how's everything prepared? Don't worry, boss. Wang Zhi's reconnaissance forces have all been neutralized. We've got complete control. Not a single message will reach Honeycomb Island. The armories on the island and the ammunition stores on the pirate ships have all been rigged with explosives. We can blow them to hell before the fighting even starts. Well done. I'll use my abilities to teleport the fleet over. Make sure you're ready to support us. Got it. Meanwhile, the New World stirred with commotion as various factions sent out scouts to track Lin Yu's movements. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard had just set down his sake cup when Marco approached. Edward, that Lin Yu fellow is leading a massive force toward the New World, claiming he'll annihilate Honeycomb Island. Huh. These youngsters have plenty of spirit. Edward, aren't you concerned? Lin Yu has brought considerable forces. Reliable reports confirm the Devil's Heir, Barrett Moria Tai Zulo, the Golden Master No Heir, the Fierce Beast, and the Noting Brothers are all involved. I fear they won't be satisfied with merely conquering Honeycomb Island. Marco, are you worried they'll encroach on our territory? I am Whitebeard after all. In Wano country on Onigashima. Jean, holding the intelligence report his subordinates had delivered, sought out Kaido, who was training. Kaido, reliable intel confirms Lin Yu's faction has nearly exhausted their forces and is en route to Honeycomb Island. Kaido offered no response, continuing his squats beneath the massive sea stone prism on his back, before finally taking the report to read. That Wang Zhi fellow is finished. Boss, should we prepare something? No need. Just remember to contact Lin Yu and leave me some survivors. We're short on mining labor. Meanwhile, other factions in the New World with grievances against Dawn were gathering their belongings to flee. On Honeycomb Island, within the Central Skeleton Castle's conference room. Pirate ancestor, Wang Zhi slammed his fist on the table in fury, his flesh trembling, that forked tongue lashing repeatedly. How dare Lin Yu treat me like this? He dares to boast he'll take Honeycomb Island in half a day. Where are the men I sent out? Why haven't any reports come back? Boss, bad news. A subordinate stumbled into the room. What's all this panic about? Wang Ji frowned. Dawn's fleet has somehow breached all our defensive lines without detection, and they're now off the coast of Honeycomb Island. What? What were those outer defenders doing? Such a massive fleet, and they didn't even notice it approaching. Useless lot. Wang Ji hurled his wine glass to the ground and rose. Summon all our forces. I'll show Lin Yu whose territory this truly is. Near Honeycomb Islands, shore over a dozen warships approached in formation. At the bow of the lead vessel, Lin Yu gazed toward the island. Let's start with a welcome gift. Drawing his Guixu blade from his waist, he unleashed a massive silver slash that screamed toward Honeycomb Island. The pirates on shore attempted to fire cannons in defense, but their projectiles split apart like tofu upon impact. The devastating strike continued unabated, slamming into the island's iconic skeleton fortress. Dust and debris erupted as half the fortress's skull was sheared away, rubble cascading down onto the pirates below. Lin Yu surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction and gave a nod of approval. Wang Ji arrived at the docks with his men, his face darkening at the devastation behind him. He shouted across the water toward Lin Yu on the ship's bow. Lin Yu, are you seeking death? Huh. You wish. I doubt you have the capability to kill me, Wang Ji. Recognizing the provocation in Lin Yu's tone, Wang Ji understood negotiation was impossible. As he prepared to order his coastal cannons to fire, explosive detonations erupted behind him. Every artillery position he'd strategically placed across Honeycomb Island erupted in thick black smoke. Lin Yu had already disembarked with his forces flanked by Barrett Liatais Noir and the Noting brothers, while thousands of Dawn guards continuously flooded ashore behind them. You despicable bastard! Do you really think this is enough to defeat me? I command tens of thousands of pirates on this island. Before Lin Yu could respond, a figure emerged from the shadow at his back. It was Moria. Your mighty army won't survive much longer. The moment Moria spoke, the densely packed pirates loyal to Wang Ji began collapsing en masse, their faces turning purple as they foamed at the mouth. Moria, excellent work. Credit goes to Kazi. His paralyzing poison means they'll be incapacitated for days. Watching his forces fall one by one, Wang Ji realized his tens of thousands had been reduced to mere thousands still capable of fighting. Confronting Lin Yu and Barrett across the way, he understood the battle was lost and tentatively proposed terms. Lin Yu, must this go so harshly? Did you initiate hostilities against my people first? Hearing Wang Ji's slightly yielding response, Lin Yu grew interested. Truly the most cautious member of the Rock's pirates. Able to endure having his stronghold destroyed and still negotiate. I can compensate your losses. Everything can be negotiated. Wang Ji was only thinking of muddling through for now, waiting until his subordinates recovered before launching a vicious counterattack. I don't care about your compensation. Let me tell you plainly. Today I will make my name with your blood, Wang Ji. Lin Yu could see through Wang Ji's intentions at once and shot back without hesitation. So you want to step on me to prove your might? Then there's nothing more to discuss. I am Wang Ji, the pirate patriarch. Let's see if you have what it takes. As a veteran powerhouse who had long made a name for himself, Wang Ji carried his own pride and naturally would not tolerate such provocation from Lin Yu. His aura churned violently and dark green conqueror's hockey lightning erupted around him, surging straight toward Lin Yu. Before Lin Yu could make his move, Barrett at his side had already unleashed his conqueror's hockey. The dark green and deep blue waves of conqueror's hockey intertwined and clashed, but in the end the veteran powerhouse, Wang Ji, held the advantage, faintly suppressing Barrett's hockey. Seeing this, dark purple lightning flickered around Lin Yu. Rather than charging forward, he channeled it onto Barrett. Barrett suddenly felt strength surging through his body. Barrett, who had been flagging in the hockey clash, unexpectedly overwhelmed Wang Ji's conqueror's hockey. It's a new effect of conqueror's hockey I discovered recently. Lin Yu explained to Barrett, who turned his head with a slightly puzzled look. Seeing that his hockey could not intimidate them, Wang Ji simply ordered all his men to charge, determined to deal Lin Yu's group a devastating blow. Haha, then let's go. Lin Yu ordered, and the people behind him followed him forward. He had originally planned to face Wang Ji himself, but Barrett got there first, saying that since he had not gained the upper hand in hockey, he needed to reclaim his honor. Thus Lin Yu faced one of Wang Ji's officers, Blood Fong Luojia. Luojia was a saber master wielding a long serrated fong-shaped blade. Every opponent he faced was chopped into thousands of pieces, and his blade was perpetually stained with blood, earning him the name Blood Fong. To cross blades with the legendary demon sword is truly my honor. Luojia grinned with a wild, deranged expression. Lin Yu felt he had heard this kind of laugh from some Soul Hall elder before, but this was hardly the right moment for a snide remark. He drew Guixu, the tip, slanting toward the ground. You talk too much. Luojia's smile was still on his face, but his body had already moved. His speed was astonishing. The serrated long saber dragged a dark red arc of light through the air as it slashed horizontally toward Lin Yu's neck. The barbs along the blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek like the howling of vengeful spirits. Lin Yu's expression showed not the slightest panic. Guixu swept upward from below, its edge precisely clashing against the side of the serrated saber, producing a shrill, grating screech of metal. Luojia's strike was thrown off course by that casual, effortless slash. His body followed the shift in his center of gravity, exposing an opening beneath his right ribs. Decent speed, but too many openings. Lin Yu's words still hung in the air as Guixu lashed out in a horizontal cut. A flash of blade light swept by. Luo Zha's pupils contracted sharply. He jerked backward to dodge, but he was half a beat too slow. The blade grazed his chest, slicing through the leather armor and the skin beneath, leaving a shallow gash across his chest. Beads of blood oozed from the wound. Luo Zha lowered his head to look at his chest, then raised it again. His maniacal expression finally receded, replaced by a wary, solemn grimness. Not bad. You managed to withstand that slash of mine. But that's all it amounts to. Lin Yu gradually settled into his stance, dark purple lightning coiling around Guixu. Luo Zha felt the oppressive pressure and raised his guard into a defensive posture. Lin Yu moved with such speed that Luo Zha had no time to react. Luo Zha's body froze on the spot. He looked down at his hand. The serrated long saber had snapped cleanly in two, its cross-section smooth and even. From his left shoulder to his right ribs, his upper body slid off and crashed to the ground with a dull, heavy thud. Lin Yu sheathed his saber and turned away. Meanwhile, the fight between Barrett and Wang Ji was a completely different style. Every exchange was fist against flesh, each collision sending out a shockwave that cracked and fissured the surrounding ground. As a veteran powerhouse of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Ji possessed exceptionally solid combat experience and physical conditioning. After over 100 rounds of head-on clashes with Barrett, he still had not fallen behind. The more Barrett fought, the more excited he became. Conqueror's haki surged and shrouded his whole body, while the armament haki on his fists gleamed pitch black. Wang Ji refused to give an inch. Dark green haki and deep blue haki collided and tore at each other between the two of them, grinding the rocks beneath their feet into powder. After one punch exchange, Wang Ji used the recoil to leap backwards, sweeping his gaze across the battlefield. To his surprise, behind Lin Yu's group was a silver-haired woman whose hands continuously produced green orbs of light. The moment those green orbs sank into a wounded body, freshly opened wounds slowly healed. Wang Ji's eyes turned fierce. He knew exactly how crucial a healer was in a battle like this. He continued pressing forward to fight Barrett, but deliberately maneuvered the battlefield toward Leah. Suddenly, Wang Ji blasted Barrett back with a heavy punch and made as if to pursue. Barrett readied his guard only to realize that Wang Ji's target was not him. Not good. He tried to chase after Wang Ji, but Wang Ji was already less than 30 meters away from Leah. Leah sensed the murderous intent rushing toward her and instinctively stepped back. A Dawn Guard member shielding her was sent flying by a casual punch from Wang Ji. Radiance suddenly blazed around Leah, and she transformed into her by Zay form. Before Wang Ji could react, he slammed into the condensed energy orb above Leah's head. The instant his fist collided with the orb, a violent explosion erupted, and the shockwave blasted both of them apart. Wang Ji was about to press the attack when his observation haki suddenly screamed warnings. Lin Yu, wielding Guixu, slashed down from behind him. Wang Ji dodged by a hair's breadth and immediately leaped backward to create distance. Ignoring Wang Ji, Lin Yu went straight to Leah. "Are you all right, Leah?" "I'm fine, brother Lin Yu. I haven't slacked off in my usual training. Leave the rest to me. Go heal the others." Lin Yu patted by Zay on the head, then looked back at Wang Ji and said in a menacing tone, "Wang Ji, I originally intended to spare your life. But your mistake was laying a hand on Leah." "Huh. If you have the ability, come on then. I'm the one and only Wang Ji." Barrett, having caught up, tactfully found other opponents, leaving this part of the battlefield to Lin Yu and Wang Ji. Lin Yu stored Guixu in his personal space and said word by word, "I'll beat you to a pulp with the very fist you rely on. Not using your sword. Are you looking down on me that much?" Seeing Lin Yu put away Guixu, Wang Ji immediately stomped forward, his right fist wrapped in dark armament haki, and drove it straight at Lin Yu's face. "Aside from swordplay, I do know a little unarmed combat." Lin Yu caught Wang Ji's fist with one hand and suddenly exerted force. Feeling the enormous strength in Lin Yu's hand, Wang Ji swung a kick directly at a certain part of Lin Yu's body. Damn, what a dirty move. Instinctively, Lin Yu let go of Wang Ji's fist, letting him leap back to create distance. It could only be said that any man would dodge that. Wang Ji looked at his hand, which had been slightly deformed by the squeeze, and marveled inwardly, what kind of monster is this? After 2 years of growth, Lin Yu's physical constitution had reached a truly terrifying level. It had to be said, although the system had run off, the system's kindness could never be fully repaid. The monster physique trait kept making Lin Yu's body stronger, while his heaven-defying comprehension helped him master the heaven-slaying sword art and develop the 8 gates. Now Lin Yu could boldly say that in terms of pure physical constitution alone, he had few rivals on the seas. If he truly ran into those people, just let him open a few gates first, then they could try again. As for his mastery of the 8 gates, Lin Yu could now open the 6th gate, the gate of seeing. In this state, all his physical functions increased tenfold, his mental activity surged, and the future seeing ability of his observation haki was greatly amplified. His thoughts returning, Lin Yu smiled at Wang Ji. "Come on, let me see what a member of the Rocks Pirates is made of." The instant his words fell, Lin Yu shot forward and engulfed Wang Ji in a storm of fists. Wang Ji did not dodge either. His armament hockey-clad fist met Lin Yu's head-on, and the two exchanged blows in a brutal blow-for-brawl. At first Wang Ji could barely hold on. But Lin Yu's fists grew faster and heavier with every exchange. Each collision rattled his arms numb. Finally, under Lin Yu's fierce assault, Wang Ji's defense was broken, and a heavy punch slammed into his body. Wang Ji was instantly sent flying. He barely managed to twist around and stabilize himself, then spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of freakish strength is this? Even when I faced those giants before, I was never this miserable. Wang Ji knew this couldn't go on. If he kept fighting, he would be worn to death. Now do you feel the gap between us? Before Wang Ji could recover, Lin Yu teleported into a sweeping kick and sent Wang Ji soaring into the sky. When he reappeared, he was already higher fist raised and smashed down viciously at Wang Ji. Boom. The ground was blasted into a deep crater by Wang Ji's fall with cracks spreading outward. Lin Yu landed and looked into the pit. Wang Ji was struggling to climb to his feet, armament hockey shattered and his entire body soaked in blood. Boy, you thoroughly enraged me. Lin Yu was wondering why Wang Ji still dared to threaten him, only to see Wang Ji pull a large handful of red pills from the torn inner pocket of his clothes and cram them all into his mouth. I didn't want to use these, but you're far too arrogant. Die with me. The formerly weakened Wang Ji suddenly erupted with surging aura, and the bleeding wounds across his body all stopped at once. The berserk drug E.S. from Fishman Island. I didn't expect you to resort to that. You must know its side effects. Lin Yu finally remembered the origin of those red pills. Were these not the ancient forbidden drugs of Fishman Island that Hody Jones had stolen in the original story? It's because you forced me. My body is filled with power now. I've stopped caring about any price. What I want is for every one of you to die with me. After Wang Ji's manic words rang out, he suddenly leaped out of the pit, eyes bloodshot, as he glared fixedly at Lin Yu. Before Lin Yu could respond, Wang Ji lunged at him like a bloodthirsty beast. His speed was several times greater than before, and so was his strength. Fist after heavy fist wrapped in armament hockey crashed toward Lin Yu. Look, I'm invincible now. By this point, Wang Ji was completely lost in the surging power. I admit you can barely match my base state now. Lin Yu's casual words drifted over. Base state? Huh, I think you're punch drunk. The current me could even kill rocks. This savage has gone mad. Lin Yu grew serious, and after dozens of exchanges, another heavy punch sent Wang Ji staggering back. Impossible. This is impossible. How can you resist me now? No. It must be that I didn't take enough. Right? That's right. Wang Ji took out the cloth pouch holding the berserk drugs, tore it open roughly, and dumped it all into his mouth. Wang Ji's aura soared again. Lin Yu watched quietly from the side. He had just had ample opportunity to stop Wang Ji from swallowing the remaining drugs, but he was absolutely confident in his own strength. Got any more of those? If you do, I suggest you eat them all. You won't get another chance later. You should do the same. Show me your full power. Otherwise, you might easily be beaten to death by me. Lin Yu no longer wanted to prolong the fight, and he was prepared to let Wang Ji witness what true power was before he died. First gate opening, gate open. Sixth gate of scene open. By now the energy inside Lin Yu was extremely active, surging out through his skin and churning around him like golden mist. In this state, Lin Yu could soar through the air with nothing more than his physical body. This was what he called the god form. After all, in the future, the final battle royale among pirates would be a chaotic melee of gods. He couldn't afford to be left behind. Sensing the aura around Lin Yu that had accumulated to a level that could only be called terrifying, Wang Ji suddenly burst out laughing. Huh. So you're one of those two. Let me see your so-called divine might. Wang Ji's right fist became increasingly wreathed in dark green lightning, as if he intended to concentrate all his strength into that single fist. To show respect for Wang Ji daring to face him head-on, Lin Yu prepared an equally fitting response. The golden mist around his right fist kept intertwining with dark purple lightning. The two struck almost simultaneously. Neither dodged, and their fists collided. The imagined stalemate between two equal forces never appeared. The dark green hockey resisted for only a fleeting instant before being devoured by the golden mist and dark purple hockey. Wang Ji's right arm was obliterated by that force, and a massive hole opened in the right side of his chest as well. He crashed to the ground, vomiting a gush of blood. Lin Yu's attack continued without losing momentum, blasting into the ruined skull castle on Hakanosu and shattering it completely. Lin Yu slowly walked up to Wang Ji. Wang Ji's hair was rapidly turning gray, and his forked snake-like tongue lay limply at the corner of his mouth. So, this is... Thank you. His lips moved slightly, but before he could finish, his eyes closed feebly. Thus the curtain came down completely on the name of Wang Ji in the New World. Lin Yu's gaze returned to the battlefield. The other lieutenants of Wang Ji's faction had mostly been subdued by Moria, Barrett, and others. The three regrouped. Boss, should we go help the brothers? Moria spoke first. We're fine. The rest are just grunts. Consider this a trial for them. With Leah around, she could revive them even if they were breathing their last breath. The pirates from Honeycomb Island on the battlefield dropped their weapons and surrendered one after another. These pirates had only aligned themselves for profit with no real loyalty between them. Seeing Wang Ji's faction defeated, they naturally chose to surrender. Some who resisted to the end were quickly cut down by the guard. Boss Kaido sent word asking us to save some pirates for him to use in mining. Tislos stepped forward to relay the message. Alright, tell Kaido 500,000 belly per person. Bring the money and they're his. These are top quality fighters from the new world. Boss, I told you to hold back. We can use that castle. Look at the state it's in. Tislos spoke with a plaintive tone. Haha, I got carried away. Don't worry about it. Wang Ji was famously greedy. His lair must be filled with untold treasure. It'll be more than enough to rebuild Honeycomb Island. The battle soon drew to a close and Moria's Moonlight Division quickly began tallying casualties. Boss, the Dawn Guard mobilized a total of 3865 personnel this time. We have 12 killed, 96 severely wounded, and 562 lightly wounded. The rest sustained little to no injuries, or their wounds were already treated by Miss Leah's medical division. The severely injured brothers have also stabilized. Understood. Double the compensation for the fallen brothers' families, and we'll provide for their parents and children. Medical expenses and rations for the injured will be fully covered. Everyone who fought gets triple pay this month and bonuses for confirmed kills. From that day forth, Honeycomb Island was officially claimed by Dawn and renamed Dawn Island. The news spread across the world through Morgan's World Economic News Report, bringing Lin Yu's connection to Dawn into the open for the first time. The headline read, "The Death of Wang Ji, the Birth of Another King in the New World." The major powers of the New World had been the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, Kaido's Beast Pirates, and Wang Ji's faction on Honeycomb Island. Now that Wang Ji's group had been destroyed by Lin Yu and their territory fully absorbed, the sovereign who had ruled the first half of the Grand Line finally bared his fangs to the New World. On the day the World Economic News Special Edition circulated across the seas, the New World's reaction proved even more tumultuous than Lin Yu had anticipated. Aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco's expression grew subtly complicated as he handed the newspaper to his captain. Whitebeard took the paper, his eyebrow rising at the bold headline, "The Death of Wang Ji." After reading through, he fell silent for a moment before letting out a deep, rumbling laugh. "That Wang Ji didn't die unjustly. Aren't you worried, father?" Marco asked, arms folded against the rail. "Worry? I am Whitebeard. Since Lin Yu has entered the New World, he'll come to see me sooner or later. Friend or foe, will address that face to face." And with that, Whitebeard raised his gourd and took a long draught. In the waters of Tato Land, within the whole cake castle, Big Mom Charlotte Linling was shoving an entire cake tower into her mouth, while trembling maids lined the walls. A short official approached cautiously, newspaper in hand. She chewed twice, cheeks puffed, then stopped, and parted her glistening lips in a smile. Wang Ji was killed. That old turtle who hid on Honeycomb Island for over a decade. Mama, that Lin Yu really does have something going on. Now that he's come to the New World, Mama ought to give him a proper welcome. In Wano Country, Onigashima, Kaido finished reading and tossed the paper aside. "So you're finally coming. I've been waiting to finish what we started last time." The three power brokers responded differently, while other factions in the New World that held grudges against Dawn prepared generous gifts and set course for what had once been Honeycomb Island. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, within the conference room, tension hung thick in the air. Sakazuki broke the silence first. "I believe the Marines should seize this moment. While Lin Yu and Wang Ji's faction are both weakened, and reclaim control of Honeycomb Island and the surrounding waters. I object. Not only may we not be able to repel Lin Yu's forces, but neither the Whitebeard Pirates nor the Beast Pirates will tolerate the Marines marching openly into the New World. Then shall we simply stand idle?" The argument escalated while only Borsellino, known as Yellow Fong, remained composed, leisurely filing his nails and occasionally requesting a senbei from Garp, who was sneaking snacks nearby. "Enough." Sengoku entered from outside, his voice bringing an end to the debate. "The world government's directive is clear. Let Lin Yu and his faction do as they please. As long as maritime security is not threatened, the Marines may observe, but they are not to act unilaterally against Lin Yu or his forces. That's all. Meeting adjourned." The new king. Kawaii. Time to clock out. On Dawn Island, post-battle operations were drawing to a close. When Tislos led his team to survey Wang Ji's underground vaults, his eyes widened in disbelief. 3 levels lay beneath the first, stacked with neatly arranged gold bars and belly coins, the second piled high with weapons and cannons, and the third concealing 6 or 7 devil fruits and a cabinet full of ancient documents. "Boss, we've struck it rich this time," Tislos said, his voice trembling with excitement. "Tislos, allocate 30 of the funds as rewards for our warriors. Those devil fruits and other valuable items go directly into Dawn's treasury for now. Once we've tallied the battle merits, bonuses will be distributed accordingly. Boss, our Moonlight Division should also accelerate its expansion in the New World. But we're still short on funding," Moria said, quickly stepping forward. "Very well. Tislos, allocate a portion to Moria's Intelligence Division. Expansion funds are not to be spared." Over the following half-month, Dawn Island underwent a dramatic transformation. The ruined Skull Castle was leveled entirely, and in its place rose an impressive Dawn branch headquarters, its gray-white stone walls carved with the Dawn insignia. The docks too were refitted with banners bearing the Dawn emblem, and merchant and intelligence vessels arrived in constant succession upon hearing the news. Lin Yu stood on the balcony of the newly built Dawn headquarters, gazing at the bustling crew rebuilding the island. As dusk deepened, lights flickered on one by one across the island, breathing new life into the scene. This once pirate-infested paradise had completely changed hands, embracing a new order. Under Lin Yu's vision, the future Dawn Island would become the absolute hub of economy and intelligence in the new world. 2 months later on Shuguang Island. After more than 2 months of reconstruction and development, Shuguang Island no longer bore any trace of the earlier battle. It now presented a scene of thriving prosperity. Merchant vessels and information brokers from all over the world converged here, and pirates of course came too. Yet not a single person dared to stir up trouble on the island simply because its master was Lin Yu. Inside the island's Shuguang branch, or to be precise, the future Shuguang headquarters, after discussion, Lin Yu and the others unanimously decided to move the original headquarters from Zitala Island to Shuguang Island. Located in the New World, Shuguang Island possessed a marked advantage over Zitala Island. It would not be easily constricted by the world government, and the vast seas surrounding it were already under control, favoring the growth of their power. The original headquarters on Zitala Island was converted into the Shuguang Paradise branch. Lin Yu sat in his office, legs crossed, holding an exquisite card in his hand. Lord Lin Yu, Mama specially sent me to bring you this year's tea party invitation. Parasparrow smiled at Lin Yu, his long tongue lolling out. Mama said she is especially looking forward to your arrival. We have prepared countless delicacies for you. And Lin Yu cut off Parasparrow before he could keep going. Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? Yes, my younger brothers and sisters often say that about me. I find it strange though. I really don't think I talk that much. Oh yes, and there was another time. All right, enough. I accept the invitation. You may go back. Lin Yu hurriedly waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. Really, I am absolutely delighted that you accepted the invitation. Mama will be overjoyed when she hears about it. Should we send someone to receive you? Guards, see our guest out. The guards at the door came in and escorted Parasparrow out. Lin Yu rubbed his head, which the chatterbox had nearly talked into bursting. Feeling the need to get some air, he stirred his thoughts and appeared at the newly built training ground on Shuguang Island. Bullet was training the newest batch of recruits. Seeing Lin Yu arrive, he gave the squad a few instructions and walked over. Big Mom's people came to see you. How did you know? That ship at the dock. I'd have to be blind not to notice it. What did she want? Nothing much. I don't know what's gotten into Big Mom. She's dead set on inviting me to some tea party. Hearing this, Bullet suddenly turned his head and cast a strange look at Lin Yu. Oi, what's with that expression? You're in luck. Big Mom has probably set her eyes on you. Bullet seemed to be suppressing a laugh. What? At that moment, Lin Yu was on the verge of a breakdown. If it were a young, gorgeous version of Charlotte Lin, he might have gritted his teeth and agreed, but the Big Mom of today, those in the know would understand, was not something one could accept simply by gritting his teeth. You know how Big Mom is. She especially loves having children with men, especially powerful men like you. There is hardly a strong man on the sea she hasn't invited. Oh, then did she invite you too? Hearing that, Bullet seemed to recall some unpleasant memory and could not help but shudder all over. It looks like I have no choice but to go this time. I have to make Big Mom drop this idea. You're on your own, Bullet replied flatly. Time passed quietly, and the day of the tea party drew nearer and nearer. Just then, the Big Mom pirates of Tato Land dropped a bombshell. Lin Yu, the newly risen New World hegemon known as the Demon Sword, would attend the tea party. Even wilder rumors claimed that Big Mom Charlotte Lin would conceive with Lin Yu the ultimate child, one who would inherit both of their terrifying talents. This news raced across the sea like an explosion. One was Charlotte Lin, the veteran powerhouse of the Rocks pirates, renowned for her iron balloon constitution. The other was Lin Yu, the Demon Sword, the New World's newly risen hegemon, whose rise in recent years had been terrifying. A six-faceted powerhouse whose swordsmanship, physical arts, hockey, and devil fruit powers had all been developed to their absolute limit. If these two were to come together, the child they bore would possess talents that made the sea tremble. Countless factions sent their agents flooding into Tato Land's waters to verify whether the rumor was true. The meeting of these two monsters captured the attention of countless powers across the sea. Inside the Marine Conference Room, brand new, stood before an assembly of officers. The panel at the front displayed the latest intelligence the Marines had received concerning Lin Yu and Big Mom. Ever since the Demon Sword, Lin Yu moved his so-called Shuguang headquarters from Zitala Island to Shuguang Island, formerly Beehive Island. Our intelligence operations have been hampered to a certain extent. Not long ago, the Big Mom pirates deliberately announced that Lin Yu would meet Charlotte Lin at this tea party. Their purpose seems to be. Brand New cleared his throat and continued, it seems to be to have a child. Nanny. Garp was the first to shout. Agitated, he even spat out the rice crackers he had been chewing. Since when did that brat Lin Yu get mixed up with a monster like Big Mom? A child born of two monsters of the sea will surely inherit their evil powers and in time become a great enemy of the Marines. We must crush it in the cradle. Sakazuki spoke in a cold voice. In the name of the justice he believed in, he would eliminate even an infant without the slightest hesitation. Oh, how frightening. A child born of those two monsters is beyond imagination. Borsellino's languid voice drifted over, yet he never once lifted his head, remaining wholly absorbed in trimming his nails with a nail clipper. What exactly are those two plotting? Sengoku slammed their bounty posters onto the table in fury. Heated debate filled the conference room. Just then the conference room door was pushed open. A messenger rushed in and handed Brand New an intelligence report. Brand New's face changed drastically as he read it, and he announced in a loud voice, "Everyone, the latest news. The captain of the Beasts Pirates, Kaido of the Beasts, who had been staying in Wano country, has now set out from Wano, leading the three calamities: King the Flame Disaster, Queen the Plague Disaster, and Hanafusa the Drought Disaster. Their course and destination are most likely the waters of Tato Land. Tato Land. What are they trying to do? Do they intend to declare war on the Marines?" Calm down, Sengoku. Although the Beasts Pirates have some commercial dealings with Lin Yu's Shuguan, according to intelligence, Lin Yu once fought a fierce battle with Kaido. The two can hardly be called friendly. Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up from the side, and Sengoku gradually calmed down. Baru baru baru. The dedicated Den Den Mushi in Sengoku's arms connected to the five elders began to ring. "Hello, this is Sengoku." Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi. After a brief exchange, he slowly set it down. "The world government's order is to forbid the Navy from striking first, and to let the three factions meet freely. Then are we truly going to do nothing? What if Lin Yu really does end up with Charlotte Linlin? What should we do then? The world government has already deployed an elite CP0 unit. If Charlotte Linlin truly gives birth to a child, the Navy is to launch a feint against Tato Land, while CP0 steals the child away. The world government has already prepared a path for that child." The assembled Navy officers fell utterly silent upon hearing this. Was even the world government coveting the child born of these two monsters? On Dawn Island, Lin Yu was coaxing an upset Leah. "Leah, listen to me. Those rumors outside are all false. If I'm going to have a child with anyone, it'll be with you." "Brother Lin Yu, what are you talking about? Having a child?" Hearing this, Leah's little face flushed crimson, and she gently pounded his chest with her fists. "Are you telling the truth?" Leah asked, still a bit uneasy. "Of course it's true. Who would want to have a child with that old hag? If I'm having one with anyone, it's with our beautiful Leah." Lin Yu hastily patted his chest in assurance. "Don't talk nonsense. We're not even married yet." Leah was amused by him, but she still insisted stubbornly. "Leah, aren't you turning 18 next year? When that time comes, just you wait. I'll hold a grand wedding for you." "Really? Really? Then you have to promise me that before you marry me you won't do that kind of thing with any other woman." "Whoever Brother Lin Yu marries in the future I can't control. But Leah must be your first wife." "All right, I promise." Lin Yu's expression turned serious as he patted his chest and vowed to Leah. All right, Leah believes you. Leah's off to work at the hospital now." Leah stood on her tiptoes, gently pecked Lin Yu on the cheek, then dashed out the door. "Boss, may I come in now?" Tesoro knocked on the door. "I'll come in." Lin Yu quickly composed his expression. "Boss, this visit is about the underworld. Several influential figures in the underworld wish to meet you." "Oh, who are they?" "Queen of Pleasure Stussy, Big News Morgans, Shipping King Amit, Undertaker Piccolo, and Loan Shark King Lou Field. These veteran powers of the underworld all want to see you." Hearing this, Lin Yu grew interested. He had long wanted to see the style of the future 6 kings of the underworld. "All right, agree to them for me. Tell them to wait until I return from Tato Land." A week later, the eyes of the entire world converged upon Whole Cake Island. Standing on the deck of his ship, Lin Yu looked at the patrol boats welcoming him in the distance. Originally, he had planned to come alone, but under Tesoro's persuasion. "Boss, you need to travel with style now." He had brought a ship after all. The ship docked at the outer edge of Whole Cake Island, and Lin Yu leaped ashore alone. Still clad in his white robe, Lin Yu strode arrogantly across the land of Tato Land. The Big Mom Pirates had sent Perispero, who had invited Lin Yu last time, to receive him. Perispero chattered as much as ever, ceaselessly introducing the sights while leading the way ahead. The road was filled with laughter and joy. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees seemed alive, dancing in the wind, while stones and blades of grass sang without pause. "Man, that's noisy." Lin Yu swept out a pulse of Conqueror's Haki, and at last all fell silent. "They can even pass out. Interesting." Along the way, Lin Yu looked left and right like a curious child. Finally, he reached the entrance of the tea party. Before he could even step inside, "Mama. A burst of laughter rang out. "Lin Yu, you finally come. Mama has been waiting for you so anxiously." Charlotte Linlin laughed joyfully as her colossal frame rose from the throne. On both sides of the entrance stood the important children and officers of the Big Mom Pirates in neat rows. Katakuri stood at the very front, arms crossed. The moment Lin Yu entered, applause erupted. He gazed at the enormous figure approaching him, unable to fathom how Charlotte Linlin, so beautiful in her youth, could have grown so bloated. Though disgusted inwardly, his face betrayed nothing, and he smiled. "The moment I received your invitation, I rushed over without a moment's pause." Mama. Hearing this, Big Mom was clearly even more delighted, leading him toward the main venue of the tea party. Big Mom's children all sized up Lin Yu with curious looks. "So that's the Demon Blade. He's so young. What a handsome man. If only I could marry him." "How dare you? You'd steal Mama's man." Can't a girl even fantasize, eh? Overhearing the whispers of his many younger siblings, Katakuri shot them a fierce glare, afraid that Mama and Lin Yu might hear such words and take it out on them. Fortunately, Lin Yu had long grown accustomed to adoration and paid it no mind, while Big Mom was so immersed in joy that she didn't notice at all. The sky suddenly darkened. Katakuri looked up, staring intently at a black silhouette within the clouds. As the figure gradually sharpened, it revealed itself to be an azure dragon. It dove from the heavens at breakneck speed. The gale it stirred, whipping the tea party's tables and chairs wildly about. Just as it seemed about to crash, its form abruptly contracted, transforming into a human figure that landed in the center of the tea party. Mama. Kaido, why have you come to my tea party? Charlotte Lin looked at the new arrival with keen interest. Don't misunderstand. I'm here for him. Ignoring Big Mom, Kaido pointed at Lin Yu, who was standing off to the side. Me. Lin Yu raised a hand and pointed at himself in reply. Outside the door, Kaido's 3 lead performers filed in one after another. When Big Mom spotted King, her eyes lit up again. Mama is truly overjoyed today. Lin Yu glanced around and said tentatively, how about we eat first? I'm a little hungry. Didn't you hear? The guest is hungry. Why haven't you served the food yet? And so the 3 great rulers of the New World gathered around a single table. Dishes were brought out one after another. Although most were sweets, Big Mom adored Lin Yu still noticed other dishes that tasted quite good, and he stuffed them into his mouth, hastily knowing he might not get the chance to eat them later. Kaido sat beside him, downing cup after cup of Whole Cake Island's signature honey wine, yet his eyes never left Lin Yu. Likewise, Big Mom shoved cake after cake into her mouth, yet her gaze never strayed from Lin Yu for even a moment. Feeling unbearably uncomfortable under their stares, Lin Yu finally couldn't help speaking up. Look, if you two have something to say, just say it. Why do you keep staring at me like this? Mama. Lin Yu become my 31st husband. A child who inherits the bloodlines of both of us will definitely be a monster, even stronger than Rox and Roger. Even though Lin Yu had been prepared for this, he still couldn't help spraying the food out of his mouth. I refuse, and I already have a fiancé. Charlotte Lin, who had been all smiles, instantly darkened at these words. The wine glass in her hand was crushed with a thunderous crack. Are you rejecting me, Lin Yu of the Demon Sword? I said I refuse. Are you deaf? Lin Yu was not going to indulge Big Mom and shot back at once. Lin Yu's words instantly made the tea party tense. Many sons and daughters of the Big Mom pirates put down their plates and glasses one after another, while Kaido and his men watched from the sidelines with great interest. There has never been anything I wanted that I couldn't get. Charlotte Lin's voice carried uncontrollable fury as she spoke word by word. Kaido, I heard you've been wanting to have another fight with him, haven't you? Come on, join me, and leave this demon sword behind for me. I must have his bloodline. Old hag, this is between the two of you. I won't interfere. Kaido waved his hand. You still owe me a favor, Kaido. Lin Yu, you two are making things difficult for me. Hearing that, Kaido silently picked up the spiked club from the ground, which was as good as consenting to Big Mom's proposal. Difficult? Then don't handle it at all. Quick as lightning, Lin Yu followed the example of his predecessors and was the first to flip the dining table. The already tense atmosphere at the tea party was fully ignited by Lin Yu's move. The members of the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates below raised their weapons, all targeting only Lin Yu. Come on then. If you want to fight, bring it. Conqueror's haki surged out from Lin Yu's body, and dark purple lightning battered the banquet crowd. Many of Big Mom's children and Beast pirates' crewmen, who lacked sufficient strength, collapsed unconscious. Katakuri in his early 20s struggled to unleash his own Conqueror's haki to protect the younger brothers and sisters behind him, but Lin Yu's haki crushed Katakuri's completely, leaving him barely able to reduce its influence on himself. This haki, it's so strong. That was the only thought in Katakuri's mind right then. On the Beast pirate side, Hanafusa, the drought, stood at the front. The eyes under his hood burned with fighting spirit. So this is the demon sword, Lin Yu, the man who fought Kaido to a draw last time. With haki like this, I believe he really has that strength. Lin Yu noticed Hanafusa. Among the subordinates of Kaido and Big Mom aside from Katakuri, this former drought was the one Lin Yu found most intriguing. He was also Hanafusa, a warlord of the sea who would one day be defeated by Ace, the father of Ultai, and Page, one of the future Tobi Rappo, and an ancient Zoan-type Tyrannosaurus Rex devil fruit user. It seemed he had not yet left the Beast's pirates, nor had the position of drought yet been inherited by Jack, the ship-docking king. Lin Yu had long been puzzled Hanafusa could fight Kaido on equal terms and become his sworn brother, and it was said he might even be the one who cut off Zephyr's arm. Yet in the future, he would be defeated by Ace, who had only just set out to sea. The power scaling of the pirate world really was a bit baffling. Lin Yu's thoughts snapped back. A spiked club wreathed in Conqueror's haki was already swinging toward his face. Guixu sprang from its sheath and caught Kaido's blow cleanly. Black-red lightning burst forth and spread across the whole sky. Damn, using Conqueror's haki coating right from the start. Borrowing the force of the deadlock, Lin Yu leaped backward. Big Mom and Kaido also erupted with terrifying Conqueror's haki. The 3 streams of Conqueror's haki collided against one another, lightning spreading in all directions. Among the onlookers, apart from a handful like Katakuri and Hanafusa, everyone else was sent flying backward. Mama, what mighty conqueror's haki. I can hardly wait to see the child born from the two of us. Feeling Lin Yu's conqueror's haki, enough to stand against the combined conqueror's haki of herself and Kaido, Big Mom's eyes were full of fanatical longing. The many guests on the outskirts of the tea party seeing the cataclysmic scene and feeling that terrifying pressure hurriedly fled to the harbor. The flowers, plants, and trees that had been singing suddenly all wore terrified expressions and cried out repeatedly, Mama is angry. Mama is angry. There will be serious consequences. In a hidden alley on Whole Cake Island, a man concealed under a black conical hat took out a din mushi and reported. Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a violent collision of three conquerors' haki forces has broken out in the intersection of the tea party. It is suspected that Lin Yu Kaido and Charlotte Lin have clashed. Understood. Continue surveillance and report immediately if anything happens. Yes. Conversations like this were continuously playing out in the shadows of Whole Cake Island. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, the tables and chairs had been sent flying by the force of the three-way clash moments ago, leaving the whole venue in shambles. So it seems the two of you want to join forces and force me to stay. Lin Yu slowly raised his head with a cold smile. I've told you if you just obediently agree to have a child with me, I can agree to any condition you name. Mama, Big Mom, now held Napoleon her homie in her hand. Her flame-like hair whipped in the surging haki, and her gaze locked tightly on Lin Yu, burning with the fervor of both a hunter and a collector. Otherwise I'll have to break your limbs and make you behave. Mama. Kaido shifted his body and reinforced his physique, entering his strongest dragon human form. He carried his enormous spiked club on his shoulder with ease. Lin Yu, I originally wanted a proper rematch with you, but I owe her a favor. It's not too late for you to run now. Ha. Run? Who would run? Lin Yu laughed wildly, his gaze pausing on Kaido's and Big Mom's faces for a moment. I alone just have to deal with the two of you. Shouldn't you be the ones worrying? Thunderbagwa. Kaido answered Lin Yu with a heavy, powerful swing. Dark red lightning danced over the spiked club as it came with terrifying momentum. Facing a blow strong enough to cure many people of their kingly delusions, Lin Yu smiled. Ever since his last fight with Kaido, Lin Yu had also been looking forward to crossing blows with him again. Feeling the greater power and stronger haki on the spiked club, Lin Yu was excited in a way he had not been for a long time. Come on, Kaido of the beasts. Big Mom, if you want to take me down, then come. Let's see who can stand until the very end. In an instant, Guixu became coated in supreme conqueror's haki. Lin Yu struck out fiercely with his sword, meeting Kaido's Thunder Bagua head-on. Heaven-slashing sword. The spiked club and Guixu collided head-on, the conqueror's haki clinging to them, clashing in wave after wave of shock. Kaido, you've gotten quite a bit stronger since last time. Feeling the force that came through the impact, Lin Yu smiled and remarked. Kaido's heart pounded with alarm. After failing to defeat Lin Yu last time, he had gone back and trained day and night, thinking this time he could finally erase his humiliation. But now, before Lin Yu had even opened that so-called gate from last time, the power he was displaying was already close to catching up to Kaido. What a monster! Kaido had barely finished speaking when their deadlocked clash reached a result. Lin Yu was knocked back, but at the same time a wound was left across Kaido's chest. Mama. No need to exert yourself so much, little Kaido. It's 2 against 1. Big Mom had already stepped forward with Napoleon in hand, Prometheus and Zeus floating on her left and right. Go Prometheus! Heavenly fireball! Yes, Mama. Prometheus puffed out his cheeks and spat out a huge fireball that shot toward Lin Yu with searing heat. Anyone who dodges this is a low-class pirate, right? Lin Yu muttered the words involuntarily and took the attack head-on, with his face. When the smoke cleared, Lin Yu stood there without a scratch. He reached up and brushed away the lingering sparks on his shoulder. Is that all? Mama, what a powerful body. Mama loves it even more. Big Mom's face still wore that exaggerated smile. Kaido did not waste a word. His spiked club was already swinging again. This time Kaido gripped the handle with both hands, dark red conqueror's haki arcs coiling and rising around the club. Lin Yu held Guixu horizontally to block. The blade and club collided again, and a shockwave exploded from the point of impact, shaving another layer off the ground beneath their feet. Big Mom moved as well. Napoleon transformed into a great sword blade wreathed in Prometheus's flames and slashed out a crescent-shaped wave of scorching sword energy toward Lin Yu's side. While still clashing with Kaido, Lin Yu twisted sideways, using Guixu's momentum to knock Kaido's spiked club aside, then pressed the blade down to block the fiery sword energy. The instant the blade struck, the sword energy, fire erupted, and the heat warped the surrounding air into a blurry wave. Not bad coordination. Lin Yu landed and retreated, holding Guixu before him, his gaze sweeping over the two. Kaido and Big Mom gave no answer. Their attacks alternated and interwove, laying down a barrage with almost no blind spots. Zeus called down several thunderbolts from above. Lin Yu sidestepped, and the lightning blasted the spot where he had just stood, leaving a charred crater in the ground. The fireball spat out by Prometheus followed close behind, sealing off Lin Yu's retreat. Kaido took the chance to charge in from the front, his spiked club aimed squarely at Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu blocked with his sword, but was knocked back 2 more steps. The three-way battle lasted nearly 100 exchanges. Every clash sent out shockwaves that carved new cracks into the ground. The main tea party hall was already in ruins. The clouds in the sky had been shredded into pieces by the three currents of Conqueror's haki, forming a huge spiraling void. Sunlight poured straight down through it like an enormous spotlight on the battlefield. At the edge of the battlefield, Big Mom's children were hastily retreating. Katakuri stood at the very front, activating his Machi fruit ability to shove aside a few younger siblings behind him who were still stunned, saving them from the rocks flying out of the battlefield. "Move," he roared. "A battle of this level is not something we can join. Everyone evacuate Whole Cake Island." The crowd behind him followed his command and quickly moved toward the harbor. The officers of the Beast's pirates also led their own subordinates back to a safe distance. Hanafusa carried an unconscious subordinate in one arm. His eyes beneath his hood stayed fixed on the battlefield. He murmured, as expected of someone who could fight Kaido to a standstill. Such pressure. The aftershocks of the battle continued to radiate outward. Houses around them kept collapsing, and the residents of Whole Cake Island streamed toward the harbor in panic. The homies who had been singing and dancing at the tea party screeched and fled in every direction. Flowers, grass, and trees tore themselves up by the roots and ran toward the shore crying, "We're going to die. We're going to die." At the center of the battlefield, Lin Yu was knocked back by a combined blow from Kaido and Big Mom, his feet gouging two deep trenches into the ground. "As I thought, fighting the two of you in my normal state is still a stretch. Time to stop holding back." Lin Yu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a golden light burst from the depths of his pupils. Sixth gate of view, open. Golden smoke surged from Lin Yu's body, engulfing him like burning flames. His frame rose slightly. His robes snapped in the surging currents of air. The purple arcs on Guixu's blade were swallowed by the golden haze. "Be careful, old hag. Last time he only opened 3 gates, and the strength he showed was already almost a match for me. Even I have never seen him like this before." Mama. Since when did you become so timid, Kaido? I'm becoming more and more interested in him." Big Mom looked at Lin Yu's current form and couldn't help drooling. "You two have been attacking for so long. Now it's my turn." Lin Yu's figure vanished into thin air. Over 100 Lin Yu figures suddenly appeared above Kaido and Big Mom. They all raised Guixu at once, some slashing, some thrusting, unleashing an attack with no blind spot whatsoever. "What incredible speed!" Kaido exclaimed. His future-seeing observation haki was activated at full power. Though he successfully foresaw Lin Yu's incoming attacks, his body simply could not dodge that many attacks coming that fast, and new wounds were slashed open across him. Big Mom, meanwhile, covered her entire body with armament haki, while Prometheus and Zeus transformed into armor of fire and lightning around her. Under Lin Yu's relentless attacks laced with Ryuo, she too suffered considerable internal injuries. In this technique, Lin Yu fused the overwhelming physical power of the sixth gate with the Door fruit, driving his speed to such an inconceivable level that he left behind over 100 afterimages. With the sixth gate open, Lin Yu was already far faster than Kaido and Big Mom. With the Door fruit's ability added, the two could only helplessly take the beating. "Lin Yu, if you have the guts, fight us head on. What kind of skill is just running fast?" Kaido said with frustration. "I've played enough too. I'll make you two lose in a way that leaves you completely convinced." Lin Yu stopped attacking. Supported by the golden haze, he floated in midair, looking down at the two. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged a glance and nodded as if they had made a decision. "Let's fire off a round, Kaido. Your legs haven't gone stiff, have they, old hag?" The auras around the two surged once more. Their two currents of Conqueror's haki intertwined. Napoleon and the spiked club swung out together, and a terrifying sphere of energy formed where they converged. The golden haze around Lin Yu surged once again and gathered into Guixu in his hand. Unleashing the heaven-slashing sword technique at full power, a golden violet slash descended from the sky. Overlord C. Heaven-slashing sword. The people of Cake Island would never forget that day. Cake Island was split apart. The moment the two devastating attacks collided, every building and house on Cake Island collapsed in thunderous ruin. The shockwave continued to radiate outward, and the colossal waves it stirred violently tossed the ships that had just left the harbor. On a docked ship, a man who looked like a reporter was frantically snapping photos with his camera, muttering ceaselessly, "Big news. This is huge news. Reporting to HQ, reporting to HQ. Lin Yu, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin have broken into a fierce battle." The spy sent by the Marines was reporting through his den mushi. "What? How did it go?" Sengoku's excited voice came through the den mushi. "The battle situation is unknown for now. The shockwaves from their clash are too violent. I can't get close. Continue investigating while ensuring your own safety. Report immediately as soon as you have news." "Understood." At the center of the battlefield, the Sea Overlord and that sword finally decided their victor. The Sea Overlord, a combined strike of two New World Emperors, was split open by Lin Yu's heaven-slashing sword, but the residual force still struck Lin Yu solidly. Without losing momentum, the golden slash pierced through the core of the Sea Overlord and pressed straight toward Kaido and Big Mom. Kaido and Big Mom's pupils constricted simultaneously. Spiked Club and Napoleon both raised in a defensive stance. The instant the slash arrived, they, along with the ground beneath their feet, were violently pressed down nearly 10 meters. Puffed, Kaido and Big Mom both spat out a mouthful of blood. Though the heaven-slashing sword had been partially blocked by the sea overlord, it still broke through their defenses, leaving terrifying sword wounds on their shoulders. The dragon scales on Kaido's arm shattered inch by inch, spreading to his chest, with dark red blood seeping from the cracks. He let out a muffled grunt, dropped to one knee, and drove his spiked club into the ground to steady himself. More blood flowed from the corner of his mouth than before, dripping down his fangs onto the ground with a sizzling hiss. Big Mom was not much better off. Prometheus and Zeus let out a piercing shriek simultaneously as the slash came, much of their fire and lightning scattering in the impact. Blood stained half of her skirt, while the flame homie flickered weakly above her head. Lin Yu had also endured the residual shockwave of the sea overlord, the searing heat and brute force laced with the remnants of Yonka-level haki. But thanks to the enhancement of his Six Gates deity form and the 2 healing leaves he had secretly chewed moments ago, he appeared to be in decent condition. But it was only on the surface. The sword strike, just now infused with all his strength combined with the massive physical toll of keeping the 6 gates open, had already drained Lin Yu's stamina to almost nothing. Lin Yu slowly descended from the sky, the golden smoke cloud converging into his body as he sheathed the Guixu in his hand. Before he could utter a word, a faint, incessant cracking sound came from beneath his feet. Looking down, Lin Yu saw a massive crack spreading across the ground, stretching from where Kaido and Big Mom stood all the way to both ends of the island. The fissure grew wider and deeper. It seemed that the sword strike just now had not only injured the two, but also left an irreversible wound on the land of Cake Island. The crack ran completely along the island's central axis, and then the entire Cake Island split apart from the middle. A thundering rumble came from the island's heart. The ground on both sides began to tilt in different directions. The fissure widened as seawater surged in from the bottom of the crack, slapping against the jagged rock walls and sending white spray several meters high. Cake Island was being split in two. The canyon-like rift grew deeper and wider, the distance between its two shores rapidly widening as the sea rushed in. The ships in the harbor, carried by the surging seawater, drifted into the newly formed canyon. As the water kept pouring in, some of the harbor ships ended up at the center of the battlefield where Lin Yu and the other two stood. The people on the ships looked up and immediately spotted Lin Yu, Kaido, and Big Mom standing on the cliffs respectively. "That's Mama." A Charlotte family member pointed at the figure on the cliff and cried out, "Mama, she's injured." Before the words faded, more people raised their heads and looked to both sides. Everyone saw clearly the scene on either side of the rift. "Were Beast Kaido and Big Mom defeated by the demon's sword?" someone said in a trembling voice. The officers of the two pirate crews reacted first. Many figures leaped from the ships onto the shore. Katakuri walked up to Big Mom, and without asking further extended a hand to support her. "Mama, are you all right?" Mama. Big Mom's breathing was heavy, but laughter still squeezed out from her blood-stained mouth. "A minor wound. Nothing serious. But today is indeed not a good day to keep fighting." Kaido also pushed himself up with his spiked club, spat out a mouthful of blood, and turned his head to glance at Hanafusa and the other two. "What are you here for?" "To watch you get beaten up," Hanafusa said half-jokingly. He casually draped Kaido's uninjured arm over his own shoulder, supporting half of his body. Meanwhile, King on the side picked up Kaido's spiked club. "Let's go. You're not in the right state to stay here." Kaido clicked his tongue, didn't pull away, and simply cast one last glance toward the opposite cliff. Lin Yu stood there waving at him with that insufferable grin on his face. Kaido turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Big Mom was also brought back aboard the him by Katakuri and the others. Some people asked Katakuri unwillingly, "Are we just going to let this go?" Without looking back, Katakuri said, "Mama and Kaido together couldn't defeat him. If you think you can, then you go. Right now, protecting Mama is the most important thing. Let's head back to my little weed island." After watching the two groups leave, Lin Yu finally collapsed to the ground, as if a great weight had been lifted. He pulled another healing leaf from his robe, popped it into his mouth, and chewed a few times. A warm current spread from his stomach, and the aching in his body eased slightly. "It's still a bit tough fighting two Emperor-level opponents at once. I need to become stronger." Reporting to HQ. Kaido and Big Mom, wounded, have led their pirate crews to retreat from Cake Island, presumably defeated. Cake Island has been split open by the demon sword Lin Yu. Lin Yu himself is in good condition, showing no signs of injury. The Den Mushi was silent for a long while before Sengoku's voice came through. "I understand. Withdraw." "This is Sengoku. I believe we should reassess the danger level of the demon sword Lin Yu." Sengoku then connected the dedicated Den Mushi to the Guixu. "Agreed. Tentatively raised the bounty to 4886,000 berries." That afternoon, a special extra edition of the World Economic News spread across the sea, covering only one story: two emperors fall, a new king ascends. When the report spread across the sea, the world's reaction was even more intense than Lin Yu had anticipated. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco walked over to Whitebeard with a newspaper. "Oyaji, that demon blade defeated Kaido and Big Mom's combined forces." Whitebeard set down his sake bowl, took the newspaper, and glanced over it, his fingers brushing over the photo of whole cake island split in two. Even Kaido and Lin together couldn't beat him. What a terrifying brat. Tell the boys not to provoke him for now, but if he comes, invite him aboard for a drink. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already brought everyone back to Dawn Island. The moment he returned, he collapsed onto his bed and fell fast asleep. When he woke, it was already noon the next day. The first thing he saw was a silver-haired figure by his bedside, Chin resting on her hand as she gazed at him. Leah, why are you here? It's all because brother Lin Yu sneaked back without telling Leah, and you wouldn't wake up no matter how hard I tried. Leah was so worried. How did I? Lin Yu scratched his head awkwardly. But now that brother Lin Yu is awake, doesn't your whole body feel wonderful? Leah worked very hard last night. Hearing that, Lin Yu's face flushed. He sensed his body and found that the soreness from yesterday's battle and even the minor internal injuries were completely gone, leaving behind the unique life force of Leah's Kitsune fruit ability. Thank you, Leah. I feel refreshed all over now. Lin Yu looked at Leah's stunning face and unconsciously leaned in to kiss her. Brother Lin Yu. As long as you're better, that's what matters. Leah still has to go to the hospital for her shift, so I'll head off first. Blushing, Leah ran out of the room. Lin Yu watched her shy, retreating figure and felt utterly refreshed. He got up and finished the lunch Leah had prepared for him. Brew. Lin Yu answered the din mushy. Zoro, what's up? Boss, those people from the underworld I told you about last time have come to visit you in person. How do you want me to arrange them? Alright, I got it. Take them to the meeting room first. I'll be there shortly. When Lin Yu arrived at the meeting room, Morgan's Feld, Stussy, Drug, Peklo, Giberson, and Umit were already seated, arranged by Tesoro. The moment Lin Yu appeared, 6 pairs of eyes fixed on him at once. He swept his gaze across the room. Tesoro had prepared everything meticulously. 3 people sat on each side of the long table with tea and refreshments laid out. The atmosphere seemed like a business negotiation, but the subtle tension in the air was undeniable. Morgan stood up first, folding his wings behind his back, his beak-like nose twitching slightly, as he smiled ingratiatingly. Lord Lin Yu, finally we meet in person. I am your most loyal supporter. Sit down first. Lin Yu waved his hand, walked straight to the head seat, and sat down, crossing his legs and resting them on the table. Now then, the 6 of you came together to my place. Surely not just for tea. Morgans was caught off guard and sat down awkwardly. Feld, sitting beside him, adjusted his glasses and spoke first. Lord Lin Yu, let's not mince words. You crushed the Buster Call and defeated Kaido and Big Mom working together. Word of this has already spread across the new world. We've been in the underworld for many years and know one truth well. Whoever stands atop the waves, that's who we should stand with. So this time we're here to establish a long-term partnership with the Dawn. Partnership? Lin Yu took a sip of tea. What kind of partnership? Your Dawn's trade routes, intelligence, funds, supply sources. We can provide support for all of it. Giberson picked up the thread. We 6 each run our own operations, but combined we can extend the Dawn's reach to every corner of the Grand Line. In return, you only need to back us up at certain moments or grant us some conveniences on certain matters. Such as, for example, Stussy cupped her chin with a charming smile. When our people or goods passed through the Dawn's territory, they could go through a few less inspections. Lin Yu set down his teacup, swept his gaze across the 6, and suddenly laughed. I understand the cooperation you're talking about. But, he rose, planting his hands on the table and leaned forward slightly. It's far from enough. The 6 were stunned. Not enough. Feld frowned. Lord Lin Yu, you probably don't yet realize just how many resources the 6 of us can mobilize. I do realize. Lin Yu straightened up, hands in his pockets. I don't want cooperation. I want your allegiance. The meeting room fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then Umit let out a short laugh. Lord Lin Yu, this is a bit. Before he could finish, a crushing pressure erupted from the depths of their very bones. Dark purple conqueror's hockey lightning burst out from Lin Yu, crackling through the air. The surface of the long table first spiderwebbed with cracks, then exploded apart along with the teacups and plates of refreshments. The 6 instantly felt as though a mountain had crashed down upon them. Morgan's feathers stood on end. Drug Peklo's hand trembled as it gripped the sickle handle at his waist, and all 6 were forced to the ground, cold sweat dripping from their jaws. You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you. Lin Yu's voice was quiet, yet it rang clearly in their ears. Your resources, intelligence, and trade routes will be unified under the Dawn's command. In exchange, I'll guarantee your positions in the underworld. No one will dare touch you. Otherwise, I don't mind finding a few more obedient people to sit in your seats. When Lin Yu withdrew his conqueror's hockey, the oppressive pressure receded like a tide. The 6 gasped in relief, and after a moment of silence they spoke in unison. We are willing to serve the Dawn. Good. Lin Yu resumed his seat in the center and tilted his chin toward Tesoro. Tesoro will arrange the specific coordination procedures with you. Morgans and Stussy, stay a moment. The rest of you may go. After the others filed out, only Lin Yu, Morgans, and Stussy remained in the meeting room. Lin Yu looked at Morgans and smiled. I've read those reports of yours. Well written. You flatter me, you flatter me. Morgans rubbed his hands together with an obsequious grin. I know you only want to report big news. Following me, you'll have no shortage of those opportunities. But from now on you need to know in your heart what should be reported and what shouldn't. I don't mind you writing about me, but anything you're unsure of, run it by me first. Understood. Lin Yu's fingertip tapped lightly on the armrest. Understood, understood. Morgans nodded his enormous bird head eagerly. Rest assured from now on every piece about the dawn will be sent to you for review first. All right, that will be all. You may go. Morgans, as if granted a pardon, folded his wings and hurriedly pushed open the door and left. The meeting room was left with only Lin Yu and Stussy. Lin Yu sat upright at the head of the table, while Stussy stood respectfully at the side, her face still carrying a smile. Miss Stussy, Lin Yu said casually, do you know why I kept you until last? Stussy tilted her head slightly, a hint of allure creeping into her smile. Lord Lin, you kept me behind on purpose. Surely it wasn't just to have tea with me. She took 2 steps forward. Her high heels tapped crisp against the wooden floor, and her skirt swayed gently with each step. She stopped 2 paces away from Lin Yu. She leaned forward, bracing her arms on the edge of the table. The motion made her neckline dip, revealing a stretch of snow-white skin. Lowering her voice, she teased with ambiguous flirtation. Or could it be that Lord Lin Yu is also interested in me? Lin Yu looked at the delicate, exquisite face so close to his own. Suppressing the stir in his heart, he leaned back in his chair, putting some distance between them, and said calmly, I kept you here because I'm far more interested in your identity. Stussy's movement paused slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Straightening up, she smoothed her collar. Lord Lin Yu means the renowned queen of the Pleasure District, one of the 6 kings of the underworld, who has woven a vast intelligence network. Lin Yu enunciated each word. And at the same time a member of CP0, the world government's direct secret intelligence agency. Am I right, Miss Stussy? Lin Yu stared into her blue eyes as he asked. The air in the meeting room fell silent for a single moment. The smile on Stussy's face did not vanish, but it had clearly turned stiff. After a long silence, she gave a bitter laugh. Lord Lin Yu seems to know everything. Truly impressive methods. If I'm not mistaken, your visit this time is also at the world government's behest. That's right. The world government had me approach you preferably to build a cooperative relationship and to secretly monitor your activities. Realizing that her identity had been exposed, Stussy simply laid all the cards on the table. So now, Lord Lin Yu, how do you intend to deal with me? Kill me to show your strength against the world government? Or lock me up and take over my intelligence network? Lin Yu finished her sentence for her. He rose from his seat and walked over to stand before Stussy, looking down at her. In my opinion, none of those options are worthwhile. Then what does Lord Lin Yu intend to do? More than that, I want to ask you something else, Miss Stussy. Do you know who you are? Do you truly possess a self? Do you truly know what the meaning of your life is? Lin Yu cut Stussy off, hurling a barrage of questions at her. Hearing this, Stussy could no longer maintain the smile on her face. Lin Yu's words seemed to touch the deepest, most hidden secret in her heart, the one thing she least wanted anyone to know. What are you asking these questions for, Lord Lin Yu? Of course I know. No more pretending, Stussy. I know you are a clone created by Vegapunk during the MADS era. Stussy's expression collapsed into panic. Like a little girl whose hidden secret had been seen through, she was completely at a loss, and her voice already trembled. How do you know about this? I know far more than you imagine. Lin Yu did not answer Stussy's question, continuing on his own. You are the world's first successful clone. You were born with no father or mother. There was no so-called birth, only being made. Your genes come from Buckingham. Stussy, you are a replica of her younger self. You were created by Vegapunk, then adopted, trained, and absorbed into the world government. They gave you the name Stussy, a legal identity, a position as a CP0 agent, and even let you climb to the position of Queen of the Pleasure District. Lin Yu paused, looking directly into Stussy's blue eyes. But what I want to ask you is this truly the life you wanted? Stussy's shoulders were pulled tight, her hands hanging at her sides, her fingernails pressing faintly into her palms. The smile on her face had vanished, completely replaced by a guarded expression, like a cat backed into a corner, judging whether to bare its claws. Stop it. Stussy's voice suddenly rose, carrying a nearly broken tremor. She took a sharp step back, her short golden hair lifting as she turned. In that instant, a pair of bat wings sprang open behind her, shadows swirling at the wingtips. Her blue eyes surged with an almost instinctive defensiveness, like a cornered beast that, caught between fear and humiliation, chose to strike. Her figure flashed. The wind pressure from her bat wings overturned the teacup at the edge of the table, and her fingertips shot toward Lin Yu's face with terrifying speed. Lin Yu did not dodge. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and caught Stussy's attack with perfect precision. Her force was cleanly absorbed. Lin Yu held Stussy's wrist, not with force but firmly. What? Did I hit a nerve? All you can do is run away. Stussy struggled, but could not break free. She clenched her teeth, a thin red rim spreading around her eyes. Her blue eyes churned with anger, shame, and above all, the fear of having her disguise torn away with nowhere left to hide. What do you know? You have no idea what it feels like. Ever since I first had memories, I knew I wasn't born. I was just a lab specimen, a replica, a counterfeit that could never find its original. What am I supposed to think? What am I supposed to think? I've never had anything like a self. Then are you going to hide inside that shell for the rest of your life? Lin Yu's voice was not loud, but each word hammered into Stussie's heart like nails. That finger strike you just used, CP0 taught it to you. Your smile was polished in the pleasure district. Your identity was given to you by others. What in the end is truly yours? Lin Yu released Stussie's wrist. Without that support, she seemed to have her skeleton pulled out from within. Her knees softened, and she collapsed onto the floor. Her bat wings silently folded, drooping behind her like two withered black petals. Stussie lowered her head, golden hair spilling down to veil her face. Her shoulders began trembling uncontrollably. Gradually the trembling turned into broken sobs, and at last dissolved into silent tears, one after another dripping onto the wooden floor. No, I've never been asked this question. Her voice was hoarse and fragmentary. I often ask myself whether a clone can even have a self, what meaning my existence really has. She lifted her face, already soaked with tears, and looked straight at Lin Yu with pleading blue eyes. Tell me, in the end, am I even a person? Lin Yu crouched down to her level, his gaze firm, and his tone solemn, speaking word by word. You count. You cry. You rage. You fear. You fall apart because someone asked you a question you have never once considered. These are the things that only a human being has. Just as every tear you are shedding now is shed for yourself. Stussie stared blankly at him, her blue eyes glistening, tears still clinging to the tips of her lashes. She parted her lips as if to speak, and only after a long silence managed to say, "But I am, after all, just a manufactured experiment. A tool in the hands of the world government. How can I possibly believe? Then do you acknowledge the world government's rule? When you carried out those unspeakably cruel missions, did you ever hesitate?" Stussie froze instantly. That rule of the strong. Hypocritical, willing to sacrifice anyone at any moment to preserve itself. Do you truly acknowledge it? When you carried out their missions, surveillance, infiltration, assassination, the destruction of anything that might threaten them, was there not a single flicker of hesitation in your heart? Stussie's body trembled slightly. She did not answer, but that silence itself was already an answer. I did. Every time. Every time after a mission I would. Lin Yu did not interrupt her, only listening quietly. He knew Stussie had merely been seized by the overbearing power of the world government, and her nature was not evil. This was apparent from the future in which she would resolutely betray CP0 to protect Vegapunk. Stussie told Lin Yu a great deal, from the MADS organization to being forcibly controlled by the world government and reduced to a cold tool in the hands of power. That inner struggle is precisely what proves you are human, Stussie. Lin Yu borrowed the words that Edison would say in the future. Lin Yu's voice was not loud, yet when those words landed, Stussie seemed to be struck by something. In the way she looked at Lin Yu, it seemed something new had appeared. Her voice was hoarse. Inner struggle is proof of being human. Yes. Lin Yu looked at her firmly. A tool does not lie awake after pulling the trigger. A tool does not hesitate before a mission. The fact that you feel these things only proves that there has always been a living corner in your heart, one they have never completely ground away. Stussie's shoulders trembled. She lowered her head, pressing the back of her hand hard against her mouth as if afraid of making a sound, but her tears could no longer be stopped. They streamed down through her fingers. It was a long time before she finally released her hand. Her voice was hoarse beyond recognition, yet it carried the lightness of a final release and the steadfastness of a decision made. I no longer want to be a tool. I don't want to do those things for them anymore. I want to be myself. I want to follow you. Lin Yu watched her, his gaze steady and serious. Have you made up your mind? I have. Stussie collected herself, her voice firm. In all these years I have never once made a choice of my own. This time I want to choose for myself. I want to stand on your side. Not for a mission, not for orders, but because I feel this is right. Lin Yu said, nothing more, simply reaching out a hand to her. Welcome to the dawn, Miss Stussie. Stussie looked at the hand Lin Yu offered, then placed her palm in it. Lin Yu held it firmly and pulled her up from the ground. As she rose, she staggered a little, steadying herself against the table edge before she stood still. Once stable, her spine was ramrod straight. Stussie released Lin Yu's hand, stepped back half a step, and smoothed her slightly disheveled skirt and collar. When she raised her head, her face was still wet with tears, but no longer lost. Lord Lin Yu, from today onward, I am no longer a tool of CP0. Her voice steadied. But I will continue to remain there, serving as the bridge between you and the world government. Whatever intelligence you need, I will bring it back for you. If there is anything you need me to do, I will first use my judgment, and then do it. But the premise of all this is my willingness. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. Remember, Stussie, since you have joined the Dawn, you are my comrade. From now on, if anyone dares to lay a hand on you, even the 5 elders themselves, I will cut them down just the same. Stussie stood where she was as if she still had something to say, but in the end, she only pressed her lips together gently. She looked at Lin Yu, stepped closer, motioned for him to lower his head, stood on her tiptoes, and placed a very light kiss on his cheek. As Stussie pulled back, her cheeks were faintly flushed. That is something I did because I wanted to, she said. Then she turned quickly, pushed the door open, and left without looking back. Lin Yu stood dazed and placed the calculations in his mind, interrupted by Stussie's kiss. His original intention in winning Stussie over was twofold. First, she was a key intelligence operative of CP0, and once he turned her, he could feed the world government false intelligence at critical moments while also obtaining its classified secrets. Second, through Stussy, he could forge a connection with Vegapunk. With the technology Vegapunk commanded, the Dawn would achieve a qualitative leap in the field of science and technology in the future. Tesoro, who had just returned, saw the lipstick mark on Lin Yu's cheek, and Stussy running out with flushed cheeks. How could he not understand what had happened? Boss, what luck with the ladies. Even the queen of the pleasure district, a famed beauty, made the first move and offered you a kiss. Tesoro's suggestive voice drifted over. Cut it out. If Liao finds out, she'll be angry with me again. Lin Yu glared fiercely at Tesoro. By the way, how are the arrangements for those few going? Don't worry, all arranged. Director Moria has arranged shadow soldiers for them, if they dare to do anything behind our backs. Enough, I know. Stussy is now also an important member of our Dawn. She was originally one of the world government's CP0 agents, and now she has completely joined us. Remember to notify Moria about the intelligence handover. Tesoro was cut off by Lin Yu. What? She actually had that identity too. She hit it deep. Speaking of which, don't tell me you used a honey trap to win her over, boss. If Miss Liao ever learned that you casually sold your good looks, she'd be furious. Tesoro, how has your dual-color hockey been developing lately? I realize it has been a long time since I last tested your strength. This afternoon I'll spar with you at the training ground. Lin Yu looked at Tesoro with an ominous smile. Boss, why don't we skip it? The Chamber of Commerce has been keeping me too busy lately. I've slacked off a bit in training. No, you can't let your strength slip. Tesoro sobbing. Half a year had passed since the tea party. The commotion caused by Lin Yu, the demon sword, fighting Kaido, and Big Mom alone was gradually subsiding, yet his reputation remained undiminished. The New World Dwang Island, the first hospital outside the VIP delivery room. Gilbert Seidel, known as the Golden Master, who dominated the business world, no longer bore his usual placid expression. Instead, he paced endlessly back and forth outside the delivery room. Seidel, I think you should stop now. You've already walked back and forth 273 times, Lin Yu said from the corridor bench where he was sprawled. Boss, but I'm worried about Stella. I've heard childbirth is excruciatingly painful. I'm afraid Stella. What nonsense. You know Leah's abilities well enough. If it comes to that, I'll step in and deliver the baby myself. Relax. Don't worry. Your boss here is now the midwifery prodigy of Dwang Island. It all started 3 months ago when Lin Yu happened to encounter a difficult labor case at the hospital. Seeing Lin Yu's fruitability, Lia got an inspired idea and asked him to extract the fetus directly. Since then, whenever a complicated delivery occurred at the island hospital, they would call upon Lin Yu. He was only too willing to help, after all the children born on this island would likely become members of Dwang Island in the future. The island residents, we can never repay Lord Lin Yu's kindness. A loud cry rang out from the ward. The operating room door opened, and Liao walked out. Lia, is Stella okay? Seidel rushed over, immediately grasping Lia's shoulders anxiously. Don't worry, both mother and daughter are safe. Sister Stella's delivery went very smoothly. Lia's face was full of smiles. Congratulations, Seidel. From today on you have a daughter. Mother and daughter are both safe. Both safe. This is wonderful. Seidel kept murmuring, making a move to enter the delivery room. But Lia held out her hand to stop him. Not yet. They're still attending to things inside. You'll have to wait. And Sister Stella needs rest. Oh, alright. About half an hour later, Stella and her newborn baby were finally transferred to the ward. Stella on the hospital bed looked slightly pale, but full of energy. Seeing Seidel enter, a smile spread across her face. Swallow, you're here. Yes, dearie, you've worked hard. Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Seidel knelt beside the bed, asking with concern. Lin Yu, seeing the couple, tactfully refrained from disturbing them, and instead turned to play with the baby in the crib beside Lia. Thanks to the inherently robust constitution of people in the pirate world, the newborns could already perform movements like waving their arms. And they were all chubby and healthy-looking, not wrinkled in the slightest. The baby girl in the crib looked extraordinarily cute, with a fair and chubby face and sparse golden hair already growing on her head. Inheriting Stella's bright, large eyes, she stared unblinkingly at Lin Yu and Lia. Wow, she's so cute. Brother Lin Yu, look quickly. She seems to be smiling at us. Lia's heart had long been captured by this adorable creature, and she couldn't resist reaching out her finger to tease the baby. Indeed, quite cute. Lin Yu also couldn't resist poking the baby's cheek. Do you think we'll have a child like this someday? Lia suddenly seemed to think of something and asked shyly. We will. On the other side, reminded by Stella, Seidel finally remembered that he now had a daughter and hurriedly made his way to the baby crib. This is my daughter. Seidel looked at the baby on the bed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Take a good look. Lin Yu and Lia stepped aside for Seidel. Fighting back his excitement, Seidel struggled to keep his movements as gentle as possible, slowly lifting the baby and bringing her to Stella's bedside. Dara, can you see? This is our daughter. Seidel's voice trembled slightly. I can see. She's so cute, like an angel. Can you see it? Her eyes are just like yours. Her nose is like yours. Boss, I heard Seidel has a daughter. I came specially to take a look. Moria's voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned to look. Moria had brought a large pile of toys that girls love to play with, along with baby supplies, to the ward. The moment he saw the tiny baby in Seidel's arms, he eagerly dropped everything and ran over. Hee Seidel, is this your and Stella's daughter? She's so cute. Let me hold her. Moria grinned widely, reaching out to take the baby from Seidel. Shoo, this is my daughter. I haven't had enough time holding her myself. Seidel turned away in disgust. Hey, don't be so stingy. Ever since Lin Yu brought Perona back for Moria to raise, Moria and his subordinates had awakened a nurturing streak. Taking care of one mischievous Perona wasn't enough, so they even opened a moonlight nursery on the island, using their spare time from work to babysit for residents who couldn't care for their children due to work, earning universal praise. Alright, stop fighting over her. You're all grown-ups, how can you be competing to hold a baby? Here, let me have her. Unable to bear their bickering any longer, Lin Yu simply took the baby from them and held her himself. Boss, that's so unfair. Moria grumbled resentfully. Lin Yu took the baby and joined Lia in cooing over it when he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Seidel, have you decided on her name? Boss, did you forget? Last time you promised to help pick a name. Ahem, how could I forget? I was just about to tell you. Lin Yu realized that indeed something like that had happened and hastily made up an excuse while frantically flashing signals to Lia. Lia understood Lin Yu's intention. Fortunately, Lin Yu had mentioned this to her before and she had already prepared a name. Brother Lin Yu told me outside just now. He suggested Gilder Daisy. It incorporates Sister Stella's name, and Daisy also symbolizes innocence, hope, and pure happiness. Lia came to Lin Yu's rescue. Gilder Daisy, what a lovely name. Before Seidel could respond, Stella in the bed had already shown her approval. Gilder Daisy, indeed a fine name. Then it settled. Her name shall be Gilder Daisy. Seidel repeated the name twice under his breath. Daisy, can you hear me? From now on you also have a name. Your name is Gilder Daisy. Seidel took Daisy from Lia and gently kissed her. Thus, Seidel's first daughter was officially given her name, Gilder Daisy. Holy Land, Mary Geoise. The empty throne. The 5 elders knelt below, steeped in reverence. How much does he know? A voice that sounded neither male nor female came from above. He seems to know a great deal, my lord. Not only about you, but also about the great kingdom. God of scientific defense, Saint Jagartha Saturn spoke first. I understand. Have him come here. Yes. On Dawn Island, Lin Yu picked up the Den Mushi that CP0 had delivered. Hey, what do you old geezers want from me? Lin Yu, come to the Holy Land. That lady wishes to see you. The voice on the other end of the Den Mushi for once paid no heed to Lin Yu's insolence. That lady. So it's time. I'm not going, Lin Yu answered flatly. Though his strength was enough to fear no emperor-level powerhouse, the one across from him was, after all, the legendary king of the world, whose tricks were endless. It never hurt to be cautious. On the internet in his past life, Lin Yu had read countless theories about Im's identity. The most plausible one to him was that Im was the symbiotic collective of the ancient 19 kings. The 20 ancient sovereigns had briefly fused to oppose the Great Kingdom camp, to which Joy Boy belonged. The 20-nation camp exhausted Uranus's entire reserve of prototype Mother Flame to charge the only full-power world-annihilating cannon volley in pirate history. However, because Nidhogg Dosan, the first-generation mythical Zoan dragon fruit user, had been slain by Im in advance, Poseidon, the first sea emperor, disregarded Davy Jones's attempts to stop him and forced himself ashore to intercept the shot for Joy Boy, sacrificing himself. With that, the sea emperor perished and Uranus's energy was reduced to 0. Joy Boy, though gravely wounded, survived and gained a precious window of opportunity. He wrote an apology letter, concealed Pluton, arranged the poneglyphs, and planted the seeds for the liberation of the world 800 years later. Zunisha, Joy Boy's companion, was forcibly corrupted and subjugated by one of the 20 kings, a master of a psychic-type devil fruit. Twisting the colossal beast's consciousness and imposing a false guilt upon it, he made it wander for 800 years in atonement. After the war, the 20 royal families agreed to abandon their individual physical forms, their 20 origins, and form a perfectly closed symbiotic cycle, sharing one body, sharing immortality, and sharing power. Queen Lily, the ancestor of the Arabasta royal family, saw through the cost of the symbiosis. Prolonged coexistence would erode individual personalities until all of them lost their selves. She refused to offer herself, led the Nefertari clan away, and took with her the royal sword. Thus a flawed symbiote was born. Though the consciousnesses of the 19 former kings coexisted, sharing thoughts and devil fruit powers, the consciousnesses within constantly repelled one another, causing internal strife. This was why had to remain within the barrier of the flower chamber to maintain stability. Queen Lily's pawpaw fruit ability was the key to breaking the deadlock, the only god-tier devil fruit capable of dismantling Im's 800-year symbiote. In Lin Yu's view, Vivi, who carried Queen Lily's bloodline, would ultimately be the one to unlock this path. Therefore, in Lin Yu's view, as long as he did not swagger into Mary Geoise to show off, no one in the world could capture him. Once his strength reached its peak and his heaven-slashing sword art attained the uttermost limit, even a fusion of 100 ancient kings would not be enough for him to cut down. The 5 elders on the other end of the Den Mushi evidently had not expected Lin Yu to refuse so bluntly, and for a moment they did not know what to say. Go back and tell him that it's impossible for me to come to Mary Geoise. At most we can communicate via Den Mushi. Lin Yu thought for a moment, then added, Alright, that's enough. Come find me again after you've decided. Hearing the click of the call ending from the den mushy, the 5 elders' faces darkened terribly. Let's simply request the holy knights to mobilize and bring him back by force. Saint Shepherd Jupiter said angrily. Let alone whether the holy knights can be mobilized, do you really think that even if they move they can definitely bring Lin Yu back? Don't forget his devil fruit ability. Saint V. Nustero adjusted his glasses. I'm Sama's purpose in seeing him must be to ascertain the source of his information. If we mobilize on our own and leak the matter, can we bear the consequences? Saint Topman Warcury spoke slowly. Report to Lady, once more. Agreed. Lin Yu hung up, and not long after the den mushy suddenly emitted a buzz unlike its usual sound. A faint golden pattern emerged on the shell, as if it had been activated by some higher authority. Lin Yu put down his juice and picked up the den mushy. An ethereal voice that felt inhuman came through Lin Yu. You're the legendary aren't you? Leaning back in his chair, Lin Yu said casually, looks like those 5 old geezers delivered the message. You refuse to come to the Holy Land to see me. Im's voice was utterly flat. Why? Because I don't want to be subdued by some method I don't understand. Lin Yu told the truth. If you have something to say, just say it over the phone. The other end of the den mushy was silent for a moment. How much do you know about what happened 800 years ago? A lot. For once the voice on the other end carried a hint of doubt. I know why you can use so many abilities, and I know you joined forces to defeat Joy Boy. The line was silent for a long time. Lin Yu could almost picture him seated upon the empty throne, those unfathomable eyes staring through an immense distance at the den mushy. Where did you learn this? I can't say that. Lin Yu pondered his wording. Anyway, I know far more than you think, including the true truth of this world. You know I could erase you and the island beneath you in an instant. 800 years ago, after that full-power world-annihilating cannon blast, Uranus's prototype Mother Flame was completely used up, wasn't it? Lin Yu's words were laced with mockery. If you think you can erase me and all the trump cards I've left behind in an instant, then come ahead. The moment you act, I'll announce everything I know to the whole world. This time Im was silent for even longer. Had Lin Yu not seen that the call was still connected, he might have thought Im had hung up. Your goal. After a long while, Im finally said these words. My goal is simple. Lin Yu stated bluntly. I have no interest in overthrowing the world government's rule. I just want to live my life well. I can swear not to spread what I know. But in exchange, your world government must not hinder the Dawn's development. I don't care if you make a move against me, but you must not lay a hand on the people around me. Fine, I agree. But you must not openly oppose the world government, and remember what you said. Deal. Lin Yu answered succinctly. By the way, Lin Yu suddenly seemed to think of something. I also want to try being a celestial dragon for fun. Is that okay? The moment Lin Yu said this, the other end of the den mushy fell silent for a while. When Imu's voice came again, it carried a hint of mockery. You refuse to come to the Holy Land to see me, yet you want to use our name. Hey, cut the nonsense. Are you giving it to me, or not? Lin Yu replied bluntly. Reason. So I can beat up the celestial dragons more conveniently. That way it counts as a clan brawl, and the Marines and CP won't be able to interfere. Imu. By the way, I'm helping you discipline your unruly juniors here, so shouldn't you be paying me a salary? At least 5 billion berries a year. Alright, don't you have a God's Knights order the one that disciplines celestial dragons? Give me a spot there too. Hearing this, Imu couldn't help but calculate inwardly. Lin Yu, just 18 years old, had already displayed strength and potential that could rival any of their kings from 800 years ago. Had he been born in that era, he could have founded a new lineage in the Holy Land. Moreover, the God's Knights already had precedence of recruiting top warriors from the lower world and granting them celestial dragon status. Giving Lin Yu an honorary position in the God's Knights was not out of the question. If Lin Yu's power fully peaked in the future and could be brought under control, it would become a great asset for the world government. You're quite shrewd setting your sights on the God's Knights. Do you know that everyone who enters the Knights gets the chance to sign a deep-sea contract with me? Imu's tone remained reluctant, but his words were laced with temptation. I don't need those contracts. Just give me a status. Lin Yu knew all too well what Imu was plotting. Signing the deep-sea contract might grant the so-called immortal body, but it would put him under Imu's control. Do you know what that means? By signing the deep-sea contract with me, you can gain an immortal body. Or you could sign the abyssal contract. Eternal life, ultimate indestructibility. Imu's tone was full of temptation. Eternal life and ultimate indestructibility via the abyssal contract. Sounds pretty good. This was probably the same kind of contract that the 5 elders and Saint Jigure had signed. One that allowed Imu to possess them at any time, and if their powers were revoked, they would vanish into nothing. Then I will graciously bestow upon you the right to sign. But I refuse. I have my own way to achieve immortality. Lin Yu cut off Imu's incantation and refused without hesitation. In Lin Yu's view, signing some cursed contract with Imu for the sake of immortality was foolish. The world of pirates was full of wonders. Not only the Ope no Mi or the vampire fruit, which was probably eaten by Stussy Red Count, was just a game character and had never appeared in any anime or movie, but also pure gold. With Lin Yu's network of informants spanning the globe, finding a giant lantern fish should be fairly easy. Imu clearly had not expected Lin Yu to resist the temptation of immortality and refuse so decisively. I hope you won't regret this. You can have an honorary membership in the God's Knights, but that's all. No special privileges. Alright, having the title is enough. So I can freely teach those celestial dragons I find insufferable a lesson now. Just try not to kill them. Don't worry, I'm very. Before Lin Yu could finish, the Den Mushi had already been hung up. Holy Land, Mary Geoise. The empty throne. Imu tossed the Den Mushi back in front of the prostrate 5 elders and spoke in a flat voice. Starting today, give Lin Yu a celestial dragon identity and honorary membership in the God's Knights. Notify the Marines and CP that as long as Lin Yu doesn't openly oppose the world government or massacre celestial dragons, they are not to interfere with him. Yes. The 5 elders below answered with trembling voices. Within their hearts, towering waves had already been stirred. They never imagined that after a single call with Imu-sama, Lin Yu had become a celestial dragon and even secured an honorary seat in the God's Knights. But since this was an order personally issued by Imu, they dared not raise any objection. The 5 returned to the Chamber of Power, none of them speaking first. St. Marcus Mars, the god of environment, was the first to speak. What do you all think of this? Baffling, St. Nasajiro replied flatly. Do you think Lin Yu might be Imu-sama's illegitimate child? St. Greenbull lowered his voice. Are you insane? Daring to speak of Imu-sama like that behind his back. St. V. Nustero barked. St. Topman Warcury spoke harshly. You can't blame me for thinking that. That Lin Yu has such terrifying talent. His bloodline must be extraordinary descendants of the Chinese nation, heirs of the dragon, and he's done all those things and knows so many secrets. Imu-sama even granted him an honorary seat in the God's Knights. This is clearly compensation for a child left outside. At these words, the other 4 elders sank into thought as well. In short, Lin Yu can now be considered one of us. Notify the younger generation in our respective families not to provoke him. Agreed. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. What a... Sengoku cried out in disbelief. What do you mean Lin Yu is now a celestial dragon? The Marines can't just attack him casually. That is the order of that person. The Marines just have to comply. Sengoku put down the phone and collapsed into his chair, clutching his forehead. Sengoku, what happened? Vice Admiral Tsuru beside him spoke slowly. The 5 elders just informed me that the demon Sword Lin Yu is actually a celestial dragon bloodline that was lost outside. His status is now officially restored. As long as he doesn't rebel against the world government or massacre celestial dragons, our Marines cannot act against him at will. Hearing this, Tsuru was startled as well, then seemed to think of something. What about the bounty order on Lin Yu? The 5 elders said Lin Yu himself asked to keep it. Also, news of him becoming a celestial dragon must only be known by a few people. It cannot be widely publicized. He isn't that great. That kid Lin Yu is incredibly strong now, and he's fast as hell. Save the Marines the trouble of keeping an eye on him. Garp's sloppy voice came from the sofa. Garp has a point. Since Lin Yu went to sea, he hasn't done anything to harm the ocean. And in the future, if he clashes with celestial dragons, the Marines won't have to intervene. This time, Tsuru rarely agreed with Garp. And they say Lin Yu is a lost celestial dragon bloodline. I bet he's the illegitimate child of one of those 5 old geezers. If he were an ordinary celestial dragon, they wouldn't go through all this trouble. Garp's words were full of certainty. Now that you mention it, that's actually possible. Right. I feel like it's that sword-wielding old man's. Half a year had passed since Lin Yu subdued the 6 kings of the underworld. Now the criminal underworld bowed to only one true sovereign. That sovereign was Lin Yu, who now ruled the underworld with absolute power. Yet because of his epithet, the demon sword, people had dubbed him the underworld's devil, Satan. Lin Yu found it utterly exasperating. Every title they gave him sounded like some final boss villain. Today marked the underworld summit Lin Yu had decreed to be held once every 3 months. The 6 kings and every notable figure of the underworld were obliged to attend. For those who did not come, would never have another chance to do so. At the meeting, Lin Yu dictated the distribution of interests and the division of resources among the various factions. He left the underworld's other enterprises entirely alone, yet he ordered a ruthless crackdown on human trafficking. This move cut deep into many people's profits, and when a few celestial dragons even came to confront him, Lin Yu showed them no leniency. After all, he was now an honorary member of the God's Knights. He beat them half to death and tossed them back, and once those celestial dragons learned of his standing among the God's Knights, they found no one to turn to, and could only slink away in defeat. From that day on, a rumor spread through the circle of celestial dragons of all the people in the world, the one you must never offend was the demon Sword Lin Yu. Though Lin Yu's decree could not completely eradicate human trafficking, at least openly within his sphere of influence, no one dared to test that nerve any longer. The meeting soon ended. Lin Yu asked to meet the shipping king to remain behind. Lord Lin Yu, ever since you made that announcement last time, I and my men have abandoned the slave trade entirely. Please believe me. Lin Yu leaned back against the high back of the main seat and lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers. He smiled at the old captain, whose forehead was beaded with nervous sweat. What are you thinking? If you had done otherwise, you wouldn't still be standing here talking to me. I kept you behind because there's something I need you to do. Umit let out a small sigh of relief, though his back remained ramrod straight. Lord Lin Yu, please speak. Anything within my power, I will do, even if I must wade through fire and water. It's not that serious. Lin Yu waved a hand. I know your transport fleet spans the world. I need every one of your people to keep an eye out while sailing for any news about a colossal lanternfish sea king. Umit's eyes flew wide and his Adam's apple bobbed. Lord Lin Yu, you mean the legendary lanternfish that swallowed the island of pure gold? You know of it. I've sailed the seas for over 40 years, so I've heard some rumors. Umit rubbed his hands together. They say that fish is so enormous it can blot out half the sky, and it dwells deep beneath the sea, rarely seen by anyone. Even if someone happened to encounter it, there's no guarantee they'd live to report it. And it seems the world government has also been searching for news of it for quite some time. That's precisely why I came to you. Your fleet sail across the four seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. If anyone in this world stands a chance of meeting that lanternfish sea king on the open ocean, it can only be you, Umit the shipping king. Then what would you have me do, Lord Lin Yu? Notify every ship under your command. While sailing, watch for enormous shadows beneath the surface, abnormal shifts in the currents, or any sightings related to a giant lanternfish. If there's a solid lead, report it to me immediately. Lin Yu paused before continuing. Anyone who provides a valid clue will receive a bounty of 100 million berries. If you can help me pinpoint its exact location and allow me to find it successfully, the reward will be 3 billion. Umit sucked in a sharp breath. 3 billion. 3 billion. Lin Yu repeated the number. And I swear by my honor, if the one who brings me this information gives their life in the attempt, the full 3 billion will go to their family, without a single berry less. They will also receive the protection of Dawn. Anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions will be cut down, every last one. And, Lin Yu rose to his feet, looking down at Umit, his voice carrying a strange hypnotic power. If this task is accomplished, I will grant you and your family the most precious thing of all. By now Umit's throat had gone dry and his voice trembled. Might I ask, what is it, Lord Lin Yu? Eternal life. When those two words left Lin Yu's mouth, Umit's pupils contracted sharply and his chest heaved as he gasped for air. He had been sailing for more than 50 years. Wealth, status, women. He had long since lacked none of those. It was his aging, decaying body that filled him with dread. Umit's expression grew even more reverent. He sank directly to both knees and knocked his head heavily against the floor. Lord Lin Yu, even if I have to throw this old carcass of mine into the bargain, I swear I will see this done. Watching Umit depart, Lin Yu's thoughts drifted. Pure gold had originally been refined by a scientist on the Steel Island of Alchemy to save his daughter Olga, who was dying of an incurable disease. As long as one wore it or came into long-term contact with it, bodily growth was suppressed and aging slowed. Because of it, Olga lived to be 206 years old while still looking like a little girl. A colossal lanternfish drawn by the glow of pure gold had come and swallowed the entire Steel Island in one gulp. A piece no larger than a grain of rice worn on the body or embedded in a personal accessory could dramatically inhibit aging. Judging from what the records showed, Lin Yu guessed that at the very least it could allow a person to live for tens of thousands of years. With a divine treasure like that, he naturally meant to claim it for himself. Even so, once he obtained it, he couldn't wear it immediately. He would have to wait until his body reached its absolute peak before putting it on. That way the benefit would be maximized. When that day came, the people around him and his subordinates could all receive it as well. He could even give some to Vegapunk. With a mind like Vegapunk's and a lifespan stretching across millennia, true immortality might very well be within reach. Lin Yu was still lost in visions of the beautiful future that awaited him once he obtained the pure gold, when the Den Den Mushi at his side suddenly rang. Hello? Tesoro, what's wrong? Lin Yu picked it up without hesitation. Boss, someone's here who specifically asked to see you. Oh, and who is it? Lin Yu's interest was piqued. Doflamingo, the man who's been making a lot of noise lately. A little Ming. Let him come see me. I'll wait for him in the meeting room. Understood. After a long while, the meeting room door was pushed open slowly. Doflamingo, dressed in his flamingo coat, walked in. His stride was not its usual unbridled swagger, but unusually disciplined and proper. He approached Lin Yu and bowed respectfully. Lord Lin Yu, the demon sword, it has been a long time. I hope you've been well lately. Oh, now that's a rare treat. The infamous Doflamingo actually comes to pay his respects to me. Doffy, we haven't seen each other in quite a while since that last parting. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched as though he had recalled some unpleasant memory, yet his smile remained fixed in place. I'm deeply honored that you still remember me, Lord Lin Yu. Cut the pleasantries. You didn't come all this way just to say hello, did you, Doffy? Lin Yu picked up his teacup and took a sip. Of course not. I want to become your spokesperson in the underworld.